Good morning, world. This is Whilton Mill to the world. Steve Deeks for Alpha Live and the British Scooter Endurance Club here at Whilton Mill for what is undoubtedly one of the endurance racing motorsporting highlights of the year. Forget Le Mans 24 hours. It's all about scooters around this twisty, tortuous, and now rain-sodden track. And we're fighting today for the Coronation Cup, no less. On this memorable day, this is the way, ladies and gentlemen, to spend your Coronation Day. And I can tell you, here at Whilton Mill, you could cut the atmosphere with a knife. We're going to make our way out to the grid because the day started kind of dry, but then we got some carpet rain, and we had fallers aplenty in the qualifying session. And if you head out onto the grid, if you've never seen an endurance scooter championship race, you see nothing like this. So all of the teams and the drivers and the scooters, and probably there are 5 or 6 drivers, or I should say riders per team, are in anticipation of what is going to be undoubtedly an epic event. So if you have a look down the line here, essentially you'll note the riders, in some cases, like myself, are not in the first flush of youth, it has to be said. They don't bounce very easily. I saw that in the qualifying session, but bravely they're up again. And you can see how the event's going to work is that a member of the team is going to start by holding the running scooter, and the rider has to show their athletic prowess. You can see these guys have put plenty of time in the gym preparing for the event. They're going to sprint across the track. And you can notice that even the track is slippery here. And if we take a look at some of these riders, this man's got his hands clapped over his privates here, protecting the crown jewels. Who could blame him? And riders in all shapes and sizes and levels of fitness. And some premium physical specimens. You know, that has to be a disadvantage if you've got that much altitude. You know, if you're that tall, obviously getting into the tuck position is going to be really something. But going down the line here, you'll see, guys, that, I mean, this is Italian racing machinery tuned to the bollocks. Let's be frank about this. Not anything that you probably would see on the road here, but nominally they do have to be sort of road legal. You know, if you could find a friendly MOT station. But if we have a look at something like this, you can see that everything on this machine is absolutely honed and prepped to the nth degree. That's preparation, like, you know, you don't often see. And that's a scooter as well that's obviously got some serious combat history. So I'd have to say, Whilton Mill, I coach here in karting, and it's got to be said that when we get carpet rain like this, it brings all the rubber up from the surface. I've got to say the opening lap is going to be somewhat chaotic, and you know, that's the great thing about the Le Mans start, of course, which is that at least it separates the more athletic riders from, shall we say, those who spent too much time in the pie factory. But in fact that gives a natural staggering, which is going to be good, because if we have 38 riders all arriving at the aptly named Oblivion Corner all at the same time, it could be quite chaotic. Now, one of our chief clerks of the course here, this is Keith. I think he's going to be waving the starting flag for this Coronation Cup in due course. And Keith's got a shiny knob on the top of his flag to commemorate the coronation of our new king. And Keith, are you going to get that out?
I will be getting it out, but not in public.
Keith, I've just mentioned to our viewers on the live stream that, I mean, the track conditions are slippery as hell.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. But I've tried to help them understand to take it easy, and it's about bringing it home, isn't it? And not smashing it up.
Well, 8 hours is a long time, ladies and gentlemen, and I can't put into words the excitement here on the grid at the sound of 38 two-stroke racing engines bursting into life. For men of a certain age, you know, or of any age, and women, of course, this is quite a fantasy, really, to hear two-stroke engines. It is a lot like MotoGP was back in the 90s. Let's focus on that. We're going to start the Coronation Cup. Keep doing it right for our new king. And ladies and gentlemen. In a moment, we're going to have to clear the grid because this could be a dangerous place for me and my cameraman to be. And I have to tell you, at the moment, it looks like everything is a runner. And this start is going to be epic. I've got to say, the riders are nervous.
A little bit nervous.
You're a bit nervous? Yeah. Okay, scooter looks great. Watch that first corner. That's my advice. It's going to be slippery. You've got to be on it to win it. Okay. So, we're going down the line. And I have to say, this could never happen at Le Mans. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to clear the grid in a few moments. We're just minutes away from the start of this epic endurance event. The team members out on the side here, you can see them, the riders over here. The flag is up. And in just a moment, I'm going to be running for my life. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, our Coronation Cup 2023, Whilton Mill, Alpha Live, Steve Deeks on the mic for 8 hours, would you believe? And look at the anticipation. As team members, years, weeks, minutes of preparation. We are live! Well, I've seen nothing like this in my motorsporting career to date. We've got one staller, 2 or 3 stragglers which won't start. Man down on the grid, one starting from the pit lane. Well, I have to say, guys, I've risk assessed this. It's risky. Number 63. And actually, he's got his visor down. He's all steamed up. It looks like the Eden Project. But if we look out onto the track, the leaders are coming. So I, Steve Deeks, got to head back into the commentary box. Wow, that was epic. So, back in the commentary tower with Dan Mears has joined me. Dan, thank you so much for coming down to be the voice of authority when it comes to scooter racing. And I've got to say, that's my first on-the-grid walk, effectively.
Yeah.
The atmosphere out there, you could cut that with a knife.
You could cut it with a knife and you could taste it as well.
Yeah, well, and I have to say, there's a high level of risk with scooter endurance racing, isn't there? I mean, these guys are right out on the edge of credibility, I would say, as much as everything else. I mean, it's just the track conditions are slippery. They've got 2 tiny little contact patches.
Yeah, it's very tricky out there today, especially because it's in between wet and dry. So, say challenging conditions for all the riders. The Le Mans start adds to it, but once they get settled in, they get a bit of distance between them. They've just got to keep it upright, I guess.
Well, watching the qualifying earlier, Dan, it's pretty evident to me that there's 1 or 2 guys who've got some serious time in the game.
Yeah, there's lads out there today that have been racing probably 30-odd years, so a lot of experience, and they've raced in all conditions. So that obviously shows when you see them going around the circuit. Yeah,
and not just scooter racing in the past as well. I'm looking at, I've seen a couple of those faces. They've got a bit of big bike history, yeah. I would suggest.
I've just had a quick walk around the paddock and spoke to a few of the teams, and some of the guys come from motocross backgrounds and big bike circuit racing, so there's a lot of experience.
And actually, you would need it, I think, because Whilton Mill, I mean, this is my home circuit, and it's a phenomenal track for karting, obviously, but it's not easy, Dan.
No, it's very technical. There's a lot of tricky corners, and today, obviously, as we saw in the practice this morning, there's a few greasy patches out there. It's certainly going to take some navigating for the riders today.
Okay, and actually, to give our viewers an insight into it, I mean, it looked to me, as when I walked around the paddock, there's a lot of prep work gone into getting ready for an 8-hour race.
I mean, the bikes haven't only got to last the 8 hours, they've also done best part of an hour's practicing and qualifying this morning, the same again yesterday, so a lot of work goes into these bikes, and yeah, I mean, some guys have dedicated mechanics with them, and I think it really pays.
Okay, and the other thing I like about it, you know, for me, is the fact that there's a great spirit of camaraderie, because there might be people watching this for the first time, and I certainly leading up to this when I told people I was coming in to present it, there's a lot of scooter enthusiasts out there, and actually the truth is they could get involved.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's people who've been racing a long time in the paddock, and there's people, newcomers as well, that are obviously rally riders and thought they'd give it a go on circuit, and like I say, people that have never rode a scooter and they've come from other racing disciplines, but everyone helps each other out, and if you need something, you'll often find a lot of teams are there. If they've got it, they'll lend it you. I mean, I help out on some of the national racing, and it's the same sort of atmosphere there. If you've got it and you can spare it, other teams will lend it, and they'll offer the experience as well when it comes to diagnosing problems and just trying to get people out on track.
But there's someone into the pits we're picking up now, Dan. I mean, give me a sense, like, first of all, tell me about refuelling, so that people who are watching an 8-hour endurance, I mean, how often are they going to have to fuel? How long will the scooter run for?
So the riders are allowed to stay out for a maximum of 65 minutes before they change. So they do have to have a rider change then. When they come into the paddock, they've got a dedicated fueling area. The bike has to be turned off to fuel. A lot of guys you probably see will stay out for at least half an hour, 40 minutes, or the full hour. And then obviously you've got the sheds as well, where if they need to make any adjustments or repairs to the bike, they have to go into there before they come into the fueling area, and they have to be pushed around as well. But most riders will stay out for you probably see 45 minutes at least.
Got it. And something that seems bonkers to me, I didn't understand this beforehand, but some people might actually have ridden here and then ridden the scooter, they rode on the road, and presumably if they shunt it, they're going to have to be hitching a lift home.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of guys out there. I think there's a team called Team Solidaire, and I think the chap's name's Mark. He likes to make a big deal that he rides the scooter and he does ride it home, which is hats off to the guy. You say if he bends it, it's going to be a tricky ride home, or he's got to organise some other form of transport.
Well, Danny, it isn't going to be that comfortable. If he's done 8 hours, or his share of 8 hours of endurance racing, presumably he's going to be pretty worn out as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenging ride home for him tonight, if he's riding home tonight, that is.
So I'm looking at our leaderboard here, and we've got Hornet Racing out in front at the moment, the early leaders. And what kind of times are we doing? 11, so 11:1s. Okay, so for the track conditions, that would imply to me that it's starting to dry out a little bit. There's going to be a dry line coming up.
Yeah, I mean, looking from the coverage and being out there during the start, you can see a bit of a dry line, although most of the teams have decided to go with wets, bar a few that seem to be on the race dries.
Okay, so probably because they don't have any wets.
Maybe, or they've got to, like I say, I think the guy I noticed was Stuart Day, who's racing for SRP.
And
like I say, he's got 30 years under his belt. He's a very, very experienced rider, and he's won multiple championships.
Got it. And so this first stint, when will we look to see people coming into pit?
Well, we kicked off at 10 o'clock, so
yep.
I'll probably say another 40 minutes. You'll probably
40 minutes of endurance scootering.
It's a lot of concentration for the riders. Yeah.
And do the teams have a masser like F1? Is there, where they come in, get a rub down, get a massage? And
I'm not sure about that. They might be on an airbed in the back of a van if they're lucky.
Yeah, I was thinking that. And the preparation. Oh dear, we got a fallen number 77.
There, yeah.
So, I mean, the preparation as well. Actually, he looks like he's steamed up. I mean, that's one of the... I suppose if you're doing your first ever endurance scooter race, you probably don't have that much experience, potentially, of managing things like keeping your visor.
Yeah, I think a good investment for today, definitely a pin lock system or zip tie around the bottom of the helmet just to let a bit of air in to keep the visors clean, because, like I say, visibility is a big thing today, especially with the mixing conditions.
That interesting to me as a novice to scooter racing, but a veteran of all kinds of other racing, is just like in MotoGP, just like in karting, no mirrors.
No mirrors. And
By design?
Yeah, well, by design. And also a big thing they stress during the briefings is, especially to new riders, just keep looking forward. And you said it yourself earlier. Yeah. Keep looking forward, and the more experienced riders will come around you.
Totally. I mean, even when we're coaching people in cars, we tell them, don't look in the mirrors. That's when you're going to miss your braking, turning, clipping points. Out on the grid, that was sensational for me because I've never done that before, obviously. And it's like, there's a palpable level of risk. 38 scooters honing down into the first corner at one time. I mean,
yeah, it's a bit of a mad dash, and like you say, there's an increased risk, and yeah, it's gonna. It does add. It adds to it all, and the thrill and the excitement of it all. Yeah.
That photographer, by the way, we're catching. That's the right way to dress on Coronation Day for the Coronation Cup.
I think the reason Iggy's wearing that outfit there is he races for Team Scooter Lab, is he was probably the first one to drop the bike either last night or today. So his forfeit is to ride around in that clown outfit today.
Got it.
With his levers underneath.
Got it. Mind you, I wouldn't criticise anyone dropping a bike out on that track, as slippery as it is. And I suppose the other thing as well is, I mean, these are not, how should we say, new engines. Like, look, here we go. They're bound to drop some fluids at some point.
Yeah, I mean, part of the scrutineering, all the drain plugs on the engines have to be wire locked,
right.
And obviously breathers either into bottles or out of the way. So the bikes are checked, and like I say, they shouldn't drop any fluid. But if they have a spill, the nature of the petrol and oil mix is probably going to leak out the top of the tank.
Dan, number 96, they're trying to restart on the track, and I'm guessing that you're a bit exhausted. That's a hard thing to do, and I'm looking on our comms tower. I can see some rain starting to come down again. It's not going to get any easier, Dan.
No, I mean, like you say, these riders are going to be getting tired, and obviously when you've got a full set of leathers on, bump starting a two-stroke ain't going to be easy. No,
and also looking at the lap times. I mean, we have a massive. See, the lap times dropped to 26. That's our leader. I mean, wow.
Yeah, his best lap time is 106. So 106.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to the last lap then. I mean,
if a bike's gone down, there's obviously been a yellow flag, so they'll have to slow down in those sections. Or he might have just had a bit of a wobble and knocked his confidence and thought, I'm going to rein it in a little bit here.
Okay, so scooter racing then, knee sliders? Knee sliders? Okay.
Yeah, you might not see much of it today, but in the dry especially, and certainly on some of the bigger tracks, the BSO, the guys are dragging a knee on circuit.
Okay, so someone watching who wants to get involved then, they could come with a completely stock scooter, would you suggest? Or
I think that's the beauty of the endurance. You don't particularly need a heavily tuned or modified bike. As long as it meets the class rules regarding the scrutineering, the aim of the game is just to stay out there and get the laps in and keep it upright. So I think that's what makes it accessible to a lot of people out there for their first taste of racing, especially scooter racing. You don't need a heavily tuned or expensive bike potentially.
Got it. So you could come here if you had something, if you built it for reliability and the riders didn't dump it. Shame for number 8 there. I mean, would you expect in that a mechanical probably?
I don't know. I mean, he's wheeling it. He looks all right. Hopefully it's hopefully it's something easy. I don't think. It doesn't look like he's hurt himself, so yeah, it might be a mechanical issue there, yeah.
Okay, and you prepare these bikes sometimes, Dan, so I mean, what would you be taking to? Would you be taking 5 pistons? But what you're going to need?
For a race like today...
Spark plugs?
Yeah, spark plugs, cables, get control cables, but for a race like today, in terms of setting the bike up, me personally, you want to set it on the slightly richer side, because you want it to last. You don't want to be changing pistons, you don't want to be changing engines during the race, because you're going to lose laps, and especially when the guys are lapping in just over a minute. Yeah. If you're spending half an hour changing an engine, that's 30 laps potentially behind.
Okay. Will the teams bring a spare engine?
Some teams, yeah. Some of the teams will bring a spare engine. Some of the teams have even got spare bikes. But I think there is a 20 or even 30 lap penalty.
I saw that.
Bringing your spare bike out. But if you've come to the effort of obviously paying to get here and just getting bikes ready, you just want to make the most of your day.
Dan, explain to people the etiquette. So, if you're a novice rider, are you told, just like in car racing, keep the line, the faster rider will find a way past you?
We always say, keep a line, keep looking forward, because the more experienced, faster rider will come past you. The minute you start being unpredictable, as you said yourself, looking behind you, not following a line or not braking correctly, that's when it gets dangerous, I think. Yeah,
and we can see from our hardy spectators, with 7.5 hours ahead of them, they need to pace themselves, don't they? Look, you can see that rain is starting to come down again now. So these are the trickiest conditions, especially if you're a novice.
Yeah.
somewhat hair-raising.
Yeah, and I think with the go-kart track there might be a bit of rubber out there, so a bit of rubber down on circuit, which will obviously, with the water.
Dan, we don't call them go-karts. Be warned. Otherwise, you know, have karting. It's really important there.
On the karting circuit,
yes,
I think you'll have a bit of rubber laid down as well, so that'll add to it, the trickiness.
You did this event, am I right in saying yourself?
Yeah, so I did the event here back in 2021 with a team of friends, local scooter riders to me.
Were you still friends at the end?
Yeah, we still all speak to each other. Yeah, although some of the riders are out with other teams now, but yeah, I mean we came second in our class, and
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Did it lead to a professional ride offers afterwards? Did you?
No,
you didn't.
No, we didn't have MotoGP teams queuing up to sign us, but. Me, from a builder's perspective, it was nice.
Check the boys down in the pits.
They're enjoying themselves, yeah. I think they're part of Foster 58, I think those boys are.
Well, they got a lot to celebrate then, so they're tussling for the lead at the front.
They're just behind Hornet Racing.
Now, that's a good-looking scooter, 15. Tell me about that, like with the Kenny Roberts speed block.
That's a Vespa small frame.
Yeah.
It's owned by, I think it's actually owned by Norrie Kerr, who's a bit of a famous scooter rider in the UK.
Right.
Yeah, and I think they're racing under the name Team Vespa, although I do think there's 2 Team Vespas out there today.
Got it. And that boy, whoever it is from the team, looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's hanging off the scooter, and he knows his way around a race circuit by the looks of it.
Yeah, and that's a really iconic colour scheme. Probably, you know, ideally should be on a Yamaha.
Yeah, with the speed blocks and that, like I say, they are Kenny Roberts, yeah.
But he absolutely does look like what he's doing. Now, here's the thing, like, because I'm really inspired to have a go at this. But my experience of scootering in the past, as I mentioned to you, is road scooters quite often feel really unstable. If you're a biker, like me, we're used to a big wheel. But you're telling me, Dan, you can get these things to handle pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, they often say if you can ride one of these fast, you can ride anything. And like you say, the 10-inch wheels do make it slightly unstable. But if the bikes are built correctly and the frames are straight to start with,
yeah,
and
that's a big if.
Yeah, well, a lot of repairers have frame jigs now, so. I mean, if I was building a race bike, the first thing I'd do is make sure the frame's straight. You don't want to ride something that's bent around a circuit. You want something that's nice and neutral and, balanced.
And say you were taking it really seriously, can you get new frames for these things? Or would it be classed as not original anymore?
There is, I believe you can buy aftermarket frames for the small frame Vespas by a company called Crimaz, but they're a bit of a space frame sort of thing, and they have a lot of fiberglass tubbing on them. But that's probably the closest you're going to get to a new frame at the moment, I think.
I was thinking of having one made in carbon fibre. If I go scooter racing, Dan, I'm going to need all the help I can get. So you want to have a word with the scrutineers. Now, I'm looking at our leaderboard. It's Hornet Racing all the way at the moment with 12 laps recorded. Foster 58 also on the same lap. And then we got Team Vespa in third. Sluke Racing fourth, but that's just changed. Also, Hornet Racing's gone up. So Hornet Racing and also Hornet Racing, is that like a fanboy team for Hornet Racing?
So the Hornet guys race on the national circuit as well, the BSSO.
By the way, just I've got to cut to that. Look, a man with his leg wrapped up. Is that out at Faller from earlier, do you think?
No, that guy's Ryan Clipston. He had a fall a few weeks ago at Mallory Park at the British Scooter, the BSSO, and I think he's broke his foot, I think.
It's a dangerous gig. I mean, these are brave men.
Yeah, he's...
But look, he's exposing his legs to the element. He must be hard. Is he from the north?
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure where he's from, but he's a pretty talented rider.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a very good rider. Yeah.
Okay, but that at the front there. So we're looking at Team Numpties at the back end of the grid in 39th with 2 laps. Yeah. And then right at the front end of the grid, we got people recording 13, and that's Hornet Racing all the way at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to get into the hundreds today, hopefully.
Okay.
But Hornet Racing, like I said, there's two teams. You've got the pro race class and the race. Oh, they're both in the pro race class this time.
Okay.
The machine that's number 6.
Yeah.
That's quite a fruity machine. A lot of carbon fibre. It's a very tuned.
Which one's that?
Number 6. So he's running in pole. Very tuned bike.
That's a trick machine, is it?
Yeah, very trick. Yeah.
Okay, that is a nice looking job, and I think the Dukes of Essex team. I mean.
Yeah, so I think that's John Balcom and co. So JB Tuning. Again, a lot of racing experience amongst them, and obviously very good backup owning a scooter shop and being a tuner.
Yeah. I think this is quite inspiring to see these machines out there, because there's a lot of history going on here, isn't there? As well as like there being competition machines, as I alluded to. I mean, this is the history of 50s, 60s, affordable motoring?
Yeah, I mean,
really,
I mean
50s, 60s?
some of the Lambrettas out there, especially, will be late 50s, early 60s. So there's some real, like I say, it's history really, and they're still racing mid 2000s now. So they're still out there and battling on.
Look at that, 3 of them into the S's. I mean, that's impressive stuff. You know, you really. But I guess if you're going for the win, you're going to have to take some risky lunges down the inside, aren't you, from time to time?
There's no reward without risk, as they say, I suppose. So
no, absolutely. And actually, the reality is, you know, if the novices are doing what they should be doing, staying online, presumably they know where the line is. Dan, what's that stripped down thing? Go on, tell me about that one, because
that's the Lambretta Louis.
Okay.
It was a moped really, designed for youngsters as old as 14. Back in the, I think it was the early 70s, to get around on really.
Oh, we've had looks like a faller to me. What do you think? Or is that a mechanic or a faller?
I'm not sure. It looks like Stuart Day for SRP. So
wow.
Let's see if he gets it going again.
Okay, tough speed.
Yeah.
And look, it's a family sport.
Yeah.
A couple of young potential scooter riders there.
I think that's the beauty of it. Everyone gets involved. There's families in the paddock, children. It's very welcoming. Like you said, it's that camaraderie, and it's really there. Yeah.
And I've got to say, since MotoGP all those years ago went 4-stroke, it's lovely to hear 2-strokes out on the racetrack, isn't it? I mean, that's the right sound for a racetrack.
Yeah, it's less and less now. Even like say MotoGP, and then obviously motocross circles, everyone's going down that 4-stroke route. Maybe it's emissions, I'm not sure, but nothing beats that smell and that sound of a 2-stroke.
So here's your man, as you promised, is having to pay the price for his indiscretion yesterday with a clown suit.
Yeah, and he looks like he's ready to go out probably next day, I imagine, with his
But even under that clown suit, I see that aerodynamic speed hump. He's looking for that last half a mile an hour down the straight.
Yeah, I think he's actually wearing one of the new RST airbag suits, in fact.
Airbag suit.
Like
actually, look at the slide number 2 had there. He's really winding all that torque trying to feed through the rear wheel on this greasy Whilton Mill track.
Yes. So I think if you come away from today, if this is your first race meeting, you'll be, with the conditions, you'll
I think just coming away from today will be
coming away the right side up and finishing the race.
Be an achievement. Well. Yeah. But again, for people who are maybe new to scooter racing now, I'm guessing these are like pre-mix in the tank, right? No oil pump.
Yeah.
Is that how it plays out?
A lot of them, you might get a couple of the Vespas still running on the auto loop, but most of them will be pre-mix, yes.
Because it's more controllable. It takes out, to explain to people from a technical point of view, what we're discussing is whether you mix, it's a 2-stroke, so you need to have oil in the fuel.
Oil in the fuel, yes.
And it's whether you have a pump injecting it from a tank,
yep.
or indeed, as we're just discussing, like we do with racing carts, you mix it beforehand.
Like I say, I think,
more reliable, probably.
I think most of these bikes will be running, like I say, they'll be pre-mix, probably 4% maybe, I'm not sure. Purely, like you say, reliable, and you know it's in there, don't you then? So.
Yeah, and you know you're getting a reliable supply of it.
Yeah.
Do they run Castrol R? Or not really? That's the iconic smell of Old Boys.
I don't think now. There's a lot of, like I say, fully synthetic oils out there now. Things like I think rock oil and butylene and all that sort of stuff. A lot of them are running fully synthetic race oils. Yeah.
Us old boys, Dan, we'd wear Castrol R as aftershave if we could get away with that. That's the iconic smell, definitely. And again, to set the scene for people, for our millions of viewers on YouTube, which undoubtedly will be on this epic 6th of May King's Coronation Day, to set the scene for it, if somebody's wearing an orange jacket, I'm guessing that's a novice bib, right?
Yeah, novice bib, yeah. So this could either be their first meeting or, like I say, they're early on in their, let's say, racing career. Yeah, scooter racing career, yeah. Like I say, I think it's important because it'll mean the more experienced riders will hopefully give those guys a bit more space when they pass, or just be a bit more patient with them and not put them off.
No, absolutely. And Dan, I'm noticing, and this is interesting, so some of the scooters have got 2 exhausts, yep. Expansion chambers. Some have got 1. So there's some singles and twins, right?
So there's a couple of Lambrettas out there that are running what's known as a Targa twin, so they're a 275cc reed valve engine. And they'll
reed valve?
Reed valve, yeah. Most of these bikes out here will be reed valve today. And what I know, one team's come from Germany, running the Targa twin, and SRP, they're running another one. And then you've got a few oddball scooters, let's say, like Motoroomies out there, which were twin cylinder from factory. And you don't see many of them on the road, let alone
Look,
on a race circuit.
There's Mike on camera. He said to me when I come in, he said, don't call them mopeds.
Yeah, don't call them mopeds.
I was never going to call them
It's
mopeds.
a scooter. Like we have with the go-kart and the carts.
You definitely don't do that. Mike looking nervous. And Keith, you know, looking natty, very funny guys. And I'm looking at that track at the moment. It's so inconsistent at the minute, isn't it? That the riders don't know as they come around what they're going to find.
Yeah, I mean, like we were watching earlier, that bottom corner, right near the start, looks quite tricky. It still looks very damp and greasy down there. Then you've got other areas that look, from the video or the camera, they look bone dry. And I think that could easily lead some of the new riders into a false sense of security.
What is, Dan, the engine, Teesside karting? And I was speaking to Kat up in the control tower. I mean, why? She's got a job and a half, as she was telling me, like race director, timing. The great thing about this, though, compared to karting, is you're not having to deal with, let's be frank, karting dads, scootering dads, because most of them, unfortunately, have probably passed into the next world by now, because this is an older age demographic. So I like the atmosphere. I mean, it seems like a very friendly sport.
Yeah, it is a friendly sport, and as you've mentioned earlier with the camaraderie, a lot of the experienced teams are really welcoming to the new teams, and they're always there to offer experience and tips and tricks, because building a race scooter is a bit different to building a road scooter. There's certain things you're going to want to do different, whether it's for reliability or safety aspects.
Okay, and you don't want it too pretty. That's the thing I love about racing machines is that you know, there's a beautiful, what did you call it, an L3? What was it you told me how it's parked outside?
Yes, it's a Series 3 Li.
Yes, so some beautiful, we got some beautiful scooters. Maybe we'll have a chance to have a look when we wander around the paddock here today. But for a race machine, the reality is if it's too pretty, you're not going to want to, you know, get stuck in as much. You don't want it too pretty.
Nah, you want to build it like with work. It being worked on in mind and practical. I mean, there's some really well-presented machines out there, but I think if you can edge towards fiberglass panels and graphics rather than paint, when you do bend it or scuff it, you're not going to be as hard.
I like the way you say when.
It's always a case of when. It's
inevitable, isn't it, in reality? So the other thing, again, looking at it from the outside, because as soon as I knew I was coming to do this, I got in touch with my team, Fabulous Track Pack, Enigma Motors. Look at him slide 6. That man knows his business. And I said to him, we've got to prepare a scooter for this. What can I get away with in terms of engines? I mean, can I stick a V12 in there, or is that not really on?
No.
Oh dear, we got one down. That's number 38. Rider looks okay.
Yeah.
Scooter maybe less so.
Yeah. It looks like maybe one of a Taft Speed bike, but or an SRP bike, let's say. Well, he's on his knees. He might have winded himself, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Engine-wise, I think if you look through the class rules, you have to use the engine that's original to that bike. There's no restriction on CC, really. It seems to be.
Really?
Yeah, I think, like I say, there's some of those.
So if I could find a 1 litre.
Wow, if you could fit one in.
Listen, Dan, I'm going to need all the help I can get. I mean, these guys are good and they're fast.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, those Targa twin bikes, they're 275 cc, so yeah.
Keith just joined us. Can you give me a headset just for a second? So,
hello.
Keith, that was one of the most exciting things. Thanks for coming into the comms tower. I've been out on the start of the grid, though. I was really caught up with the atmosphere. I mean, it's the Le Mans start. It's fantastic, chaotic, shambolic, dangerous, and highly entertaining. This should be a spectator sport, a massive spectator. I mean, apart from our millions of, obviously, YouTube viewers, we ought to have packed grandstands here for that. I've rarely seen anything quite like that. Now, what's going on here? So we've had a scooter down. I'm presuming there'll be like yellow flags out.
They're all going slow, so it might be a full course yellow for something.
Okay, full course yellow. And the rider looked okay. Maybe the scooter less so. Would that be repairable? I mean, it's a long race. Would the team be able to bend that back into shape, kids?
Most of them they can fix, but it's obviously they can also be destroyed. So. Right,
both rider and scooter.
Yeah.
And Dan was telling me there's somebody sitting upstairs who's a pretty handy rider with his leg all bandaged up.
Yeah.
Who's that? One of he was going well at Mallory. Did he have
yeah, I'm not certain of his name because I'm not actively involved with the BSSO at the moment.
Okay.
But, yeah, no, he broke some. I was chatting to him, and he broke a couple of bones in his ankle, and it's all been pinned up.
God, he's a hard man. It's just like MotoGP.
But what I like was I asked him, how long before you're fixed? I'll be ready for Dali. it wasn't 6 weeks or anything like that. I'll be ready. I mean, he's got a racing head, like a bit like the stupid head I've got on my shoulders. And it's
well, you know what? That is the racing mentality. Hard man, isn't it? Is he a northerner?
I'm not certain.
Yeah,
I didn't pick up on his accent, but I'm not very good with accents either.
No.
Not unless they're French or something like that. I noticed those ones.
No, that flagging, by the way, the start, you know, we might get a replay of that on the feed later, but I saw you twitch the flag to see if you could stimulate some jump starts, and I presume you're that kind of, you know, a series organiser who would love to penalise a few people for taking an unfair advantage.
Oh no, I just make them wander back. Trouble is, like, you can't let them go too far, otherwise they all join in. That's why I twitch with my body and not the flag.
I saw that. It was strategic, and it got some of them going. And then the problem is, the rest of them think, well, if he's going, I'm going.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a high-risk strategy.
Because when we used to do, like, we haven't done it with this series, but the series racings I've been in before, when it was a flag start, if you're near the front, when you're ready, you can go. If you think the chap's, because what he'll do is you see people moving and he'll drop the flag and you can get the jump. Yeah. Well, I used to be able to. That's actually telling my old nasty tactics, but
yeah, you've become you're a poacher turned gamekeeper, really, aren't you? Is the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
I thought actually that running across the track was quite risky, because some of the riders, I'm going to say, don't look to me, Keith, like they've spent hours in the gym prepping for this. Some of them look like they've spent more time at Greg's.
Yeah. Actually, I did suggest to somebody, I said, when I was wondering about, I said, I think we're going to make you run the whole way around the track to get your scooter. And he said, you're going to need more than 2 paramedics.
Yeah, I did think that, to look at it, and a couple of oxygen tents probably. But that's the great thing. And presumably some of those guys who've invested a bit of time in developing all the excess, shall we say, baggage around the waist, they might have a traction advantage in these conditions.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally agree. It's, there's times when things like that can help, without a doubt.
And Keith, I'm trying to work out, being the competitive type, like for when I make my endurance scooter debut, which, having seen this, you can't be too far away with my team. I'm trying to persuade our team to come. We've got a few bikers around us. I'm trying to work out what would be a great start point to be even remotely competitive, apart from talented riders, obviously, which rules us out.
The very first meeting we ever ran, there was, like in this meet, there were some very, very quick bikes. But at the end of the day, the first 3 scooters home were on an AF Rayspeed RB20 kit. There's a production class in the BSSO.
Okay, and that's looking down. Is that PRC production class?
No,
PRC.
No, not in that sense. But there are production scooters probably out there. But they're ultra reliable. So if
Dan was saying this to me. So it's not just about, it's like a hare and a tortoise gig, isn't it?
Exactly.
You can go flat out and sprint away at the start, but I mean, at the end of the day, this is a tiny little piston whipping up and down. Oh yeah. Something which is potentially. I know the piston isn't, but the engines could be how many years old? 50.
Yeah, but most of these they've been well sorted in that area, but there's still bits in there that are 50 years old, or some of them.
The riders.
It is, I mean,
and us.
When we very first started, we had different arrangement, and I had some forms, and I thought, we'll have an old boys cup or something like that.
And that was all old boys,
and
though, isn't it?
So I dropped that idea straight away.
You should have super old boys. If they've had the telegram from the king.
Yeah, there is there's 70 plus people, like age-wise, out on track.
So you mean there's people who are 70 years old?
Yeah.
I should hope so.
Yeah.
They're just mere whippersnappers. Really. I mean, and there's also some people who've got a bit of form. I'm looking at number 71 now. Looks like he knows what. I mean, it could be an illusion.
They've come along, and they've got some good riders.
Yeah.
And
Who is that team?
Team Sluck.
Sluck, yes.
He's also one of our, Scooter Lab UK.
Scooter Lab UK.
Or they were up on the screen in the corner just then.
Scooter Lab, yes, Dan's got it on his.
But they've sussed how to win races.
Right, got it.
And even though they're quick, they're also sensible. But
strategic,
cunning. They've worked. If you watch later on when they're filming, you watch some of the refueling strategies of some of the teams.
Funnily enough, I think that's the one I focused on the grid walk. Like when I went down the grid, because that looks like You know how a bomber that just come back from, bombing Germany would have looked in the war? It's like battle-scarred.
Actually, that is...
It's got that kind of shabby chic look that lends you to think this might actually be a sleeper.
Yeah, it's actually known, the bike is known as Underdog.
Yeah.
And it's been around a long time, and the owner of it, because it's also it's an SS90, which is a very valuable scooter.
Is it?
In terms, if that was in street, what, 10 grand?
Wow. Okay.
But
look, he's hurling it around like money was no object. He's not slowing him down. He's not respecting its classic chops. And is that on the back of it? Yeah, forgive my ignorance. Is that the petrol tank on the back? Where's the tank on that?
The mown one's underneath, right under his bum, where he's sitting. Because,
dangerous, tricky.
Yeah, but I think they might have modified that and made that into...
I thought it looked like there's a filler on the back.
Yeah, they've increased because it hasn't got a massive tank normally.
No. So are you sure he hasn't done something tricky running 2 tanks that you don't know about, so he doesn't have to do as many refuel stops? Or are you allowed?
You're allowed to. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, it was number 6 that was running. He's got a massive fuel tank up the front.
Keith, what's going on here? This is a pit stop.
That's a pit stop.
But they're not seem to be in any great rush.
No.
Why not?
That's what I was just about to say. If you look at some of the pit strategy, some people have not sussed that when you're ambling down the pit lane and like this.
Let me cut across you there. What was that green thing?
That's a Louis.
I like those Louis, man.
A Lambretta Louis.
That's got some chops. That's a good-looking thing. Yeah. It's like me. It's built lean for performance.
You make yourself look bigger on little bikes, though. I saw that picture.
A cameraman's picked it up. Look at that. I mean, and the expansion chamber, the aero's good on that. Look, and he's weeding his way in and out of some of the bigger scooters.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That in these conditions, if it's got the right tyres on, it's probably a very good scooter to be on.
Is that right? Dan's nodding as well.
Yeah, it's...
My expert team.
Yeah, it's horses for courses, and it's... I mean, I saw one of the teams earlier, and one of the front teams throw it down the road. I just thought a little bit too much enthusiasm. You've got to...
You can never have too much enthusiasm, especially on a wet day at Whilton Mill.
Oh, look, there's one there.
Oh, no.
Where's he done that there?
I don't know, but sometimes, like, the riders just... For a while, they sit and look at it, don't they? They'd like I suppose when you're in an 8-hour endurance, you can afford to have a little cry, probably at the scene of the accident. But I think one of those, I'm just trying to work out what I'm going to put on my, wish list for building a dream scooter. So Solid Air, you were talking about those guys earlier. Dan was talking about
that. That goes all over Europe.
So that's his daily transport. That's what he goes to work on that Solid Air, and now it's hit the deck at Whilton Mill.
Done something.
We look like we're going pit. I'm getting the thumbs up. We might be heading out to the pits. Are we heading out to the pits soon, or 5 minutes? Perfect. Well, folks, just to let you know, if you're watching the live stream, we will be leaving the comms tower, the safety of the comms tower, where we're all hiding at the moment, and heading out now. That's a very cautious approach. Just for a second there, I thought my cameraman had gone slow-mo. So some of the teams here are obviously treating the conditions with respect on the basis that if the other 38 riders fall off, they'll win the event outright, the Coronation Cup.
There's definitely tortoise and hare.
Yeah.
But obviously if the hares keep going, they win. But from experience, that's not always the case.
No, and look at this fine piece of camera work. Did you note the panning there from our expert team?
Yeah.
Oh, no! Down right in the middle of the track. Not too much sense of urgency from the rider. Personally, I'll be running away. Again? Oh, no, it looks like could this be a multi-scooter pileup? 2 scooters fighting for the same piece. What is that, Keith? It's gone down there. Tell me about what.
2 Lambrettas.
2 Lambrettas.
One of them's the odd mod squad, and 21 is it? I'm not certain who that one is.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
But the riders still discussing it, checking each other's okay. We like to see that sort of camaraderie. If that was Formula 1, they'd be slapping each other with their handbags.
That doesn't float my boat, Formula 1, I must admit.
Well, it's lost this sense of, this has got a sense of danger about it that F1 probably feels like it doesn't have. Number 54 is taking a bit more time. Number 21 desperate to get back in the race. I think that's the bit that impresses me. I mean, it is 8 hours, but the riders... I would have imagined they'd be desperately back on the bike again, whereas actually it's quite a relaxed approach to getting back on up.
Yeah, it's Different. I mean, same sort of thing. I mean, that's why in the rider briefing, I say to people, if you come off, try and think about where you're on the track and get out of the way for other people. But I think in the heat of the moment, any of that chat goes completely out the window.
For sure, for sure. I mean, the truth is, as we all know, like a rider's briefing before a track day and everything, if they can remember one thing, another one down there, that's a good-looking scooter as well.
That's TAS.
That's TAS, is it?
Yeah.
Now
that's
interesting.
one of our sponsors.
Is it? Interesting, I noticed the front brake lock there, as he's pushing it forward, he's also got the brake on, thus proving that he's not running an ABS system you didn't know about.
Quite a few of these, actually, will have anti-dive on them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's because the suspension, particularly on the Lambretta, is very limited.
Right.
And if you're braking hard into a hairpin, without the anti-dive, it'll be banging on the stops. So if there's a lump in the road, you haven't got any suspension left.
You've been mono-wheeling it effectively.
But the anti-dive, actually, you've still got all your suspension. So if there's bumps, it can. I think some people don't like the feel of it because the front doesn't dive. Yeah. Whereas I think it's great. I think it's one of the best things they've got out there. I think
BMW ran that on the road bikes actually, and it made them feel a bit odd on some occasions. But still, as we've seen throughout so far, Hornet Racing dominating at the moment. Only 2 teams recording 30 laps. That's Hornet Racing and Foster at 58. Oh. Also Hornet Racing. I talked to Dan. That's a bad place to stop.
Is that the same?
Is it? The same guy's come off. Maybe he was a bit shell-shocked, dazed after his previous fall. Or maybe I'm looking at my the windows to see if it started raining again. Not especially. Maybe span up the rear coming through the corner.
Those bumps on the exit of that corner.
Shocking.
Harsh. It was like I went through it yesterday when we were doing the karting, and Mike did it. It was like going through a washing machine. Yeah. Just full of water as well. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, it's maximum entertainment.
Shake and dry at the same time.
Value for the spectators. So we're well into this, but I would have to ask you, fitness. You know, we discussed that on the start line. I mean, some of these riders, surely, after a few hours on the seat, they're going to tire.
Yeah, no, there's...
the old boys. They're not in the first flush of youth.
No, I mean, the whole of this series comes about that I was...
I'm picking up the pit lane. We're going down there in a second to check these guys out.
Yeah, the reason we're doing this is I was involved in the Scootopia race team going into Europe. We've done Magny-Cours, which is not the proper Mag. There's another test track there, which is still a superb track. Yeah. And sitting in the back of the van going to them, I'm going, why are we not doing this in the UK? And they went, the ACU, and there was various things. And but I don't believe what people tell me.
No, I don't
sometimes
either. Especially not politicians.
Yes, I know. And I'll go and check it out myself, and I checked it out and found you could do it. And this is why we've got here. I think this is our 8th meeting, and it's. But going back to the fitness thing you were saying about when we first doing it, we were changing at half hours.
Right.
And but you just
mandatory change at half hour?
No, we were just changing at half hour. Then we realised you could do an hour. Then the first person that done an hour, but then everybody started doing it, and in our team. But then we had we'd done a heat wave in France. Yeah. And it was 40 degrees, and we were still doing hours. I must admit, we did have paddling pools. We'd found water. We bought some blow-up paddling pools, and we were sitting. I was actually with my undergarments sat in the paddling pool before I put my leathers on.
That would have been a sight to see, don't you think, Dan?
Yeah, that's
Keith with his undergarments. Well, listen, you won't be doing that. You won't be needing to do that here at Whilton Mill today. I mean, it's the 6th of May, but it could be the 6th of March, frankly. On this Coronation Cup race day, I mean, what an epic day to be racing.
They poached our date.
Well, to be fair, we've hammered their viewing, I've heard, because they've lost a load of viewers to our YouTube channel.
There's something more interesting out there. I'm not.
Listen, as I mentioned on my posts, right, I coached the young princes. They came to Silverstone, and funnily enough, it was William's stag party. Yeah. We hosted that at Silverstone. They were rapid on the Ducati 1098s as we had then, and actually. Prince Harry rode from Clarence House to Silverstone on his 1098 with his security guy, the two of them. And when I did the I remember him telling me what time he left Clarence House and what time he arrived at Silverstone. I did the calculations, and he had to have come up the M1 at like 105 miles an hour. But no one's going to stop those number plates, H1, you know. But the reality is, I'm certain if it hadn't been for the coronation, we could have persuaded those two princes would have put an entry in for this if they'd known it was on. There's no question. So 72 in the pits now. Right, fueling stop, Keith. Tell me about this. So this is the premix that Dan and I were discussing. That's a lot of oil. What ratio are they going to be? Is the oil?
Most of them will probably run around about 25 to 1.
Really?
Yeah.
So in carts we're running 40 to 1. Yeah. So I guess that reflects the older engines.
Yeah, and I think it reflects the err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to run my scooter at 40 to 1. Everyone, you can't do, and it was never an issue.
Yeah.
But I just do. I use a little cup with leads. I just put 2 of them in.
But I guess on the track compared to the road, you've got that throttle wound open so much more of the time, haven't you? You need to have the cooling that the oil will give you.
See, this is where this track's quite good, because it's not like Snetterton or something like that. You haven't got whacking great long straights.
Well, do you race scooters on the full circuit at Snap?
We have done, yeah.
Have you really? That must be.
Yeah.
Oh, dear, did another one down, but that must be a long.
Number 11, I think.
A long. Rider looks a bit confused, actually.
Yeah.
Obviously, the scooter's harder. What is a scooter, Keith, weighing in at? Ish.
I don't really know. Don't know. About 150 kilos, I would have thought.
Is that?
Yeah.
About the same as the riders.
Yeah, yeah.
Most cases then. So we're back into the pits now, having a look at the pit. A centre stand still on the bike by the look of it.
Well, you see, one of the rules in fueling, you have to put it on a stand. So some people, it's the easiest stand you can have, the one that's fitted. Because if you going back to watching people's pit strategy, someone even haven't sussed out a good stand, and they'll be there bucking around for ages, and you think that's half a lap, that's a lap.
Wasted, yeah.
You're wasted, and it's you don't. You got to think about the whole. It's a complete game, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, and absolutely right. It's no point stealing increments of time on the track and then giving away, you know, half a minute here and there.
And it's without a doubt, with the conditions today, that's max. It's a real balance of knowing when to push and when not to push. You get the balance right and you'll win.
Yeah. But how many? What's the optimum number of riders? Is there a minimum, Keith, and a maximum?
Minimum of 3.
Yeah.
And I believe on these 8 hours we allow up to 6 if you want them.
Got it. Is it better to have 3 great riders who are fit than 6? On the basis would they be quicker? What's the best strategy?
Well, if they're doing 1 hour turns, I suppose if you've got 6, you're going to get less time on track. It's the same sort of thing. It depends, but then 3 people might wear out. Particularly like this, it's quite hard work, Whilton. There's no chance to relax.
No, I know. Remember, I spent half my time banging around here on a Rotax cart and coaching here. Yeah, that's the beauty of it.
Because when I spoke to Dan when originally we wandered around it, and I said the only thing wrong with this is you need to go up in the trees up near Christmas tree and put a longer straight, give people a rest. Maybe I know because carts.
Keith, that's your age talking.
Yeah,
so the youngsters. If you got, I'll tell you what. If you got a team of if you had a team of scooter riders in their sort of teens and 20s, wow, they just us old boys would have a terrible job containing them, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree, but that's the only thing disadvantage slightly with scooters. There's not the young blood's not there. They jump straight into cars, and
we need to bring them in.
Yeah.
If I don't think half the people even know this really they could do this or this exists. Because in the classic car racing world, that I'm involved in classic sports car racing, GTs and Formula Fords. Actually, we've got a good influx now of youngsters coming in, and they love it. Involved in the classic scene. I think you need to just get them into this, and I think if it's awareness, isn't it really? Because it's fantastic.
It's like there is a massive road scooter scene as well. I mean, quite a few of the people that are out there today go to rallies and things other weekends, but a lot of these people now are riding the modern bikes, which are automatics, which we haven't catered for. Whether we
have a class,
whether we'd go that road or not, I don't know. Yeah, it's a difficult one because in Europe they have the same as us. They only have classic style scooters, whereas there is an opening for automatics. But whether a lot of the people that do it would be really interested, I don't know.
I'd say the other thing as well is there's something glorious about hearing 38 two-stroke engines fire up. I'm going to hand my headset actually to Dan because I'm going walkabout. Dan, here you go. You take over the commentary duties.
Cheers, Steve. Yeah, Steve's going out for a walk around the track now on the camera. So we're not far off an hour into the race now, and the Hornet Racing still seems to be lead on 37 laps, followed by Foster 58 and Scooter Lab.
Yeah, it's all unfolding, and 347 are leading. They've moved up to road class, which they'll probably be quite pleased with. The game here is, without a doubt, today with the conditions, is staying on board, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, and like you say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Keeping it upright and finishing is the first task you're going to have, and going all out in the first hour could cost you dearly.
Oh.
Who's that?
Oh, blimey.
We're 27.
They do it in pairs.
He's come off a couple of times now, number 27.
I don't mind coming off as long as they don't hurt themselves.
Yeah. Like you say, you want to give the paramedics a boring day today, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, that's 333. I can't say their name.
New to Twig.
Yeah.
Hard.
New to Twigard or something. There's that and the Irish lads, which I can never pronounce them, who are actually the two that have come up from club are leading road class, which is quite impressive. Yeah, number of 347's leading. No, number 347 and number 12 in second place, which is quite impressive.
Yeah. But like you said earlier, a lot of these teams here, this isn't their first rodeo. They've done this endurance a few times. So, like you were saying with the fueling and the pit lane, they've got tactics and they know where they can save time as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's. I mean, it's the same thing that kart race I done last night. It was. And over to Steve.
I'm heading down into the pit lane. I've got to tell you, outside the weather is not getting any better. It's about as tricky as it could be with showers of rains. The riders are now starting to come in for their fueling stops, and we get a chance here to catch up with some of them. So let's wander down the pits. Right, let's start here. This is a logical place to start. I'm told you're being forced to wear the clown suit for your indiscretion of being the first person to dump it yesterday.
Yeah, it's not by choice, that's for sure. Our team has a thing, so the first one to crash it has to wear it until the next one crashes. So
you're hoping to get rid of this. Well, you don't want a teammate to crash, but you wouldn't mind getting rid of the clown suit.
As long as we keep going, that's the main thing. So. Yeah.
Okay, what about these track conditions? I just mentioned that it won't dry up. It keeps spitting with rain for this Coronation Cup. That track has got to be damn tricky.
It's worse in this sort of conditions rather than proper rain, because you're sort of in between, you're on wet tyres but it's not proper wet, and you could do intermediates really, but we sort of just have to carry on.
So tell us your name. Iggy.
Yeah,
Iggy. Okay, so what's your strategy for your session? I mean, how long are you ideally going to do?
We'll do our session unless one of us is tired or something and we're signalled to come in. That's the plan. Fuel stop an hour.
Hour around Whilton Mill. Iggy, that would seem to me, like, especially in these conditions, you know, you're not going to be in the best condition after an hour around here. It's cramping, starting to get a little bit tired out.
Especially in these conditions, yeah, because it's a bit harder. You're sort of mentally having to concentrate a lot more than you would in the dry. So yeah, it is quite a long session, but.
Got it. And tell us about tyre choice for these conditions as well. What are you running with?
We're running Mitas rain tyres in the wet, Mitas dries if it's dry, which we'll swap if we need to, but I don't think we will have to today.
Iggy, for our viewers, tell us, how long will that take to do a tyre stop? Give us an idea what you lose in terms of laps.
For us, you have to take the exhaust off. We do both tyres both wheels at the same time, and probably 4 minutes, something like that. So it's 4 laps.
Could you stay out on wets if you had to, or would you shred them during the race?
You'd certainly shred them if it dried up properly, yeah. You could stay out for a bit, but couldn't say I wouldn't risk it for long.
That's Iggy, ladies and gentlemen, wearing the clown suit because he was the first man to dump it, and his team manager's calling him over. And I see a young man over here. Hey, how you doing, dude? Hey.
With the Triumph.
Yes.
Now.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you with your gear on. You're all taped up here. What's this, to hold the gut in?
Well, no, a little split on the zip. Didn't want to take no chances because it all popped open, so the gaffer taped opening on the race fit levers.
Give us your name.
Danny Cross.
Danny, that's right. I remember it. Yeah, from the Facebook post. Danny, these conditions. I was just talking to one of the other riders.
I'm the only one that hasn't come off yet, so hopefully it'll stay that way.
Okay, and can you get some fast lappery done? Do you think you can do something good for the team during your stint?
You get down to on a dry lap, about 1:03, but today I think our best was about 1:11, so on the wet conditions.
Particularly that corner over there, we saw a lot of riders falling off in qualifying.
Braking too early, probably putting the brakes on.
Ah, so...
Don't put the brake on.
Stay off the front brake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go down through the gears, engine brake.
Danny, you look like you know what you're doing. It could be an illusion, but you be safe out there, and we'll come and talk to you later. Obviously, that young man has been put some time in at the gym. He's looking race fit to me. He don't look any stressed. But over here, folks, let's have a good look at a fueling stop for the team. So, how's it going so far?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so how many fueling stops in an 8-hour endurance race are you probably going to have to make?
Probably 6. Yeah, probably 6.
Okay, and we're watching this very technical business. You can see, just team leaders there, is he? Just like F1. I mean, I see really sophisticated refueling gear.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, we got better, but yeah, we're using that for the moment.
Sponsored by Atoms here. We're looking at this Indy race team. What a number 70, folks. Pick that up. Watch it out on the track. And let's just have a look and see if we can see the riders just coming in. Come and talk to me, young man, over here. Yeah, very good. I'm looking. Seems like, I mean, you've done a fueling stop, but are you in for something else?
Yeah, we had to swap the scooters because our other scooter's knackered.
Is that a technical term? The other scooter's knackered?
This hasn't been out yet. We had to swap the wheels over, and it's, yeah.
Okay, so...
It's been a rush around morning.
Rush around morning. So why are you scooter swapping? Because I heard in the driver's briefing that's going to cost you a load of laps, right?
Yes, 30 laps, I think, yeah. 30 laps.
Draconian penalty. So you wouldn't be doing that if you didn't have to. What happened to the original scooter?
Someone fell off it.
Someone fell off it or something fell.
Someone fell off it and the manifold split. So
manifold split, and it would have taken too long to change the manifold.
Bit about it, yeah, too long.
There you see, folks, that this is the trials and tribulations of World Championship standard scooter racing. Manifold came off, and you can see their team are in the pits now. That's going to cost them 30 laps. Going to be very hard for them to fight their way back into contention. Pit lane is a busy place, a dangerous place. I'm just going to catch up one other rider over here. Barry Sheen's the icon, young man. I can see that. But Whilton Mill, are you looking forward to your stint?
Yeah, I mean, we are. I mean, obviously, conditions aren't what are ideal. But, you know, I think the main thing is keep it on 2 wheels, right? Because obviously it's an 8-hour race, not go silly. Just build yourself into the race, really. That's the idea. So, fingers crossed.
For our millions of YouTube viewers, tell us your name.
David Steele.
David Steele. How long have you been scooter racing for, David?
Well, I started in the early 90s.
Bloody hell, you're as old as me.
Yeah. Early 90s with what was called Leicestershire Lambretta race team, and then moved to Team Vespa with Norrie Kerr in the sort of mid-90ish period. Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm absolutely smitten by everything I'm seeing here, the excitement of that start, the Le Mans start. But if you were to sum up for someone watching you who's thinking of getting involved, why scooter race? I mean, tell us what is so appealing about this.
Well, it's affordable. I think that's the first thing. You know, motorbike racing can be really expensive. Everybody clubs in together and helps. I think there's a lot of people out there that will help anybody new coming into the sport understand and get involved and get engaged with it. It's just good fun. You know, it's just good people to be around.
Good, serious fun, though, I'd say. Because, I mean, some of these guys are pretty handy riders looking at them, and the teams are taking it seriously.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, look, when you're out there, the red mist descends and, you know, you want to win. I mean, that's the whole thing. Everybody's competitive. but in a good way. I mean, you won't see anybody taking really silly chances today. And generally, you know, I've got a lot of trust in all the guys out there. That's the main thing. You can trust the people out there. There's no daft riders.
So a novice should have a look at this. If you enjoy riding a scooter on the road or a motorbike, this would be a great thing to do with your mates.
Try it, absolutely. That's how I first started. Did all the rallies in the 80s and then realised I needed to do something different. This reinvigorated my passion for scooters, totally, 100%.
Top man, and a great choice of jacket. Good luck. We'll be keeping an eye on you. So as you can see, folks, I mean, it is all action down, refueling over here, pits over here. We've seen fallers, we've seen scooter changes, we've got enthusiastic spectators, we've got people up in the galleries, and wow, Whilton Mill really comes to life for this Coronation Cup to celebrate King Charles and his coronation. So Steve Deeks, I'm heading back to, getting a bit rainy out, I'm heading back to my commentary booth.
Right. Well, back in the control tower now. I think Steve will be making his way back from the pit lane walk.
Release me from my headphones. No, it's good. Oh,
Privateer racing, yeah.
Actually, we should have a crash count trophy. Trouble is, it's 2 minute account. I've only got 10 fingers.
Yeah, I think you use those hands both times, multiple times now.
But no, it's good, but it's a learning curve. When the very first meeting we ever done at Teesside, we had very heavy rain a couple of times, and by about the third session of heavy rain, you could realise that people had sussed, well, you need to slow down when it's wet. When it first wet, you could see these accidents going to happen because they were just so enthusiastic.
Yeah, they were. And I think with the kart circuits, as we were saying earlier, with a bit of rubber laid down as well, it's like an ice rink out there. And if once you get familiar with it, I think you'll be a bit steady with the throttle.
Yeah, I think that one at the top is called Christmas Tree. I think when I was here last night doing the karts, when I was going up there charging, I wasn't braking on the left. I was going right up the middle because I thought that's not where they normally brake.
Stay off the line. Yeah.
Try as much as possible. When we were doing the national circuit, a little bit that came down, that was just, well, the kart just done what it liked. But it was good. It was good fun. So I mean, I got a trophy. I got second place by not spinning in the final. Just take it steady, a reasonable grid position, and stay there. And
like you said earlier, the slow and steady could win the race.
Yeah. No, I'm fine, thank you.
And I think, like we were saying before we came back on the mark, I think that's the beauty of the endurance. You don't need the most powerful scooter out there to stand a chance, but you just need something reliable that can keep going. And the lesser power scooter is going to use less fuel, so it'll all come into play.
Yeah, people have moted to us, why don't you have a standard class where the engines are completely standard? Yeah, it's a great idea, but we're not into policing what's going on.
Looks like the German teams, the Targa Twin. Oh, it looks like they damaged the headset as well.
Yeah. Is that the young lady?
Yeah, I think that's Yo Lila. Yeah, I met her out in Italy a few months ago at a parts fair. She's very enthusiastic.
Yeah. It's unless he's got it on his lens. Oh yeah, no, it's raining again. Great British weather. Can't rely. Well, you can rely on it. I suppose it depends which way you look at it.
I did look at the weather and I thought, I'm going to ride down on Saturday morning. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to go down in the van just in case.
Yeah, looking on the weather thing, like an app. There was a quite healthy looking cloud passing over, and it was around for a while. I was hoping it was going to stay in London actually, but obviously
it would have been nice for us, but not so nice for them enjoying the coronation down there. But
I take my hats off to these people that have been there for a couple of days camping.
Yeah.
What do they do with all their camping stuff when all the crowds turn up? I just, you know, these odd things, and I think, where do you put all that stuff?
Yeah.
Unless they've got a car park somewhere or something like that, and they go and stash it.
A car parked, or maybe it's disposable, so to speak, and straight in the nearest wheelie bin.
Yeah, a bit like festivals.
Yeah, a bit like your festival stuff.
That's unreal at festivals, isn't it? How much they get left behind.
Yeah. So we've just done the first hour now, and Hornet Racing still in the lead with 47 laps, followed by Foster 58. So all the teams within the next 5 minutes should have had at least one rider change.
Yeah. Yes, because we do have a penalty if we allow a maximum riding time for one person at 65 minutes, and there is a penalty for that, which you have to do it, otherwise but it's sometimes when people get in the groove of riding, I've seen many people jumping up and down frantically trying to get somebody to come in, and they just don't see their pit bulls. They forget where they are, and it's frustrating for the people in the pits when the rider's not taking any notice.
I think I remember Teesside, I think it was 2020, I think, when we had the closed event during the COVID, I remember, I think it was John the Greek, he'd done his riding time, but he just was oblivious to the pit bull. He was flying around on that small frame.
Yeah, I can understand. This is trouble is there's most of the pits, the situation where you can wave isn't in the eyesight of where you're going.
Yeah.
Because if you're any good, you're thinking about the next corner and looking at the next corner. But it is difficult.
And like you say, a lot of the riders won't have any means of timing on the scooters or watches or anything like that. They will be purely focused, as Keith said, on the next corner and the position on the track.
When we were in Europe, we actually we had sort of like tapping on the top of the crash helmet if you needed to come in for something. And so like you'd ride past, I can't see, but literally bang the top of your crash helmet. But I discovered from that somebody, because I adjusted my visor in that situation,
in that zone,
he thought I was banging the crash helmet, and they brought me in, and I said, "Well, you wanted to come in?" I said, "No, I definitely wasn't wanting to come in." It was right near the end, and it was scheduled for me to ride to the flag.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said with the endurance and the tactics, and like you say, the refuelling stops, and how a lot of the riders now seem to be keeping stands on the bikes just to save time, and it's not all about being the fastest out there. A lot of the teams now have cottoned on that when the bikes come in, it pays to have someone there to meet the rider who's probably exhausted, to take the bike off him and wheel it round.
Oh yeah, no, sometimes actually you see some people when somebody goes out for their hour, they'll think, "Oh, we're going to have a cup of tea," and all the team go and have a cup of tea or something like that.
Yeah.
And then while they're having a cup of tea, he comes into the pits and he's standing there going,
"It's just they're clueless, like there's no one here to meet me."
Yeah, and I think that's a part of the team thing. This is where it's not just the riders. You've got some pit crew, but you can bring other people with people. You're basically being watchers. Yeah. Somebody that is watching what's going on and can tell people, you need to go. He wants to come in if they've sussed out a way of telling people.
It's nice, as I say, as these events have unfolded, and what you say, we're on the 8th event now, are we? Or
yes. Yeah.
I think people are really taking it serious, and it's great to see even the teams that started a couple of years ago, they're really well established now.
Yeah. No, I mean, a perfect example, the team that are still leading IDK 347, that are leading road class. They started, and their first meeting, there was a great lot of banter about their lever usage. I mean, they went through more levers than people had in their boxes, I think. And there was like, it went on for ages about levers. But they have developed their skills and their riding, and they ended up as champion last year. They won the championship in club class, and they're now moved up, and they are actually leading road class.
They're actually on the camera now, on the grey and orange scooter, and you can see now the guy certainly knows his way around the racetrack now, and he's clipping his apexes and
and keeping it sensible. I'm impressed. They're to me a perfect example of. I mean, complete amateurs that never done anything like this before, and they run a very, very good bike. And I know they've had a bit of help from, it's on their side panels who they've had help from, but they're amply kind of, I can tell them to keep the bike upright on red panels. Yeah. But that's it. They get a bit of help and they bought some spares, but it's great. It's the way it should be.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that, like you say, a lot of scooter shops and repairers have jumped on board supporting teams. And like you were saying in the briefing earlier, you've got without sponsorship for the event, I mean, it'd probably be hard to put it on.
No.
And,
I mean, the very first meeting in 2019, once I realised that this was a possible doable idea, I then thought, well, how are we going to do this? So I thought, well, I need a certain
asked, and a load of people said, "Oh yeah, we're interested, we're interested," but we actually went into it with absolutely no money, and it was actually my bank account would have supported, but people have said to me after, if you'd been short, we'd have found the money. But we got, once it was told like we were going to Teesside and we would do this in Teesside, I can't remember them all, but there was 4 or 5 clubs up in the Teesside area that all put some money in an envelope and gave it to me, and that got us to the second meeting. That's talking about 347, and he's taking
unusual
calls
I
there.
think he missed his breaking point, and instead of trying to throw it in, he just stepped it up, which is probably the safer option.
Yeah. To be honest, that's even that. I mean, like grass, you go on the grass, you don't touch it, just roll the throttle off if you want to, but just don't. A brake is a complete and utter no-no. And I mean, we've got a few more sponsors on board. I mean, but we also try to help with the live feed. Because it is an expensive item, but I think it's well, if you look,
team, that's privateer racing gone down by the looks of it.
But yeah, that is an expensive. But it's just, I mean, as I was saying, that the meetings we've had, the 4 we've had over 40,000 views.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage they provide as well. It's I was joking aside, but it's up there with some of the best coverage from like the BSB and stuff. I mean, we've got multiple cameras and obviously some great commentators. And that.
I was thinking that the commentators were the best bit, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a last-minute thing for me when Marky gave me a text message to jump on board the other day. But
thank you.
It's good.
Yeah, and
thanks, Steve.
And Steve, he's actually worth his weight in gold.
Oh, of course he is. Yeah, he's a professional.
But it's great. Living great clouds.
It can be really tricky out there.
Can they change the background and make that look blue? Yeah, make all the grey blue.
Photoshop. There's a Iggy bar looks of it.
That clown outfit is they've got something within that team that the first person to fall off at the weekend wears the clown outfit. And Iggy is obviously the man responsible for that.
Yeah, in fact, I think we've seen him in practice. He dropped it down on what looked like quite a tricky corner.
Yeah, I think it was almost straight away. Wasn't it?
Straight away. It was like his first or second lap out on the
bike.
bike.
He was obviously wanted to wear it.
Yeah, I have seen Sticky with it on a few times as well in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's a known secret, but that team where people they use a weather wrap.
Ah, right, okay.
And they, at one of the meetings, they knew the rain was coming. And when they'd done a stop, they swapped their tyres and were ready. They were ready for the rain when it arrived, because you got these decent apps. And it 100%, they're almost on the money
nowadays, aren't they? Yeah.
And like, you've got they're probably he's just told them all what we do, but they don't. I don't think they make. No one makes us.
You've got a lot of experience on that team as well. I mean, those guys, they've rode big bikes, they've rode powerful scooters.
I mean, like Iggy's a road tester, isn't he? For magazines. And
I mean, that crazy video on that Casa Twin, it's something else.
I've tried to get a go on that.
Yeah, I mean, me and John Gilbert, we went out to Italy last year and earlier in the year, and Mickey at Rimini was kind enough to fire it up, and something else, some real development went into that machine. I mean, it'd be great to see one out here, but I think over 70 horsepower, it might be a bit much.
I was more interested in ragging it down a runway.
Yeah, straight line.
Because I'm being known.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and start getting some riders in now, by the looks of it, for a bit of a interview action.
Yeah, no, if people know possibly, but I'm quite interested in ragging scooters down runways and see if you can go faster than anybody else. And when I saw that twin that Casper had built, I chatted them up at Newark, and I was going, I want to go. It's because that's it with that massive brake horsepower. If you geared it right,
could pull some massive top speed, couldn't it?
But the thing with it is you haven't got to deliver it straight away.
No,
you can sort of wind it into it.
Yeah.
Apparently, it does sort of. Even the front wheel, you don't have to use the front wheel too much, even at high speed.
I think what Sticky said, you hook your foot behind the brake pedal to keep yourself on, and use the throttle as like a elevation control.
Yeah, I actually do. Even on mine,
the what's it called? The
Orient Express. Yeah.
That's it. It's the age showing. I do exactly the same thing when I'm out on the road. If I want to test it out, I'll actually hook my foot under the brake pedal. It is I like a leverage point.
Yeah.
Most people use it as a brake. I use it as a form of staying on the scooter. Because to be honest, that's quite a lot of these scooters that people have got there. If you've got a bit peaky power and you're not ready for it, I can see you not staying on it.
Yeah, sending it to high heaven, would you? Send it up in the air and pull that throttle back even further. I mean, talking of straight lines, I think AD Oryx is out. He's actually out currently, I think, on number 3, also Hornet Racing. So I think it's his first time on the twisty stuff.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. I'm glad other people from other sort of disciplines want to give it a go. Because I've had a few people say, "Oh, I'm too old." I said, "You're never too. If you're fit, you're never too old."
I never forget the first time I had to go personally at Teesside. He had a Norrie Kerr on and off a bike, and he was still no slouch out there on that Vespa. And that guy's in his 70s, I think.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so he reminds me quite regularly that he's, I think, top 70s. Yeah.
I think we've got the first of the riders coming in for a bit of an interview now, and Steve's now taking place.
Keith, thank you for that, and do come back and see me soon, and you can take over the comms duties again while I nip out for another sneaky cappuccino. Scooters going everywhere. I've got one of the riders joining us from Team Also Hornet. Andrew Sharkey's going to come and chat to us. Andrew, come and take a seat here. Hey, Andrew. Welcome. So, have you been out?
Yes.
Yeah.
First session.
Hence the all the rain on your leathers and stuff. That looked a bit hair-raising track condition-wise.
Very.
Yeah. I mean, like very unpredictable. I've just been out in the pit lane. It's changing all the time.
Yeah.
Right. So, from a rider's point of view, how do you approach that? Because you don't know what you're going to come across.
We were basically following the rules of in the corners, off the throttle, wait till it stood upright, then nail it. Do all your braking.
Nail it.
Do all your braking. All your brakes straight up. Then tip into the corners nice and gently.
Yeah.
It was braking loose on me quite a lot, accelerating out of corners, so I just edged it back again. But like I say, I feel like
what was the pace like?
Quick.
Well, it's a quick pace.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I need to go home now. I started 20th on the grid, finished 3rd after my first session.
We did watch that.
Overtook a lot of people that I never thought I'd overtake. So I was like, I almost like my day won't get any better than this.
It's a glory day for you.
Yeah.
Quick while you're ahead.
So far,
yeah.
My scooter's just been pushing around the track at the minute. So I think Aidy's. He's already been in once. It just seems to keep cutting out, so we don't know whether we're getting water in the carb or what it is. But I think this time we'll probably bring it back to the pits to have a look.
Do you think it's because you wrung the neck out of it on your charge through the field to 3rd? Could
no, the engine's built. The engine's built for that.
Is it built for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so and in these conditions, because we've been talking about Whilton Mill, you've got a lot of rubber down from all the kart racing we do.
Yeah, we had a little spill in qualifying, and rather it take paint off, we've now got rubber on the side panel that is basically scraped the rubber off the track. Which is a very strange situation. It's going to add a
bit of weight to the scooter. It's going to add a few grams, isn't it? I mean, like clearly you spent night after night in the gym paring your own personal weight down. So, and now you know we've added weight to it here at Whilton Mill. Look at my screen here, Andrew, because I mean it's packed. Let's start. Now I'm going to confess, I presented the Le Mans 24 hours, the Dubai 24 hours, British Grand Prix, but I've never been on the track for the start of an endurance scooter race. It was epic.
Yeah, it was.
And highly dangerous.
Really good. I mean, like I say, we were bang on middle of the grid. So I knew it was going to be chaos into the first few corners. So if we'd have qualified higher, I'd have felt more pressure because I'd have had to get on and go. But it was just get on, take it steady, pick your spots and.
Today could have been the ride of your life, picking your way through.
I think it already was so far.
Is that it?
I just need to just. I'm done. I'm going home.
Better stay here.
No, I will.
This is. I mean, like 8 hours. Andrew. I mean, I was remarking that as well. Best will in the world. Like some of the riders did. I did mention this earlier, and it's a bit rude, but some of the riders didn't look like they were that. I don't want to say fit, but they're kind of hides in there. They're not too worried about the powder weight ratio. It looks like it could be, for us old boys, It could be a long time, 8 hours.
It will be, even for mildly fit people like myself, which I'm not going to claim to be any more than that. I mean, like I say, I don't do a lot of gym work or anything. I just
you're joking.
I just eat less pies if I want to lose a bit of weight.
Okay, less visits to Greg's.
Yeah.
But so tell us about from somebody who hasn't done an 8-hour endurance race, and you guys, are you going to do? How many of you in your team also Hornet?
3.
3 of us. So you got on paper a couple of hours each. Then
we'll be doing 3/4-hour stints because it's so busy out there. We didn't want your thought process, your concentration levels. It's 45 minutes. We decided is enough at a go.
So you're sipping away at the water bottle, just like you're a little F1 driver, like a little princess walking around.
Even in this weather, I have been sweating a lot out there.
Good man. Well, good that someone has. The rest of us are freezing. It is May after all in the UK.
It is.
What did you expect would happen?
It feels like eternal winter at the minute, though.
But
there's another of my team members. Ben is out next.
Now he looks quite youthful.
Yes, he is.
And he's got a speed
youthful and exuberant. And he's the one that's put it on the floor in qualifying this morning. Yeah.
What's he doing running? He should be preserving it. I mean, what's going to happen later in the race? Especially, say for example, I'm trying to assemble a few friends who might like to come out and do this next year.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it now. I'm just inspired by it. Is later in the race, I guess, when you, especially if you're a novice and you haven't paced yourself, you're going to start tiring.
Yeah.
More prone to making mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously your clutch hand is the one that takes the most of the pounding, because it's pulling on a clutch lever all the time because you're constantly in that second and third.
Why didn't you modify that? I mean, I remember I had a lot of early Ducatis, and if I did any kind of distance work, by the end of a long ride, particularly Italian stuff, I couldn't even get the lever in.
They are modified in as much as they have like a gear inside the cog so that they make it an easier clutch action. So it's quite a light clutch, to be honest. You wouldn't, riding it on the road, it wouldn't ever cause you any problems. Of course. But it's because
repeated
so many
short
gear second, third.
I get that. So towards the end,
and slipping the clutch out of some of the corners where the second's just a little bit too high. I did, on the basis the rest of the team wouldn't. If we were all doing it, it probably wouldn't last the 8 hours.
I was just about to ask that question. I hope your team manager isn't listening to this, or your race
he will be.
Will he? That's you're going home anyway. You can't be trusted. In pursuit, you got overexcited, didn't you? All those people you're passing. Where was you? I'm on our track. I mean, I coach here at the kart track. But where's the great overtake here, would you say, at the Mill?
The back straight, if you get that coming out of that corner, is a good place. Just to get a really good squirt and then up the inside into the left-hander. And then as you're coming down the start-finish straight and you're doing the long right-hander, if you line yourself up there and take the inside line coming out of that corner, because people tend to the right line is to go out wide into, but if you're faster than them, just to nip up the inside up the hill.
Okay. And Dan was telling me earlier. So tell us about your team scooter. What is it?
It's a BSSO race bike, so it's for the British Scooter Sport Association's like national race things, and it's a production engine, so it's just a bolt-on 135cc kit, carbon exhaust.
Onto a what? What was it originally?
Onto a small frame Vespa, so it would have been anything from a 50 to a 125 engine casings.
As a newcomer to sport, not one of these Louis they keep talking about.
No. Okay. The Louis is the Lambretta version of the small frame. Ours is a Vespa PK.
Vespa PK, small frame. Okay. Is that the right choice for somebody coming into scooter? Would you say?
Definitely. I think so. For scooter racing, they're cheap.
Okay.
They've not got the classic lines of a lot of other scooters. I think that frame I bought for £100 with a logbook.
Wow, that's incredible.
I mean, there's a lot of money spent on it after that for all suspension, forks and discs and all the rest of it. Yeah.
So what are we going to spend? I'm talking from a newcomer's point of view, because I'm sure with our millions of YouTube viewers, there'll be people out there right at this minute, right? Especially if they saw the start, because they'll think, they're as old as me. I could do this, right? So if they're inspired, what do they need as a group to get together? The beauty of this
is you can have whatever money you want to throw at it. Obviously, for the BSSO, you've got to build a bike to a certain specification, and I think pretty much it cost me about £3,000 on top of that £100 for the frame, for all the other bits and pieces, suspension, engine, things like that. So it's around the £3,000 mark to build a BSSO race bike. But this you can just turn up on your road bike, which in theory would cost you nothing other than tape over your lights and whatever damage happens while you're out there.
So that's the amazing thing to me, because as I mentioned in the pitch, in the past I've presented, on behalf of people like Nissan, presented Le Mans 24 hours. The concept of driving to the circuit and then racing for 8 hours and driving home,
utterly alien, really. And I suppose here it's fantastic.
Yeah, there's a few that do that. Mark Bennett from the Solid Air team, he often rides his scooter to the meeting. The grey one,
which was on the deck.
Oh right, I have not seen that. But yeah, Mark's a proper hero. He, like I say, he'll ride it to the, and it's like, well, I don't know what he's going to do if he smashes a headset and how he's going to get home.
I was looking at and I'm thinking maybe it'll be an RAC recovery.
But there's the number 8 bike as well, which is close to me in the paddocks. That's a daily commuter.
Okay.
He literally just rides that to work in and out of London every day, and he's brought that here, and he qualified 2 places higher than we did.
That's absolutely. He rides it to work.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the spirit of club racing, isn't it?
Totally.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that's the thing to me that's really exciting when I came. Look at that! What a scene! What a scene out on the track! Like riders finding their way around each other. Because actually, the track discipline, considering how many scooters are out there, at 1.38 at the start.
Oh, that's us on the deck again.
That's you, Dan.
Yeah.
Oh dear, not a good
Looks
man.
okay,
Don't look away, look away
okay.
from the screen. Hold on a minute. Is that our push starter?
No, you'll have to bump start it. Here he goes.
Okay, got it.
It doesn't take a lot of force. It fires. There you go. Look.
Is it fired?
Yeah.
These are nervous.
No, he hasn't quite.
Nervous moment in that comms tower.
No, I've said to the other lads all along, this it's a bit of fun. It's just go out there and enjoy yourselves. The weather's not great. It is difficult out there.
But that's your £3,100 prize possession out there that
well,
you've run.
It's they're built to crash, aren't they? Really, race bikes. You can't be worried about the paintwork or anything. But you can see there what I was talking about with the rubber on the side panel where it's had an off. It's like scrape the rubber up from the kart tyres.
Now, do you notice how strategically he's cutting out half the track to save himself a lap on the transponder? I mean, I won't share that.
He's going back to the pits this time. It's obviously whatever the fault is. We keep firing it back up when he comes in, and it seems okay. But it's obviously it's more than just an intermittent fault. It's probably time for me to head back to the pits now and get the spanners out.
Yeah. I can see you're getting a bit itchy now. You want to plug in the diagnostic tool.
That's called Dave. But unfortunately, Dave Bristow's out in first place on the number 6 bike. He's our team boss on both Hornet Racing.
So now that explains to me why it's Hornet Racing and also Hornet Racing.
Yeah.
So you could actually have an also Hornet Racing.
Oh yeah.
Or Hornet also.
But it takes a lot of bodies.
Okay, got it.
So I'll say goodbye for now, and I'll pop back
come and see us
to the pits and go and find out what we've got to do to keep going.
No, I really appreciate it, and I know you only really came in for a sit down.
Yeah, that was it. Get my breath back.
Good man, top man. Good luck.
Nice to meet you.
You too. We'll see you a bit later.
Yeah, speak to you later.
Wow.
Cheers.
So that was also Hornet Racing, and unfortunately, as I'm interviewing the rider, the bike is stopping out on track, so could be an issue, but hopefully the team will get that one turned around, especially after that sterling job to punt the way through to third. So great to talk with the riders, but now I've got my voice of authority, Dan, joining me back in the comms tower. And any other teams, by the way, with riders who they could spare, send them down to us, and we'll give the team all the publicity in the world they need. Dan, number 77, what is that? Good-looking scooter.
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen him riding through the paddock. It's some sort of
It's got to be a twin.
Yeah, it's a twin, and he's got a bigger wheel, which it'd probably be a bit nicer to ride. Maybe it's some sort of motor roomy or something like that.
Bit more stability. But it's on a look at original plate 322YU. I could look that up, couldn't I? In the government reg finder.
Yeah, 1966 maybe.
Probably come back as stolen.
It's stolen. Not
used
taxed.
in a bank robbery.
Not taxed.
Not taxed. Stolen. Used in Essex in a bank robbery in 1962. Something along those lines. So we're really getting into the meat. What were we? We're an hour and a half into. To the race. Fantastic the way it's panning out, and great to talk to one of the riders from also Hornet.
Also Hornet, number 3. I think that's Andrew Sharkey. He's riding with Adi Horrocks and Ben Reddins.
Yeah, but the bike stopped on track as he was sitting in. I saw him get twitchy. Then it's great interviewing the riders, but the minute that they're needed, they're gone. Back, understandably.
I did see Adi come in and out of the paddock a couple of times. I'm not sure if he's back going again or not. I'm not sure, but
Andrew had a massive start, didn't he? Getting through to third. Also Hornet. I mean, he was really picking them off.
Yeah. In fact, I used to be in the team with Andrew, and we were in a team together originally.
Okay, he's a bit useful, isn't he? I would say. I've got that feeling he knows his business.
Yeah, I mean, his bike's back out on track there, number 3.
Wow, yeah.
So that's AD Oryx. AD's
AD's riding around with the visor up.
Yeah, he's probably got problems like we were on about earlier with the visor steaming up.
Yeah.
AD actually does straight line racing on Vespas.
Straight line, drag racing?
Basically, drag racing.
So these corners are going to be all new to him, going around the corner.
And we joked about it,
Two bikes shun.
Racing and JB tuning, I'm not sure. Yeah, they've had a bit of a shun. I think he just chucked himself back on the floor, did he not? Or?
I think, is that like a footballer with a foul?
Yeah,
like, is he trying to get the race stopped?
He's pushed me over.
Yeah, I think
I might have a dead leg or something. Looks like he's trying to shake something off there.
Yeah, it could be. Or cramp.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Possibly cramp. And writhing around on the track there.
Yeah, he's trying to get the bike. Oh, yeah, the bike's spilling a little bit of fluid out as well, probably petrol and oil mixed out top of the tank. Those guys have had a couple of offs. Hopefully it's just a bit of winding, or you say a bit of cramp in the leg or something.
I would think cramp at some point, Dan, isn't it? I mean, if I'm riding a road bike for an hour, I want to stop and have a cappuccino. I mean, that could be my age, but these guys are like, although you're trying to hold the bars very gently, and look at that foot going down.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about that because, obviously we're seeing World Superbike MotoGP
the leg
out. I was definitely thinking for next year, when I get my team together, it's going to be leg out going into the corners for style, if nothing else. I mean, they are Italian scooters for the most part.
If you watch some of the riders as well, especially some of the more experienced riders, you'll see their feet will be on the rear running boards, where the passenger would normally put the feet, and there'll be a bit more of a lent over stance.
To get the centre of gravity down.
Yeah. You speak to a lot of scooter racers, they'll tell you, keep the weight on the headset, weight on the front wheel, so the front wheel's nice and planted on the ground. And you'll see that with experienced riders especially.
What Andrew was saying to me, really important actually, is talking about getting off the brake before you turn, and that's really something. I mean, that was why I suppose ABS was made compulsory on road bikes, because too many novice riders would be inevitably having to corner and brake at the same time, and you really want to avoid that when you've got such a small contact patch.
And I know I've had tuition in cars in the past on track, and you'll probably vouch for this as well. They always say get your gear changing and your braking done before the corner. So it's obviously the same on a bike as well. So you don't want to settle the bike really. Yeah.
I mean, releasing for us, I suppose, if you get into a corner too hot, the big thing for us when I'm coaching, I have a super license to teach car motor racing at Silverstone, and the big thing is when you've turned into a corner, especially in the wet, and you release the clutch. Is it the same on a scooter, like letting the clutch up? Because it's suddenly going to hook drive up. You don't want that really happening when you're cranked over.
Some of the powerful scooters, especially, they'll easily spit you off. It's with the nature of a two-stroke coming onto the, let's say, the pipe and into the power band.
Oh, we've got
a visitor. Oh yeah, smell the paper. Yeah, some coloured pens that smell. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we like that. That's just what we need. Just said to share this with you out on track. We've got a young lady walking around with some paper that's great to smell. If you get the chance to have a whiff of that, that's certainly woken me up. Lord knows what was on that. But whatever it is, we need to get some more of it. But Dan, if it was dry, as a relative newcomer to scooter racing, how far would these guys be leaning over?
You'll see some of the more experienced guys dragging their knee on the floor. Obviously, Whilton Mill is quite a technical circuit, but there's do still carry some speed around here, and especially the corner onto the start-finish straight, the last corner. They will be getting the knee down around there. Some of the bikes will, some of the riders. Yeah.
So if it was dry on a scooter, the quickest way around a corner, just like with a superbike, is it as far over as it will go?
Yeah, the riders obviously ground clearance on the scooter with the routing of the exhaust can be a bit limited, so you see a lot of riders hanging off it a bit more. But yeah, the bikes will be cranked over.
But the more serious race exhausts, I noticed they are cranked to maximise ground clearance, aren't they, compared to the standard kit?
Yeah, like Keith was saying earlier, the production spec Lambretta machines, their exhaust has been developed to give maximum ground clearance.
Got it. And are, just again from an outsider's point of view, are people making all the spares for all the scooters? Like, can you keep a scooter going endlessly?
Yeah, you can keep a classic scooter on the road now. There's no excuse. I mean, you can buy like original spec spares, and then you can buy, say, really fancy CNC stuff. I mean, there's
trick stuff.
Yeah, there's companies producing engine casings now and real trick bits of kit. I mean, like you say, a lot of them are now running hydraulic disc brakes. you won't see many scooters now with the original drum brakes.
Got it.
I mean, looking around the paddock, some of the brake setups on some of the bikes.
Is that allowed within the regulation to convert them? You can go to. Okay.
Yeah, I mean some of the bikes are running fully floated discs, anti-dive setups, 4-pot calipers, that real bits of kit.
Proper stuff.
Yeah, and you only £1,000 for a disc brake conversion is a lot of money.
Yep.
But when it's stopping you.
Especially over 8 hours, my lord. I mean, like drums. I mean, not so bad on a day like today, I'm guessing, right, where you'd be very gingerly on brake, but ABS presumably forbidden.
Yeah, you won't.
You're not allowed
all
to
these
do it.
bikes with ABS, no.
Good.
Obviously, ABS, you need electrics, and these guys are quite limited to what they've actually got in terms of power.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. 6-volt systems, most of them, are they? Or they change them to
I'd imagine most of the bikes out there now will be running a 12-volt electronic ignition. Some of them will be like a variable ignition, where they've got like a programmed ignition curve that alters.
Wow.
And again, you come away from points and you get into these electronic systems that are really reliable.
And are there specialist scooter engine tuners?
Oh yeah, all up and down the country, all around the world. There's specialists that make a living out of tuning scooters and repairing scooters.
Yep.
Like I say, Hornet Racing, the engine in that machine, it's not a one-off, but it's a it's a reproduced.
Very specialised.
Yeah, it's a reproduced engine case with a specific
reproduced.
Barrel. Yeah.
So you mean that it potentially was not an actual original one? You're remaking them.
Yeah. So obviously it fits in the chassis. It's similar in design, but it'll be designed to take a specific barrel.
Yep. Okay. And just out of curiosity, do they have dynamometers?
Yep.
Do you have a dyno?
Yeah,
proper.
So most serious scooter shops now will have dynos for not just for testing horsepower, but
checking out faults and things like that.
Checking out faults, diagnosing faults, and setting the carburetors and the ignitions to suit. Obviously, if you jet a scooter too lean, you'll be putting holes in pistons all season up.
Yep.
And likewise, if you jet it too rich, you'll be eating spark plugs, and it'll be a bit of a pig to ride.
Well, we're actually an hour and a half in, so I think we should give a shout out actually at this point to some of the event sponsors. Because without them, this would be nothing. And so our bsec sponsors for today, AME Auto Limited, and feel free to chip in if you know what they do in each case.
Yeah. I'm not that familiar with AME Auto, but I know.
Well, good for them for getting involved. Lambretta Club of Great Britain. Well, it's pretty obvious what they do.
I mean, I'm a member of that club myself.
Is it a great club?
Well, it's a very big club. They have like signing-on events and riding events. Yeah, it's a big part of the scene, so to speak.
The Vespa Club of Britain.
Likewise, it's
okay. So, just from an outsider's point of view, is this like you're either you're a Lambretta man or a Vespa man or a woman? Is that how it goes?
Me personally, I'm a Lambretta man, but you will get people into both, and then you'll get likewise Vespa people, hardcore Vespa fans.
If I said to you as an outsider, just for our viewers, the millions of them out there watching this instead of Coronation. Right, because they're bored with that now, so they come over to us. I think that, to be honest, I think the King might have us on his mobile phone when he can have, he's keeping an eye on what's going on. But if I had to ask you, the Lambretta versus Vespa, for layman's terms, what's in a sentence? What's the difference between the two? To educate me.
Yeah. So Lambretta's, the frame is a tubular frame, and the bodywork's added, whereas the Vespa's a pressed steel frame.
So like a monocoque?
Yeah, like a monocoque.
So Lambretta's got a tube like my Ducati has?
Yeah, it's got a tube like a Ducati, and the what they call the hoop or the loop, let's say, where the seat's mounted, that's permanent, but the rest of the panels are bolted to it.
Yep.
Whereas with the Vespa, the only panels that fit on are the side panels. In fact, on some of the small frames, the side panels are built in, and you just have like a little trap door to work on the engine.
So what's an advantage of a Lambretta over Vespa, layman's terms? Stiffness of the chassis, would you say? Don't worry, you won't get yourself into trouble. We won't have a horde of Vespa people beating the door down.
I think an Lambretta is slightly more balanced just due to the position of the engine.
And the advantage of a Vespa over a Lambretta for an outside?
Well, a Vespa has no chain for a start. It's gear driven, there's no chain. Whereas a Lambretta's got a chain, which is submerged in oil.
Okay, there's a massive difference. But it runs in an oil cage all the time. So
they're both all running. So the Vespas also have that gearbox oil in there, and then the Lambretta with the chain, that's submerged in, that runs in oil as well.
Got it. Okay, that's really interesting. Sloop. Now they got an entry out on track, right? Scooter Lab.
Yeah, Scooter Lab have got a team out on track. Like I said, they're quite experienced. They've won this event before, and as you can see,
where are they doing today? They're up there fourth, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
with
fourth,
71 laps compared to Hornet Racing 73.
And they're leading their class, the race class.
Yeah.
But like Keith was saying earlier, them guys, they've really cottoned on to tactics as well. So fueling, I mean, they've got an extra fuel capacity because those Vespa small frames do have a small fuel tank, so they've got extra fuel tank on there, and they've really cottoned on to using weather apps to track the weather.
Understood. They said they've really thought about it. They're going racing, and hence the lab.
Yeah.
They're going racing in a scientific way.
They've got a dedicated pit team. They've got guys in the paddock running around, fetching the bikes for them.
Getting soaked.
Yeah.
Getting abuse from the riders.
Getting abuse from the rider if it's not right. Yeah.
As we see by the way, on the screen again, that poor man having to the clown suit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like having an albatross around your neck, the whole event, isn't it, really?
Well, that was a forfeit, I think, so he was the first one to throw it down the road.
No, he's desperate for another team member to go down so he can pass the clown suit
maybe.
So, but I'll tell you what, he knows his business. He's in and out, isn't he? He's a bit useful.
These lads, like I say, they run like I suppose you could call it like an online sort of like a magazine, maybe.
Yeah. Scooter magazine.
Well, it's called Scooter Lab, so they like review equipment, review bikes.
Yep.
These lads, they go all over Europe, in fact all over the world, riding scooters, powerful scooters, testing new products. So they're really experienced lads,
and they got that's that bike again, the one we focused on, right? And I focused on. I don't know what drew me to it, but I thought this is a no nonsense. Some of the others have got fancy paint jobs and chrome and all that shit, and their scooter looks ugly and dangerous.
We always
the riders.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. We always joke in the BSSO. At the start of the season, the fresh bikes, they look great. They're painted very trick, or they've got some nice graphics on them. Come the end of the season, they're battle scarred. You know what I mean? They've had a rubber mallet tucked to the bodywork to straighten it back out in a crash.
Dan, in a funny kind of way, I think that's what the punters, the viewers, the spectators love that stuff, because I can recall when I presented Le Mans, I went through the garages in the earliest hours of the morning, and that was just epic, because something that probably started out as a works team, immaculate with all the sponsors' logos on, 3 in the morning,
zip ties,
covered in, but it looked better for it.
Yeah.
Like covered in smoke and oil and grease and damage and debris.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I think that we love to see, don't we, really?
Yeah, like I say, it just shows they're in the thick of it. I mean, when they're doing these quick repairs, it's tape, it's zip ties, it's just getting them back out on track and getting them laps in, and that's...
Back to the sponsors then. So, Scooter Nova magazine.
Yeah, so Scooter Nova magazine.
Good read?
Yeah, very good read. I'm a subscriber. It comes through my door, but it's also sold in a lot of these local scooter shops that support this series or these riders, let's say. They will also sell that magazine as well.
Thanet Era Scooter Services.
Again, those guys offer discount to competitors on tyres and spares. So it helps with the cost of things.
AF Rayspeed.
AF Rayspeed, legendary scooter shop up near Scarborough. They actually developed cylinders, so a lot of these bikes, as we were saying, running a RB20 cylinder, that's been developed by Rayspeed.
Okay.
They're very passionate about the racing, and they help a lot of teams out there.
Listen, that boy at the back there, what number is that? It's again, the cameraman's on him, but
number 96. Yeah, I mean,
so who's that? Because he's going like the wind. Squadra Corsa. We haven't talked about them. Swab 96. What's the story there?
So that bike, it's basically a tubular frame, fiberglass bodywork. In fact, the rear tub that you can see, that lifts off that bike.
So is that legal?
Yeah, it's legal. Yeah,
look at him go.
I think you might have to be in pro race class because it's also got a bracing bar to strengthen the frame.
Okay.
I mean, for saying he's got a newcomer's bib on, he's certainly making his way through.
I was going to say newcomer from where? World Superbike.
Wow,
I mean, who is that? He's a ringer.
He's handy on 2 wheels, and he's
If the team are listening to this, send him down to chat to us, because I mean, he's got some styles, hasn't he?
Yeah, and
he's got the moves.
As I say, he's one cheek on, one cheek off. He's hanging off that bike.
Flipping heck, man! For the weather conditions.
Yeah, he's doing well. I mean,
what sort of lap times is he? He looked at 1:14s.
His best laps actually.
But now, look, the last lap, even in these conditions.
106.
Look, 14, the last lap.
Yeah.
Everyone else is doing 17s. Actually, Team DSC 78. Now, there's another. What do we know about them?
So, Team DSC, Darlington
third
Scooter
position.
Club.
Darlington Scooter Club.
Yeah, so those guys.
That's up near Croft.
Yes, so that's their local circuit. Those guys run a BSSO team as well, ran by Darren Scott. Great team. Great bunch of guys, really hospitable. They help anyone out, and
just done a 14.3 on his last lap. I mean, we see if I can get a camera guy on number 78, because that is, if we can pick him out, if the camera guys get him, that 96 guy.
He's going well, yeah.
I mean, these guys are 3 seconds a lap quicker than the field at the moment.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else out there in the down the grid who's also doing really rapid times.
Dukes of Essex, they look like they're quite
Probably
well,
not.
15
Dukes of Essex, yeah. I mean, that's obviously where the pace is, and that's the thing from a rider's point of view, Dan. Like, if you are, say, for example, a Sluke racer and your rider's just done 19, could have been in traffic, but the danger is if there's someone out there doing a 14, it's all about reading the track at the time, isn't it? And if you don't work it out, and I've been in that situation in Formula Ford races where I thought I'd been going quickly, and then just at the end of qualifying, someone goes second and off quicker, and there's nothing you can do about it because you didn't read the track.
Yeah. And like you say, with Whilton Mill being such a tight circuit, and these guys are lapping in just over a minute, if you're 15 seconds behind, 4 times that's a lap.
Yeah.
And in endurance racing where laps are...
Well, it would even, let's be fair, if you're a front runner, like, for example, Hornet Racing's last lap 16, whereas Squadron Course did a 14, actually... they're going to take in seconds out of you, aren't they? But then that comes back to what we said about the fueling strategies, because we'll say, how many are they going to do today, fuelings minimum?
Well, I think a lot of the teams are going to be doing probably 45 minutes or even an hour stints.
Yep.
So they're going to be stopping every hour, so they're going to do like 6 or 7 fuel stops.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the... Like Keith was saying, a lot of the guys now have reverted back to keeping the stands on the bikes just to save time, instead of using paddock stands or... And a lot of the teams have got like runners meeting the riders, because strategy is the name of the game with the endurance racing.
Right, and into the pits we've got, what number is that? That's an easy start. I love it when they've got the classic registration plate on the back. Yeah. That's really emphasising the classic chops, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the leaderboard then, guys, looking like Hornet Racing, 78 laps done, closely followed by Squadra Corsa Swab, also 78, then Team DSC 78, 77 laps, sorry, I beg your pardon. Dukes of Essex 76, Foster 58, early leaders actually, right at the front, dropped a couple of laps there, and then Team Vespa 74, TAS race team was 73. And then Tuath de Danam, and they're on 73 laps. And then 10th is IDK Endurance Racing at 71 laps. But if you want to follow the full leaderboard, have a look at your mobile phone and log on to the live stream. You can catch it. And our cameraman very helpfully, we got the paper again. Dan's having a smell of the papers. That's just like a shot, isn't it? It says, it wakes you up. Our cameraman focusing on the fact that it's still occasionally dropping heavy rain.
I think a lot of the riders would probably prefer it to be like this than what it was earlier, because with the greasy conditions and damp and dry patches, I think it's probably a bit harder to read the track, whereas
absolutely.
with it being wet, you know that, 1, you need wet tyres on, and 2, it's just going to be hopefully consistent out there.
But, as we said earlier, damn hard, I'd say, to read the pace. Interestingly, look, if you look at the 1:15.5 for the leaders, 1:14.2.
Squadra Course,
Squadra Course. I mean, to find a second when they're all good riders, that's a good lap.
Yeah, I mean, a second round here, it's a lot of time.
Well, it is when at the front end of the grid, where you've clearly got all the top teams and top riders. I'd say the difficult thing, Dan, I don't know if you'd agree with me, is the problem is when you're doing 14s and you think, well, maybe I could do a 13.9, and then bang, you're down.
Yeah,
and then you dump a minute, 2 minutes, don't you? And then the whole squads, and that's excitement really, and the skill and the strategy of endurance racing is that you've got to be at the front of the grid to win it. You've got to be driving on the limit, but equally, if you overstep it, the whole team's chances can be kiboshed.
It's that fine line, isn't it? I mean, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but like you say...
No one told the front 3.
No.
Doing 14s here.
But at the same time, to win, you've also got to be fast, haven't you? So it's a fine line between keeping it upright and keeping it at the front. I mean, Hornet Racing, very experienced team. Squadra Course, I don't know those guys personally, but they've obviously got some experienced riders if they're lapping in. I mean, they're the quickest out there at the minute.
And what about also Hornet? When we were talking to their rider earlier,
Hornet,
where are they at the moment?
13.
Yeah, see, remember, was it Andrew who
Andrew was in here,
Andrew had, and he'd taken them through to 3rd.
Yeah.
And then that misfire is dropping them back down the order. Is that something you can solve on the day?
Sometimes it could be something as simple as a spark plug.
But they would have, surely a team of that quality would have done that first, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
I think if the bike's working, you don't want to mess with it too much. So if it was working last night and this morning in practice, you're going to send it out again. You're not just going to start changing components, because the minute you start taking something to bits, you could risk damaging it.
But with the two-stroke, would you not Oh, that's a good point. Would you not start the race with a fresh plug, or is that too risky, in case you get a duff plug?
Yeah, I've been there myself looking after race bikes. A bike's coming on a Saturday night running great, you think I'll leave it alone. Fire it up first thing Saturday morning, and it's got Sunday morning, it's got a misfire, and you're like...
Or conversely, you put a new plug in saying, I'll do that for security, and then like our team, our Formula Ford team, Enigma Motorsport, beginning of last year, the team bought a load of NGK plugs, which were actually, the plugs were counterfeits off the internet. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we had popping and banging and, you know...
Yeah, you have to watch that nowadays.
A lot of counterfeiting.
A lot of counterfeit parts out there.
We got a rider, I think. No? What?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, great stuff, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Paddock, just to remind the teams, team owners, team managers, any riders that you have spare, send them down to the brick building to the left of the cafe and the signing on area, and we'd be delighted to talk to any teams and give a pump for their sponsors for the team. So don't be shy.
It's actually right where the riders had the briefing this morning, so it should be.
Got it. Yeah, just turn left there. Yeah. We'll slap on a set of headsets. And there's, oh my, that's just exactly what we said. You know, it is such a fine line. That's the number 96 Squadra Corsa bike. And look at that. That's shocking. He's just taken the lead and now he's down. Yeah. And that surely, Dan, is exactly what we're talking about, isn't that?
It's that fine line. He's pushing on, trying to improve on his lap times and stay in his position.
Look at that. Last lap was at 13.4.
Yes,
I mean,
fast lap, yeah.
No, I'm say, unfortunately for him, but with a certain satisfaction, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He was in the groove, he was going massively rapidly, and now he's hit the deck.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that might help him is that the likes of Hornet Racing, it looks like they've just come in for a pit stop, because their last lap was 2:15. Oh, Hornet Racing now just leapfrog then back into first position.
So Dan, we've got to discuss this. It's hard for the rider concerned and the team.
Yeah.
But so you're a rider in that situation. You've managed to put your team into the lead, which you did.
Yeah.
At that 13.437 lap is ridiculous. That's in these conditions so fast.
Yeah.
And you've got to push, as we were saying. But now he's dumped the bike. So from a rider's point of view, that's a heartbreaker, isn't it? Especially a rider of that talent.
I mean, he's got it going again. He's up and he's at it. I mean, it looks like he got away with just straightening the headset up and bump starting the bike again.
And that's what you were saying to me earlier about leaving the headset not to a nice little race tip there.
Tighten it up and probably back quarter of a turn, just so that when you do go down, instead of breaking the headset, it just knocks it round.
So you know what? When we build one of these, I'm going to take your number. I'm going to be phoning you and saying, Dan, what should we be doing? But the question now, I suppose, Dan, I've got to look at the times on the screen, because let's see what he's going to be doing. What's his last? Well, his last lap's down as 2:26, but that's because, or has he gone into the pits?
No, he's still moving. He's still moving. The cursor's still going across the screen. It's like I say, 2:26. It just.
Yeah, but he's going to. That's what I'm saying. That 2:26 is where he dumped the bike. That's what he basically lost.
It's cost him a minute, really.
Yeah.
And a minute is a long time.
But now the interesting thing will be what flying lap time once he's got started again, because that will tell us what damage the Squadra Corsa Swab 96 bike suffered when it hit the deck. Because it did look slightly mangled to me, but it might have started out by being slightly mangled. But you know, we'll see in a second. Certainly, that's good to see him out on track again, and he's obviously in perfect nick himself, albeit probably pretty frustrated.
I think also with Whilton Mill, obviously, and the wet, they're probably not doing the speeds they would in the dry. So hopefully, slower speed crash, less damage, and hopefully the riders pick the bike up again.
Yeah, I'm always mindful of the fact that it is, as you pointed out, it's an 8-hour, it's an endurance race that has to have a different mindset to a sprint race.
Yeah, a sprint race, you might have 8 laps and you'll be giving it all for those 8 laps. Whereas this, it's just about staying on the bike, getting it round and putting the laps in.
I'm in awe of the rider's skill, by and large, as we look down to the pit lane, because the reality here today, all you'd have to do is cross a painted white line, go up onto the curbs, and you'd be dumped on your arse in seconds. So, I mean, they're riding standard on track really very high, as is the camaraderie. And also interesting, like, because we're in the, you know, I've got a radiator next to me and my little commentary tower, but the reality is it's pretty chilly out there, I guess, but the riders coming in sweating, which is an indication of how hard they're working.
Yeah, they're putting the work in. Squadra Corsa now, they've dropped back into third. Maybe they've come in...
Is Percy pitted?
No, he's still going.
Can't be, surely, because the last lap on track, it was third position, and that was a 2:26.
And he is 2 laps behind Hornet Racing now, so, yeah. They might have brought the bike in just for a quick check over. You don't know, something might not have quite felt right for him.
I think if it was me, I'd have bought the bike in so I could have a quick check over.
Dukes of Essex now have just moved up into overall third, followed by Slut Racing, so he must have stopped.
Got it. And doing 14s. Now, the last lap, the leaders, Hornet Racing's last lap was a 21.2. Traffic, maybe?
Traffic, and I think they've probably had a rider change as well, so the rider might be out there trying to grasp a feel for the conditions and just work the track out, and that takes time, doesn't it, I suppose. And
the number 70 into the pits, who are we looking at there? Let's look down there. Impossible to see the yellows.
IIRT. That looks like that. I'm not sure what it's there actually. I'm not sure if that's road or club.
They're running currently 39th.
Yeah. So
okay.
There's 40 teams out there today.
Yep. And
but there's nothing saying they couldn't win the class. I mean, you never know. There's another 6 hours to go yet. There's a lot can happen. So yeah, Squadra Corsa, they must have pulled into the paddock now.
So that'd be heartbreaking for Squadra Corsa, I guess. You know,
yeah.
But you know, I've got complete sympathy because this is racing. It's all about being the quickest man on track, and you have to push the limits. You know, that's how you win something like this, by taking seconds out on every lap that you're doing.
Yeah, you're not going to win by dawdling round, even though you're going to keep the bike upright.
Is that our Corsa guy going in?
No, I think that might be one of the Foster teams. So Foster 58 have just moved back up into 5th. So number 56. 56.
That looks like a well-ridden scooter to me. What team is 56? Let's have a look down at leaderboard here. In fact,
I'm sure
probably easier to...
Yeah, look at the runners and riders maybe.
He knows his business. More of a classic Mike Harewood style rider. He's not really leaning off the scooter as much as some of them that we've seen. Let's have a look at it.
It looks like it's Paul Fitzgerald. Paul races.
It's Foster's 56.
So they've got 2 bikes, so 58 and 56.
Got it.
So the rider, I'm familiar with the rider. It's Paul Fitzgerald, or Fitz as he likes to be called.
He's decent, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a steady rider.
Look like I like the foot down.
Yeah, he's obviously edging on the side of caution. He races in the BSO also. Yeah, he knows his way around a scooter.
Is he putting his foot down deliberately, or is it just dragging? Is it wooden leg dragging on the track?
I don't know. He's got both legs.
Okay.
Maybe it's just with the conditions, but yeah, he's.
I'm looking into the workout. I wonder if there's any.
That's his teammate behind him, number 58, Foster 58 and 56.
Wow. So they're two. Maybe they're doing it for publicity because we've got a worldwide audience of millions.
Yeah, I mean
they're going in unison temporarily.
Yeah.
But it's teammate, the Foster 58 team, running 5th, and now they're
coming up behind the Scooter Lab boys now. But obviously, they've all done different number of laps.
Yeah, Scooter Lab, Scooter's a rapid thing as well, isn't it? So there's all kinds of stuff going on here, Dan. There's races within races, racing within classes. There's a constantly changing track conditions. And that's the Scooter Lab kind of dicing with the guys from 56 now. They're running a similar pace.
Yeah, Fitz is trying to nip up the inside of the Scooter Lab boys, and it looks like he's got past him.
There's that.
Looks like number 50 had a bit of a wobble then, bless him.
I'm studying technique to learn down here at the moment, because that foot down technique, I'm wondering if you could put like a roller on your boots or something. Do you know what I mean? For like, it looks like there could be some margin in that.
Yeah, I think...
But he doesn't do it through the fast corner, but then the fast corner at Whilton is a high curb, so
yeah.
he'd be catching his
As
foot
Keith
on that.
was saying earlier as well, with the curbs, some of them are quite big and quite textured. It'd feel like you're in a washing machine if you went over them. But and I think like today, staying away from the painted markers and the curbs is probably a good idea.
Now, interestingly, if we were coaching karting here, up to Christmas corner where 56 is coming now, on the kart, we move off the traditional racing line in the wet because obviously it gets very rubbered up in the dry. Is it the same probably principle work for scooter racing, that you might use a wet line and a dry line, really?
Yeah, I think as well, like you say, with the conditions on the track and how it's used for karting, it'll probably pay to do that today. Staying off that rubber. And Keith was saying last night they had a bit of a go-kart battle last night, and he said,
I'm only kidding.
He also said that was the best way around for him last night in the karts in the wet, was to stay off that traditional racing line.
He's right.
Yeah,
Keith worked that out. He's absolutely right. That's what we do in karting all the time.
Yeah, and Keith has got a lot of years under his belt.
I could tell that.
Yeah, he's done
Just
a lot of
looking at
scooter racing. He's done a lot of scooter racing, and now he does a lot of straight liners. And obviously, he's one of the organisers of this event. So
straight line down being drag racing.
Well,
is that what you mean?
Top speed run. So things like they go to places like Alverton Aerodrome.
Yep.
And
what is a top speed for a racing scooter?
I think scooters have. I think some of the guys are doing. They're definitely doing over 120 mile an hour. I know that. I think Keith's done 122 mile an hour maybe on a scooter. He might correct me. And I think guys have gone quicker. But I think Keith
on a
did,
scooter.
Yeah, Keith did.
Stability.
Keith does hold maybe the FIA record for it.
Right. Strike me some stability might be somewhat compromised above 100.
Yeah.
No?
Again, that pays in when you build the scooter. Make sure it's built well, it's straight, best components you can afford.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm sorry to say this, but it's given me terrible ideas about getting a race scooter and going through a speed camera at 122. It's just like that's such an appealing thing to do in reality. One down there, that's number 55, been leaned off. So, note here from Alpha Life. So, people on the stream, send in your comments to support and share the stream for us. Yeah, so we can get out to our worldwide audience, which actually we've been ignoring.
Yeah, we've got people sending comments in already. We've got Calvin Hall, Go Bemberton, which I think he's referring to the guys on one of the Louis out there, the multicoloured one. Yeah, it was. We've had
look, the duck.
I did not know this channel. Yeah, greetings, people from all over Europe. Greetings from Spain. Yeah, much better to watch this than the Royal. Oh,
yeah, that's what we said that, but don't tell anyone we said it. I don't want to get us into any trouble.
No. Yeah, Go Team IDK. Yeah, there's some fans online. In fact, it looks like there might be a few pages of it, but keep your comments coming in, and we'll do our best to keep on top of them.
Yeah, having not seen them at all at this point, we're real professionals down
deep
here,
in
aren't
conversation.
we?
Yeah. Loving your work. Yeah.
Rider swap. Yeah. So there's I presume these are the families.
Families,
you know,
friends,
and out sponsors.
Sponsors maybe. And
spotters for World Superbike teams.
Well, you never know.
MotoGP.
They might be queuing up at the paddock at the end of the day trying to snaffle some of the riders away.
Well, some of the riders have to go back to their old people's homes, so I think it's me included. That is, I mean, for people watching it on the stream, you have to, the track here, as it's my local track, I just have to share with you that these guys are doing an amazing job, because it is genuinely, I don't know how they're managing it, it's hard to stand up. You know, literally, if you walk up to the hairpin here at Christmas, it is slippery as hell.
Swing,
yeah, it is, absolutely. I have no idea how, you know, the gyroscopic effect of the wheels, I guess.
Yeah.
And at the front as well, if we look at it now, 90 laps completed by Hornet Racing. Team DSC with 88, Foster 58, also with 88, Sluke 88, really consistent. Dukes of Essex and their squadron, of course, what are they doing now? They drop back to 6th,
but
86
they are out
laps.
on track. They are out on track. The times have come down, and the cursor does seem to be moving.
So this gives you an idea, actually, Dan, if you look at it, how much the track conditions are moving around, because we're in the 20s.
Yeah,
and
20s,
remember when our squadron course rider fell off, he was doing 13s.
Yeah.
Nobody's even close to that at the moment. So I mean, hard to tell from within here, but apart from the rain on the windows, but it's definitely worsened, hasn't it?
Got a few more comments coming in. Go on SRP teams from Western Scooters, and Go Rushton Lambretta from the Squid Kid.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot separating the top 3, which are all in pro race. I mean, you're talking 2 or 3 laps. So it's really close.
So where I'm looking down here, where's Team Rushton? Where is Team Rushton at the moment?
There's 2 Team Rushton. So you've got the B team, and they're in 9th overall,
wow.
and they're actually leading their class.
Yep.
And then
and Rushton and 15th.
Yeah, and
Lambretta Club.
Yeah, 135.
So there's a lot of love for Rushton. This is not too far from here.
It's not too far from here, no.
No. So you've got to ask the people who are sitting at home typing, why aren't you down here with us?
Yeah, come down here, get a raincoat on or an umbrella, and or even.
I did see, in fairness, a load of scooters coming into the paddock from the road.
There's a lot of guys parked up outside.
You've got to admire their commitment coming on their scooters today.
Yeah.
So having now discovered feed, I've not seen it at all up to this point where we become obsessed by it.
Yeah.
Running off. Oh, that's 56.
Yeah.
Again,
56.
so.
Where were they?
That's the other part of that team, isn't it? That's the second
part. Of the Foster team.
Yeah. Is that the one that was cutting out? I can't remember, with the misfire problems.
Yeah, so they basically, it was last minute, decided what bike they were using this morning. So I think they did have issues with misfires. And
yeah, so they started 25th, and that's Foster's 56, number 56 bike.
Yeah, Foster 56. Yeah, they're in overall 34th. They're in the race class, so I'm not sure where that puts them. He's one of the Rushton guys on camera now, number 135.
Yep. That's the Louis?
That's the Louis,
right?
yeah. He's
See,
running
I'm learning.
No, you're learning. He's running a 135 cylinder kit produced by Cast Performance.
Right.
This is
good looking scooter to my eyes, but to a traditional scooter, to a mod, there's not enough scooter there, I suppose.
That scooter never used to be that popular, but now with more manufacturers making more parts, making them more usable. I mean, they were designed for 14-year-old teenagers back in the 60s and 70s in Italy. Those bikes would be looking to see 30 mile an hour, but nowadays, with these performance tuning parts available, these bikes are upwards of 70 miles an hour, which is a lot on something that you can pick up on your own.
Do you know what that would also make? As someone who owns an old classic decrepit motorhome, that would also make a phenomenal motorhome bike to go on the back. Look at, or even on the back.
Very light,
probably get nicked.
Well, yeah, unfortunately this day and age. But these guys.
I mean, that's a good fashion statement as well. Look, the colour-coded leathers.
You're not going to miss him in those leathers, are you?
No, I think it's a good-looking bike.
Yeah.
Well ridden, but also
he's also modified the handlebars.
Yeah.
So he's dropped the handlebars slightly lower position.
Got it. But he's also, that's that classic, as we were saying, that's the classic Mike Hailwood. I mean, it might be because the lap times are like down in the 119s now best, but he's not hanging off the bike. He's all, it's very aero, I would say.
And he's obviously concentrating on getting the bike home. I think he's their youngest rider, in fact, who's out on there now. I say no in person. I've spoken to him a few times. Like I said, they've done this event multiple times.
Have they?
I think.
So they've got some data.
Yeah, they've sussed what they need to do to be successful.
Yeah. Actually, you don't want too many young riders, because in car racing, that's the bane of it. They all come in, and that's old timers are finished. Yeah. Don't let them in. Put a minimum. You've got to have some grey in your hair before you're allowed to scooter race. I've changed my whole rationale. I thought it was a good idea to bring younger people in earlier, but now I've changed my mind.
Yeah.
Right, guys, so here in the commentary tower, we are joined by Charlie Washington from the Rushton team, the A team or the B team?
The A team.
The A team. Charlie, thanks for coming to join us. You've been out already?
Not yet, no, I'm out next.
Yeah, okay, that's why you're looking composed.
I'm still dry.
yeah, no sweat. You were talking, you said as you came in that this young kid that we're talking about, this young talent, that's your son?
That's my son, yeah.
Wow, you taught him well.
No, he's the guy that sent a message in, my son. He's watching at home with his mum.
Oh, sorry, that's your son sent the message in.
Yeah.
Okay, so
no, this is Alex.
Right, okay.
Alex owns the bike.
You've got to say this, right? He's a bit big for it.
He's the biggest guy on the track and the littlest bike on the track.
And it's a great combination. It
works for us.
It looks fantastic. He's going really well, but it does look like, when you have one of them little monkeys trick cycling on a highway. I can say that because he's on the track.
He can't hear you.
No, he can't hear me, but it just like, it's one of the things I love about this is it's quite comedic to watch as well as being quick. And he's like, He looks quite graceful, the Mike Hailwood style. He's not hanging off it.
He's a quick guy and rides it to the pub on a Thursday evening just as quickly.
Does he? Okay. Is he as quick to get his wallet out and buy a round, or not?
He relies on his dad usually for that.
Oh, got it. Okay. So tell me something about the. Is this the one you're going to be riding?
This is the one I'm going to be riding.
So long as he doesn't dump it.
Well, he won't. It's his baby.
I've been admiring it because it's a beautiful. To me, it's a thing of great beauty and balletic grace. It looks like, I mean, it's all pared down. And
yeah, it's a classic, really. Because they're totally different to any other Lambretta out on the circuit.
Is it nice to ride?
No, it's a bitch.
Is it a bitch? Go on, tell me how it handles.
It's all right on a little twisty circuit like this. It's all right. He's having trouble with the gears at the moment because I think the cables are stretched. But yeah, it's a fight.
Okay, and those wheels are quite tiny.
Well, they're the same size as everybody else.
Are they? They look. I don't know why it looks. The whole thing looks. I think it's because he's so big. He makes everything.
But it's got a really short wheelbase, so.
So it turns fast.
It turns well, but it's only a 135cc. It hasn't got the
torque,
straight line speed that some of the others have.
Okay, so talking earlier, give us an insight into technique in these conditions, because I'm in awe of the fact. I mean, karting around here, I know how slippery the place gets, and at the moment, you just got to be very gentle with all your control inputs, right?
Just keep it flowing as steady as you can. Cross your fingers and make sure the wet tyres are doing the job.
Clench the cheeks.
I've
got that whole thing. And what's the strategy in terms of time? How long are you going to do on the bike? Is the plan?
Colin, who was out before, he did 50 minutes. The other guys are doing about 45, 50 minutes. And then
is that enough? Apart from,
it's plenty. Yeah. And then John Fillingham, who was out first and put us on third position on the start grid.
Yep.
He is our quickest rider.
Right.
And he'll do 45 minutes unless we need to make up some spaces towards the end, and then we'll make him stay out a bit longer.
Got it. And actually, joking apart, I mean, I've been joking the whole way through about us old timers and all the fitness.
This bike here is the one we have to beat. They're also Rushton Lambretta. But they saw our bike and liked a bit of it, and of greatest form of flattery, they copied us, and they are doing fantastically well.
Okay. Well, that's really lovely to hear that sort of camaraderie between the teams. And who's this wobbling up the inside? I mean, there's always a risk out on a track with 38 bikes that someone's going to poleaxe you.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to. Every corner there's a risk element of somebody not being as quick as you, or not knowing the line, or us getting in the way of somebody else. But yeah, it's good fun. Absolutely
good fun, good hard racing. But I'm sensing that the teams do take it really seriously. We joke about it, but I mean,
absolutely.
We're all here for one reason when we go racing, aren't we? To go as fast as we possibly can.
And yeah, the kudos of getting to the finish first, but also we want everybody else to get to the finish, so there is great camaraderie and we will help everybody out.
What is that frame down there? Is that look at this, is that a standard part, that frame, or is that some sort of strengthening?
That one is the Super Louis, which has got an RB20 engine in it.
Red Bull RB20? No, nothing to do with Red Bull.
Nothing to do with Red Bull. It was developed by AF Rayspeed, I believe.
Right.
But it's a 200cc engine.
Yep.
And to squeeze that into a Louis frame is quite phenomenal. But you can see he hasn't got the experience that Alex has got. But the straight line speed is just immense in comparison. And
Alex just looking alongside him. So actually, if he uses that straight line speed, he should be able to talk away.
Yes, should be able to. But I think our team between us, we've got about 250 years of experience.
That makes you one of the younger teams in the paddock looking at it. But I have to admit, that's a tool, isn't it? Look how close his expansion chambers getting to the track. Isn't that an issue? You might end up grounding it.
If you listen to it, you can hear it touching the ground on every corner.
Sure they're not using that as an extra piece of traction. I mean, seriously, that you could put.
But now this Brian, who built that bike, he's had to cut and shape the exhaust because the engine's not meant to fit in that bike.
Right.
He's had to make everything fit.
That's this one, the one with the Super Louis. Is that an official term for it? Has he made it into a Super? It was a Louis made into a Super Louis.
It was a Louis, and it's become a Super Louis because of this engine casing, which is a handmade engine.
Understood.
casing.
So there was never a Super Louis in history.
No, there's not many around now.
What did the factory think of it?
Well, the factory doesn't exist anymore. So.
Okay. Wow, is that right? Completely gone.
Absolutely, yeah. So, no, but it is an engineering piece of genius, and I just hope its riders don't get more experience because they'll be.
They're quick, aren't they? They're quick, and the bike looks. Look at them in and out of traffic there.
No, they're going well.
Duffing everybody up, and in fairness, the rider, I don't know who's on it at the moment. We can get the team to send somebody down, but the rider knows his business, doesn't he?
This is their first ever outing, so yeah, they're doing brilliantly well.
Well, you know what? You're going to have to get a 200 conversion yourself then. Maybe go to 225.
I think we like being the
underdogs,
the cool running of the scooter racing scene. Because we're up there, we're doing. I don't know where we are at the moment.
You're not B team, are you?
No, where the
let's have a look down here. No, Rushton. You're 15th, Rushton Lambretta Club.
Where's that in class?
Yes, it is. Yeah, 4th with 87 laps compared to Hornet Racing's 99. The leader's in a different class. And you're actually 80. Yeah, you're pretty much on the money. Pickering Gold. Sorry, beg your pardon. Rushton Lambretta B with 90 laps.
Plenty of time to go yet.
Yeah, of course there is. It's a long race.
We can reel them in.
A
Yeah.
lot could happen. It could even dry out and the sun come out. Now, I'm looking, just give me a heads up on that. I'm looking at, we've just gone out of shot there, but I've got a rider sprawled across the bike with his feet going backwards. Is that for like a centre of gravity type gig? Why would you be doing it?
Trying to get as much weight onto the front wheel as you can. Because if you're going to lose the bike, it's the front end that will slip away from you.
So you'll low side it?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay,
that's worth knowing. I'm actually trying to pick up all the tips when I make my debut next year. And the other thing I'm thinking, wow, that's a really quick little scooter. We've been following it, and a good rider as well. I think that's 56.
Is that one of the Foster's bikes?
It is, I think. It might be the one that keeps conking out. I can't remember. One of them keeps having a plug or some sort of ignition issue. One thing I was asking Andrew when he came in earlier is about putting your foot down. Is it tempting to, or is it bad strategy? Because I would think, I'm almost tempted to get myself a Speedway boot.
John, who I was saying earlier, who's our star rider, when he first started riding, he used to stick his foot out supermoto style. And Keith and Mick, the organisers, took a dim view of it. And it took him a long time to get over that habit, but he's still a quick rider.
Okay. But they don't like you doing it.
They don't like you doing it.
It's bad riding etiquette. Banned or, you know?
I don't know if it's banned or not, but you can, with the shape of the bikes, you could see there. If you got it wrong, there could be some ankle injuries there.
Good point. Like a quad bike, you could run over your own.
You could run yourself over.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we want to go home smiling with a bike in one piece.
Yeah, but I can see from everything I'm watching, big wobble there, how highly competitive it is. Rider's shaking his head out there. I mean, you know, it's inevitable. You've got 38 bikes on track, tiny little karting circuit. Although I have to say, I mean, I don't know what T-side's like, but for us karting types, Whilton Mill is the ultimate kart track in the UK, I would say, because it's more like a proper mini Formula 1 track than it doesn't have hairpin after hairpin.
This circuit suits the small frame bikes because it's so twisty, but T-side's got a long back straight because we use the full circuit when we go there.
Right.
And then the full frame bikes come hooning past you on the back straight, and you have to try all over again to get past them.
I've got to say, that guy in the 96 bike, which is the Squadra Corsa, which was dropped. That one was actually in the lead when it was dropped. You might not have seen it, but whoever's riding that, I wouldn't mind seeing someone from the team come down and talk to us. He rides really, really
He's on the ragged edge.
Actually, all their riders are, because, I mean, I don't know if it's reflected in the times, but earlier on, before the Squadra Corsa rider dropped the bike, he was doing 13s. No one else in the wet has been at this point of the race. I mean, he was so rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's on the ragged edge, and if you're pushing it to the limit,
absolutely.
You're going to go past it every now and again.
Well, look, they're making it the way back up the leaderboard. That was a 21, just to give the team an idea, 21.5. But actually, Hornet Racing's the last, that was an 18.8. So the pace at the moment is Hornet Racing with an 18.8. And that's rapid, I would say, in these conditions.
Hornet Racing are something quite special, though.
This boy's not bad. I mean, like in terms of his commitment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love the registration, FUK. That's superb. I mean, honestly, FUK, but I've just seen what it says.
Yeah.
I'm in sympathy with that. I can't possibly read that out on the day of the King's coronation, but I think there'll be quite a few people. I've got to get a picture of that in the paddock actually later for my network. That's a fast. Tell me about that scooter. What is it ostensibly?
Well,
a scooter racing man. What is that?
Essentially, it's a full frame GP. Other than that, I don't know what they've done to it, but it's a quick bike. It's probably an RB.
Interestingly, that Superloo we talked about.
We'll have.
Go on.
Apart from the configuration, we'll have technically the same engine in there.
Got it. Now, I was asking Dan, as a scooter novice, newcomer, he was telling me the difference that Lambretta has a chain and the Vespa has gears, correct? Is that how he said
that's
it?
That's how the Lambretta has an oil encased chain with the gearbox at the back wheel. So the drive sprocket is almost on the end of the crank.
Right.
To the rear sprocket, which has got the gearbox on it.
Got it.
And then the Vespa is fully enclosed and direct transmission, for want of a better description. The gearbox is on the back wheel.
Does that mean that the Lambretta allows you the potential to change gear ratios using the sprockets?
Yes, absolutely.
Whereas the Vespa doesn't, right?
You can still change gear
but you'd have to do it in the gearbox.
It's the whole gearbox, yeah.
Right, so makes the Lambretta more suitable for different tracks?
Makes it more tunable, I would guess, but then some of the Vespa boys are producing some amazing stuff.
Right. What a sight that is, isn't it, as they hove into view? I mean, honestly, who needs F1 when you've got endurance classic scooter racing?
It's proper racing.
Yeah.
The average person on the street, I don't think, appreciate just how dedicated these boys are.
Well, I don't think most people know it exists. It's the truth of it, and they should, because it's entertaining as anything. And the paddock camaraderie is fantastic. And also the chance to see, two-stroke machinery. That's the thing that, for men of a certain age and women of a certain age, the opportunity to hear those sounds again, we don't get that opportunity. As I pointed out earlier on, it harks back to those 500 Grand Prix MotoGP days, which never been equalled in many
Suzuki
respects.
500s and stuff like yeah, absolutely. And a lot of them sound like motocross bikes.
Yeah. Which is interesting in itself, considering those engines are, design-wise, quite old, right?
Oh, some of these engines, the major components are 50, 60 years old.
Yeah, which is incredible. I raced a 1979 911 for one of the teams I drive for, and I know the problems we have with the aging engine casings.
Yeah,
like material fatigues. Even if you can find the material, when it's done 50 years, metal changes, right? So you really, if you're putting this much power down, torque through something, you're going to have breakages, you're going to have to...
leakages and all sorts, yeah. To keep these things running, it's an amazing job.
Especially if you think about that era of Italy, actually, because I was an Alfa Works driver, and if you go back in the history, Italy, brilliant engineering, but stymied by not being able to get hold of very often, the quality of materials, especially after the war.
And the Italians have always built beautiful looking machines, but they've never actually worked perfectly well.
Yeah, but I would say in the Italians' defence, I would say often that is because of they were really, they didn't have access to it in the way, say, Germany did. Thanks. Parking up on track, I don't know quite what's happened there. One thing that I've been surprised about as a newcomer to sport is that I haven't seen too many seizures. They're miles more rare than I thought. Like when I started kart racing back in the day, the karts were always seizing, two-stroke karts. And these things must be tuned to death, right?
When I first started riding 40-odd years ago, you went everywhere with your fingers poised over the clutch.
It's correct, yeah, I recall
But now we've got alloy barrels, Nickersil lining. Seizures are much rarer.
Okay.
Because the quality of materials have improved.
Yeah. So although the scooter, to all intents and purposes, looks like, and you're probably using the original frame.
Original frame, original engine block.
Yep.
The components inside are modern metals, modern linings.
Got it. So what will let you down in your experience? Electrics? Or, what these guys, 8 hours of banging anything around is going to take its toll?
You never know. We're still learning, and every time it's something different that lets you down. You can blow a hole in the exhaust, a puncture, cable snap. Most of the bikes are still going at the end of the day, but it's how long you can keep it out of the paddock is what wins you the race.
Surely, yeah. How much time you spend keeping it running
on the bike rather than fixing it.
Got it. Yeah, one of the things that we picked up is people are hitting their exhausts a lot, grinding their exhausts. I mean, is there a danger? I mean, I'm thinking from my own perspective. When I was very young, I had an RD400 with expansion pipes, and I remember when the pipe would hit the deck, it would lift the whole bike up, take the wheel off the road. Can that happen here?
It can happen here, yeah.
Okay.
And the noise is enough to unnerve you anyway. But
I think it was more the fact it would suddenly skid along and the back wheel would be in the air. I mean,
absolutely. But when we were younger, it was one of those badge of honour if you got scrape marks
dead
on
right.
your exhaust.
And in my case, we weren't so heavy when we were young. You're all right, but for me, I've put on about 2 stone in old money. But looking, so that makes, and the drive, some of these, I think that was a Louis or whatever, but if you've got more ground clearance, does that mean if the track was dry, you'd be able to crank it over further?
You'd be able to corner faster.
Got it. And in terms of racing tyres, forgive my naivety, but do you have to run a tread, or does anyone make a slick for a scooter?
Oh, we've got slick tyres. We're on wets at the moment, and intermediates and different rubber compounds.
Can you run within the endurance? Can you run anything you want?
Pretty much, I believe.
Okay, so if it was dry, would everybody be on slicks?
Everybody would be on slicks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Grippy slicks?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Then presumably high side becomes an issue. Is that how it is?
Potentially, but yeah, it happens. But John the Greek is probably the king of the high side.
And look at these. There's some great looking scooters on track as well. I mean, I love the fact that some of them look authentically original. Apart from the expansion chamber.
Apart from the expansion chamber, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm guessing we're 2 hours 20 now into an 8-hour Coronation Cup here at Whilton Mill. And it's great to be joined by the riders. We welcome that. So team managers and team principals and sponsors, send your rider up. And your man riding the Super Louis, he's pretty consistent, isn't he? He's doing a great job, actually. Even though, as I say, he looks like just a shade too big for that Super Louis. And watching this today has, brought out all kinds of sort of aspirations in me. And one of them is to take one of these scooters. And I don't know why I want to do this, but drive it, one of the straight line ones, and drive it past the speed camera at ridiculous rates of knots. On the basis that someone will be looking at the film and going...
You'd have to go to court with that, wouldn't
you? Well, you would, because you go, listen, in history, really? 122, it's just not possible. You couldn't possibly do that on a scooter.
You'd have to borrow Keith's bike to do that.
Okay. Oh.
It's still running.
And it's funny, when you think about a scooter weighing 150 kilos or thereabouts,
yeah.
Okay. So with a low centre of gravity, so theoretically should be relatively easy to pick up, right? Or not?
They're such an odd size.
Got it.
They're hard to push because the handlebars are quite low.
Yeah, and they're quite narrow, aren't they, as well, I suppose?
It's not like a modern 250, 300cc bike where you've got the tank you can lean against and the centre of gravity is that much higher, it's easier to push. But these are, even compared to modern scooters, they are low.
And for people thinking maybe they'd like to get involved in scooter racing, I was talking to Keith at the beginning, and it's a mixture. You could actually come and do this event with a road licence. Is that right?
Absolutely. I'm riding on a road licence.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really unusual to us in the car racing world, I guess. Although the MSUK have just started doing some sort of clubman licence, I think.
Right.
But that's a great way to welcome people in.
It's a brilliant entry level from... There are guys that started doing this 4 years ago, have now ventured into BSSO.
Tell me about BSSO, so I understand it.
That's the British Scooter Sport Organisation.
Okay.
And that is...
Sprint racing?
No, it's circuit racing.
But I mean sprint as in shorter races?
30-minute races.
Yeah. Got it. One rider?
One rider, yeah.
Okay.
And huge speeds compared to this, and it's quite a spectacle, but this is a money pit. The BSSO is far, far deeper.
Okay. Oh, really? Is it more... You mean you spend more money on it?
If you go into the BSSO,
okay.
yeah. this 4 or 5 guys from a club like we are.
Yep.
A few £100.
Yep.
But don't tell the wife.
She's probably watching the live stream.
She's watching, I'm sure, yes. Yeah, you can put a competitive team together for not too much money.
Got it. It's interesting you say that, though, because endurance racing traditionally, like if say, for example, we took our 911 to Spa and did the 6 hours, it would cost an absolute fortune. That's why this racing is such good value for money, because something, you know, with 4 big tyres, 4 discs, a classic engine that costs like 30 grand to build, right? Exactly. In 6 hours we'd wear it out. So, you know, if you had a couple of drivers, theoretically, even racing a classic car could be 15 grand. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So this looks like, I mean, this is exceptional value for money, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It is superb.
British Scooter Endurance Club, I think.
And the engineering of these little bikes is so amazing. For example, our Louis, when that came out of the factory, it was 3 horsepower.
Right.
It's now 14.
Right. Wow. And
doing fair times on the circuit. Yeah. If you told a car boy that you could increase their horsepower by 700% for a couple of grand, they would never believe you.
No. And I presume as well the fact that you can now use modern discs and stuff means that, I mean, it's going to sound ridiculous. If it was dry, would anybody be changing brake pads?
Probably not, no.
No. So you could do a whole, you could do an 8 hour on 1 set of pads?
1 set of pads.
Even in the dry?
Yeah.
Wow.
And 1 set of tyres if you...
That's just incredible, actually. And most of you guys, you've all got slicks, you've all got wets. Could you shred, if it dried out, could you shred a set of wets during, if it dried out too much, would you have to come in and change?
You possibly have to come in. I can't see it drying out enough to...
No, but if it starts wet, dries out, would everybody be changing wheels?
Probably.
Okay, and how long would that take? Just out of curiosity.
About 15 minutes.
Wow.
Because, not so long on the Vespas, but because you've got the double forks, and like this one's got disc on the front, you've got to take the disc off, the hub out, take the rim off the hub, and then put a new rim and new tyre back on the hub.
Got it.
There's quite a lot of work involved.
So if it was in the last hour of a race and it dried out, you'd stay on the wet to shred it. Right. Would the tyre get tricky once it's shredded? Would all the tread come off?
It starts wobbling about as the treads, because it's quite a blocky tread pattern.
Yeah.
You can feel it rolling around where you've worn the edges off the blocks.
Yep. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. So actually, the reality is you guys in from Rushton are having the best ever day's sport for next to nothing in real terms. For the amount, if you think about the amount of minutes you get.
And we'll get everybody to see us live on TV.
Yep. And
it's just huge.
It's bonkers, isn't it? I have to admit, if we could tell more people about it, I think you'd have... you'd probably have quite a lot of spectators. Like I put it out to, for example, I'm test rider for Pure Triumph, and at the last minute, when I knew I was coming in to do this, I put it out to that network and stuff, and bikers are just fascinated by it, because like me, they didn't really understand what was happening. I wouldn't have known.
We put it out to people where we work, and one of the mechanics from where I work has come along to spectate today. So as the word gets out and the excitement builds, you do get more spectators. But I think if the weather had been better, there'd have been more people here. But it's a great day out, and the facilities here as a spectator, it's fantastic. There's a bar and a restaurant.
So Black Flag 19, potentially that's for some
get told off for something.
Yeah, some misdemeanour. I wonder if our cameraman could pick him up and see. That's Pickering Gold Stars.
Most likely.
Yep. What's his crime?
Most likely riding with his visor up.
Ah, okay. But that's presumably because he needs to see.
You can crack it. You can crack it open and let the air through, but you can't ride with it up.
No.
It could be something more than that, but for a bunch of hooligans, we're fairly well behaved.
Yes. And also great camaraderie, because even where I saw 2 riders collide, and then it wasn't fisticuffs.
They'll make sure each other's
No, there was because there's no malice intended in any of it, is there?
No, none at all. And everybody wants everybody to finish.
Yeah, the more people finish. I mean,
we want them to finish behind us, but
so
we want
that's
them to finish.
so that's hold on 19. So that is our cameraman's picked up the black. Do you think they're black flagging him for putting his leg down?
Putting his leg down, quite possibly.
Okay. He's probably doing that for fear. I probably would be doing that myself.
He's a novice rider because of the orange vest.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
now going to have to come in and be told.
Now he's also going to be told off for having his visor up. So leg down, visor up. Poor man, like he's come to Whilton Mill. It's probably the most terrified he's been in his adult life.
Possibly.
And he's about to get the wrath of Cat. He's going to get the wrath of Cat in the marshal, and he's been caught very quickly. He's having some moments, isn't he?
He's having some problems.
Yeah.
It may be that they've spotted. I didn't see did the black flag have an orange circle
No.
around it?
It was just a black flag. But I can put myself. This is where, if we manage to get a bike together, this is where I'll be next year. You know, in a fit of abstract terror, right, if it's raining. Because if I was in his position, I think I'd be feeling exactly the same as he is. Absolutely. I'd be like, it looks like he's, yeah. There's definitely an element. I salute that man. If the team are listening, I'd like to interview him because I think he's to be saluted for having the courage to venture out. Whilton Mill on a greasy day is definitely not for the faint-hearted. I do wonder, actually, to be honest, if he's seen the black flag. I don't think he probably has.
I think he's concentrating so hard.
Yeah.
Because he's not having a fun day.
No.
But it'll all feel great tomorrow, and
it'd be a great story in the pub, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
I think he's fairly oblivious of the other traffic around. It's probably a good thing. They're going to be past both sides in a second, I reckon, going into oblivion. That, by the way, is the most dangerous corner on the track from a karting point of view. Where if we lose carts, they wrap themselves around that lamp post.
When you come down from Christmas Tree,
yeah.
I don't know for anybody else.
Yeah.
You come. Is this Christmas Tree here?
Christmas, yeah. We call this one Christmas, the hairpin. Yeah.
Then you go around that bend, and then the next one where you go back into the infield. I can never get that bend right.
Which one? So coming through here, you're talking about tell me where you come to.
It's the hut is 6, I think.
Okay.
So it's this bend here.
This right-hander, the downhill right-hand hairpin.
Yeah, I can never get that right, as try as I might.
Okay.
And it's become my nemesis, but we'll get there. I'm going to have to go.
You go. The last thing I'm going to ask you, look at the rain on the camera screen. So you've had a heads up. It's still raining.
It's going to be moist.
Be careful out there, and then come back and report back in at the end of your stunt. Great to see you. Thanks for coming down. Good luck to the team, and appreciate all the insights. Awesome job. Thanks, mate. Dan, back in because I need a pee. So great to have another competitor, Dan, join us in the commentary tower. Look at that. Neil Atkinson, Bradford. I'll give a shout out to that sponsor of the bike that's just gone down. Dan, the rain's coming down again.
Yeah,
it's unrelenting for the King's Coronation.
I don't think they were using them dry tyres today.
No. Or much brake pad wear, I wouldn't say either.
No.
Do you want to scroll that one down? Because I've been there.
Yeah, so
we'll have a look and see.
Got some comments.
By Dad.
I think that was his dad who you just had in. Yeah, the
oh, bless.
Yeah, we've got Justin Price. He's one of the enjoying the endurance and commentary.
And it's hammering down with rain now, Dan. It's hammering down with rain.
I think it's safe to say it's in for the day today. So
yeah, and that's a brave move.
Oh, that's
58 pushing the scooter across the track.
That's Phil Hallam. He's only just jumped on board.
He's jumped off again, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. And I'm actually a mechanic for Phil in the BSSO, so he's a good friend of mine, and I know he can't bump start a bike, so he might struggle getting that going again.
Bless.
Fingers crossed.
That's bike 50. Hold on a minute,
that's his other teammates. That's both of
yes,
that team,
but that isn't that the bike that we said that's having difficulties? I thought that's the one that's having electrical.
I'm not sure. It's one of them. Yeah, definitely one of them. I did go over and see him in the paddock this morning. Right up until the minute.
So did he slide off that, or was he just stopped? He just come to a stop?
It looks like he slid off. It looked like he was picking it up again, but he's trying to get it in neutral by the looks of things. But
and just what he needs with it hammering with rain and the pace. Well, actually, I was about to talk about the pace, but somebody's done a 15.5, but maybe that was just an incredibly brave lap. That's our Hornet Racing team who are dominating this now. 2 laps ahead at the front from Sluke, who've made their way up into second with 113. Squadra, of course, chipping away at it, back to 111. We can't count them out.
No, definitely
Okay,
not.
so here's 19. Now, this is interesting because this is the rider who's been called in for, personally think because he's concentrating so hard, he didn't see the black flag. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it looks like Mark. Yeah, his foot. Yeah, his foot was dangling. Yeah, so that's Mikey just probably giving him a little bit of a word in the ear just to try and like pack it in, sort of thing. It's they don't like it, I think, because obviously the nature of it. If the foot's dangling, especially on one of the scooters, if they go down, they're probably going to trap the foot.
Yeah, exactly. But if I was out there, I'd have my foot down.
Yeah, well,
in fact, I'd have the whole scooter down on its side regularly.
I think sometimes the survival instincts come in, don't they? And you think,
all the time.
I'm going to put my foot down here.
All the time. These are. Let's be fair. These are brave men out on the track. By the way, how come there's no women out there today?
There is.
Is there?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, she's riding for the.
Where is she? What bike?
She is riding for the TD Customs Targa Twin.
Well, they're running in 9th. That's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they did win last year. They won the class, but I think they've had a couple of offs, and they're still out, they're still going. So Keith just showing his face.
I think we definitely
look at Phil. So number 58, yeah. So
back into the pits.
Whether he's got a problem with the bike or he just can't get it going again, I'm not sure. And Keith's back on the mic now. He's come relieve Steve so he can nip to the toilet.
Yeah, relieve. Yeah. You picked up on why we stopped 19.
Yeah, but he did have his foot out.
Dangling his leg. Yeah. It's where he had it close to the bike. If it slipped, you're going to break your leg.
He's going to break his leg, yeah.
So, yeah, that was a purely safety thing.
I did suspect that, but I did say to Steve, I thought with the nature of the bike and where his foot probably was.
Yeah, no, it's.
I know they don't like it in the base, so do they?
No. Actually, ACU wise, because that's under that, I think it's illegal.
Is it? Right.
Which I don't truly because that thing they do at MotoGP. That,
even BSB riders last weekend, their legs way out. Yeah.
Actually, Leon Haslam, I always thought that was you can't overtake me on the inside tactic. His legs sort of flap out here somewhere.
Half the track, spanning half the track.
I'll be honest, that there was. In MotoGP, I saw an incident like someone hit someone's leg, and people thought, but he stuck his leg out.
Yeah, they never used to do it, so it's obviously something they've been doing recently.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was originally called the Doctor's Dangle because Rossi done it first, and they all thought, well, that's a good idea. I'll do some of that, and I don't know if it actually makes a difference, but obviously, endurance scooter racing, we don't do the Doctor's Dangle at all.
We don't.
We could keep the dangles and take them.
Like I say, we're really cracking on now. We're nearly 3 hours in, nearly.
Yeah. It's quite when this side of it, for talking to the racers, it went really quick that way.
Yeah.
But this, it seems like.
For me, it's gone quite quickly.
Yeah.
Because obviously I'm doing this, but yeah, it's. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Most. I mean, it's pit lane wise, people are generally quite good. We're not having to speak to many people. Few of them forget about where you can run the scooter and where you can't run the scooter. And watching them bump starting them is very entertaining. Some people, I think they should practice that.
I did just comment. I just seen Phil Allen pushing one of the Foster bikes back to the paddock, and I did say to Steve, I'm a personal friend of Phil's, and I know he cannot bump start a bike, which is probably the reason he's pushed it all the way back to the paddock.
Yeah.
And he is back out, so that probably is the reason.
Yeah. That I don't know if it was one of the bikes earlier. We were having a major. No, it wasn't that one. We were having a major problem getting it going.
Yeah.
But it was decided maybe the engine was actually locked up.
Yeah.
Because every time someone jumped on it, it just locked up, and it shouldn't do. At least make an attempt to turn.
I mean, them boys have got a few bikes in the paddock, and I know right up until the last minute they were deciding what they were going to be taking out.
It's quite nice if you can have those options.
That luxury, isn't it? Yeah. Even a spare engine's a luxury to some people, let alone a bike. So these Lewis seem to be going quite well around there as well, the Rushton guys.
But it's the spare bike thing. That's why we increased the thing on the penalties.
And rightly so, because it keeps it fair.
It's bottom line. This is an endurance race, and if you actually have a bike, if you go to Europe and it fails, you're out. Yeah. You sit there and twiddle your thumbs. Where we've got the option of letting people carry on, but I don't think they should be podium.
No. And like you said, I think it's purely they're going to get their value for money and they're going to get back out on track.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's a fair view on it all. But like you say, they shouldn't be able to.
No. Because I mean, in many other places, that's it.
Yeah.
You're out.
Because keeping a bike running for this length of time is a skill in itself, and it's testament to the people that are building and tuning the bikes that they're putting something together, a good product.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, in some ways, you'd think there'd be more sort of almost like manufacturer people, like or even shops putting out a bike. And this is, I know you have got shopping. I mean, like with TAS and JB, there are shop bikes out there.
And even Hornet now, because I think Dave's now running a scooter repair business now.
Oh,
you got a bit of a wobble on there, but a tank slapper. Yeah.
It's my new Gunman Twiggy team that I can never pronounce the name of.
He's got the old stand on board again now, so hopefully he'll get. That should be a case again, that one, and get him back out again for him. I was saying to Steve earlier with the weather conditions, hopefully any accidents we are seeing, they're a bit of a slower speed than they will be in the dry. So
I wouldn't be going up. I know people can't see where I'm pointing, but I wouldn't be on that side of the track. I'd be prepared to go around the corner a bit slower, but staying off where the cart's all slamming the brakes on.
I think for some of them it's probably habit, isn't it?
Yes.
For some of them. But then you experienced racers will probably think, you know what, I'm going to keep a foot inside here instead. Yeah.
Also, that even the BSSO people, they're not basically used to racing on kart tracks. So racing on somewhere that's got a lot of rubber laid onto it is a new experience.
I think the closest they get to that is somewhere like Three Sisters, Wigan, isn't it, maybe?
But even that, I don't think, does it have kart things? I don't think.
I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah,
maybe not so, but it's.
Where's it coming?
I'm thinking he missed his braking point a bit there, didn't he? Yeah.
This is scary, seeing this. You're going to come at the screen at me.
If you had the 3D goggles on, you might be jumping out the chair.
Yeah, that would worry me a little bit. Actually, watching this in 3D, I'd be behind the wall. Yeah, 3D cameras. Yeah, that sounds like a novel idea. Let Alpha onto that one. It's great footage, but I want it in 3D.
Next year, please.
Still a good few running, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the only ones I can't see moving at the bottom, I mean, the Wayside Wanderers, there's a 2-hour gap there, so, and the same with, is it GRR and is that the Odd Mod Squad, is it?
Yes.
Or is that the real TAF speed?
The real TAF speed?
Yes, they're an hour behind.
I assume these little lines mean the scooter's out there moving.
I think so, yeah. From what I can gather, but then again, you've got these ones here that are like 20 minutes behind, so they've probably come in for repairs, maybe even.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Foster 58. Yeah. No, that's the gap to the leader, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gap. Some sort of gap.
Something like that. Yeah.
Maybe it's to the whoever's in front of them.
We've got a few comments coming in. We've got Nicholas Tonic, go Sluck, go on Sam. So he's obviously rooting for Sticky's lad.
Yeah. Is there many actually? Yeah. How many figures? How many are watching? Because I know it goes up massively.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you can see that, but there's quite a few comments coming through. Squid Kids, I think he was the son of one of the Rushton guys. He was commenting. Justin Price. Yeah, there's a few. Yeah.
Justin should have his own team out. He should be supplying the bike.
He has raced here in the past, hasn't he, with Scotty and co. So.
Number 2 is going to become a non-number 2 on that side, the way it's flapping about the number 2.
I think obviously you've got Cadwell next weekend, so I think people might be reluctant in running their actual BSSO bike, but if they've got spare bikes, I don't see why not.
I think DSC's is, I think it's a purpose-built bike.
It's a purpose-built bike for this. I must speak to Scotty. I think it's an RB250, and I think they call it the Punisher or something. Yeah. I think it is a purpose-built bike for this event, and the same with Hornet Racing, Dave's carbon bike. I've only ever seen that at the Endurance.
Yes.
It's fun for all the family. We've even got a dog in the paddock. What a time. Keeps back online now.
Sorry, I got interrupted by a phone call. It's really important. I think someone's going to try and sell me some washing machine insurance or something like that, or another one of these scam things. If your computer needs fixing, sir, if you'd like to turn it on and I'll do this for you.
So it looks like Team Hornet there.
Yeah.
They've got a 4-lap gap now.
That's quite unique, isn't
yeah,
it? The roomies.
Yeah, twin cylinder.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, that's why I like the Lewis and everything. There's something different going on here as well all the time. It's great.
Yeah, because it's not like scooter specific, or you see a bit more of a mix in the bsec. Yeah. So the Lewis and lots of things.
Yeah.
With the Lewis and things like motor rooms and I think we have Makos and all sorts out on track. So yeah, there's a good variation of machine.
Do you like? Oh, Steve can't hear me, but I wonder if he likes the play on words with the United Colours of Bimberton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite clever.
I think they were still building the bike last night as well in the paddock by the looks of the Facebook updates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hornet are running leading the pro race, and then they've got Sluck leading the race class.
So, so I'm just trying to show someone a photograph. It's the back end of.
Ah, yes.
You've seen that one?
Yeah, we've seen him out on track, but like Steve said, we couldn't pronounce it on camera.
Yeah, it's I do. That's something I do like about. There's a sense of humour in all of this. If the people, that it's a good camaraderie, and they'll all help each other.
So I think she's the only female rider, isn't she,
Yeah,
this weekend?
yeah.
On the Targa, so.
They travel a long way.
Yeah, they do. They put a lot of effort in, and I think it was only a few weeks ago they were racing small frames in another endurance event in maybe in Italy somewhere. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? It's
Tier racing. They've got a loose headset by the looks of it. Back to the paddocks for them. But it's nice to see them following the rules and wheeling the bike out of the fueling area, so to speak, and back to the repair area.
A few of them have been working under that. I think it's the Parc Ferme area. I mean, number 70 was under there a while ago, and it's I don't know. It looked quite involved, whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
I would actually argue for some of this that almost a standard P200 bike would do some teams.
Yeah.
There's a couple of teams we've had quite regulars, and they've been before, and I said to them, why don't you just go and get a standard bike? You seem to be making more problems by mucking around with it than you are just getting on something standard that goes okay and just leave it as it is.
And that's the beauty of it, like I was saying earlier with Steve. You don't need a powerful bike to do well in this event. No. You just need something that can keep going, decent fuel economy, and with these tracks, something that's probably quite easy to ride, something with a lot of low-end performance, because you're not doing the 90, even 100 mile an hour some of these bikes are capable of doing.
No, this one particularly. I mean, a lot of them are not even using all the gears.
No, probably just second and third more than anything. But I think this is a test for them. They're proving the reliability of the Targa Swim maybe, and for a builder, like is it Timo Drac, is it?
Yeah.
From a scooter builder's perspective and a tuner's perspective, for them the challenge is getting something to last.
Yeah.
The event.
Yeah. They like our things over here.
Yeah.
They're just the whole way that we do it, and the people they love it.
Yeah.
And they were talking to Timo earlier, and he was saying about they would like to do Teesside.
Yeah.
But they've got a meeting 100 miles down the road from where they live on the same day.
So they're going to do that. Financially, it makes more sense.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money.
I mean, yeah.
And the car got attacked yesterday by another car as well. So,
okay.
I like the headset, the tape. I think that's.
Yeah. Well, they've obviously broke they're running the aftermarket handlebar setup, which does make sense, but looks like they probably broke their headset top.
Number 70. Yes. Where's his crash helmet?
I don't know. It looks like he's took it off, which to me is probably not the safest move.
No.
And it looks
he has his left over.
Yeah. He's already on his spare.
Perhaps his head's come off. Mr. McGowan. Perhaps he's got two heads. He hasn't got his thinking head on today. He's got the wrong head on.
Yeah.
That's another leg dangler.
Yeah. I can understand it from some aspects, but like you say, safety, it's not probably the best thing to do. And also taking your foot on and off, it's probably going to unsettle the bar slightly as well.
Well, they tell him not to take his crash helmet
I
off.
thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's a weird thing to do.
Yeah, just going to the ass level and strapping it and peeling it off, yeah.
That lovely blue sky. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Is it raining in London, do you know?
I don't know, I've not been watching it. I can't say I've been tuning in, but so we're approaching that 3-hour mark now. We're fast approaching that, and Hornet is still leading overall with 128 laps. Looks like John the Greek's on their bike at the minute.
Oh, is that full
wobbling
course?
around? Yeah, there he is, number 6, on Team Solid Air. Is there a flag up by the looks of things?
Yeah.
Red flag, yeah.
The red flag.
It looks like they're waving a red flag down at the bottom there, so yeah, I'm not sure what's
Yeah.
going on there.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, good to have Keith there giving us a heads up. Red flag then.
Yeah, it looks like he's had to shoot off to see what the problem is, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully no one's injured.
was that something to do with the guy whose head came off?
Could be. Could be.
Yeah,
could be.
Parking on the outside of the track there. That might. I don't know if that was. That would be what that's about. I don't know if our camera can pick up what the red flag is about. Or James knows.
Yeah. Right, so they're making them pull the bikes up. Probably engines off, I imagine, as well.
That'll be tricky for some of them, won't it?
Someone, like I said earlier,
restart. If they got a bump.
If they've got a bump, and especially in the leathers and all the clad, some of them might struggle now. And like I said, we are getting into the race, so.
Well, at the moment, the leaderboard looks like Hornet Racing with a 3-lap gap for a Sluke. Then Team DSC 78, 4 laps behind, as are SC Swabs. Vespa, 9 laps behind. Dukes of Essex, 10 laps. Hornet, another Hornet, 10 laps.
An ambulance has gone out by the looks of it, so.
So where was the shunt then?
Not sure.
So then it's 8th, Team D Danan, 9th, RLB team, and in 10th position, TAS race team, 12 laps behind the leaders.
You see Team DSC on the camera at the minute. It looks like maybe Daz Westgarth on the scooter. Number 96, which is Squadra Course. I think one of their riders is coming in for a chat in a bit, he said.
Excellent. There's the boys. Look at that. Astonishing. Look, what a handsome bunch of riders.
Yeah.
You know, and is that rumour you were talking about when I came in?
Twin cylinder, yes.
Yeah, it's a good-looking thing, isn't it?
It's quite a bizarre scooter to race because I imagine spares for something like that are quite hard to get.
Yeah, you don't want to drop it.
No, and that, yeah.
You're not going to be picking up parts down in Rushden.
No, you're not going to be nipping out to someone's garage half a mile down the road to fix that, I don't think.
What a magnificent sight down on the grid there of all that, the cream of British endurance scooter racers. Like somebody looking underneath the bike there. But I don't know if we get a heads up on what the stoppage was all about.
We've got a few. Go back to the messaging. We've got. I'd never thought.
Racing injuries covered by the PHS. NHS, do you mean? Could it be NHS? I don't know.
Not sure, maybe.
I don't even think these days normal injuries are out on strike, aren't they?
If you can get in, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
I never thought I'd sit in my workshop watching a scooter race instead of racing myself.
Too wet? No. Let's have a look. Yeah, Dom, no, I don't think so. It's been wetter. We don't know ourselves at the moment, guys asking about it.
No, we're not racing scooters today. We're sat in the warmth of the control building. A few riders looking on from the paddock.
Chance to have a look at that live. Black flag violation, goggles disabled. Well, the ambulance coming back in, so one imagines that once the ambulance is cleared, we should be able to get racing restarted. I'd say, Dan, this would be a tricky moment for the riders because, you know, you're all up to speed, concentrating hard. It's like when we get in car racing, we get a
safety car.
Yeah, exactly.
You're bunching the riders up again, aren't you?
The problem is it breaks your flow and it also cools down your tyres, your brakes and everything else. So fortunately, scooter racing being the friendly business it is, they're all chatting out there, whereas if it's car racing, no one talks to each other because they're all sulking.
And also in that, because of the endurance nature, they're not racing each other technically. They're actually racing for laps. So those guys hopefully won't be fighting for position.
No, but nonetheless, when you got to restart, I know it sounds an obvious thing to us sitting in here, but you know, the reality is that you know, you got to remember you've got to warm everything back up again.
Yeah.
Second commentator is very silent.
Well, they're about the same. They're the same. So.
Okay, but thanks for letting us know.
TDS Angel.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Let's have a look. If you got, give us a word on the feed if you got us both now. Yep, it's all good. Thank you. And TDS Angel is asking, do we race scooters? Well, Dan did here. I'm a car racer, so and I'm a kart racer, and this is my home circuit, so I'm always coaching here in karting, but I'm a motorcyclist.
No wonder I can't get a pizza delivered with this going on from Paul Hughes.
That's classic. That's classic, mate. If you did get one from one of these guys, at least you'd get there while it was still hot.
Yes.
The guy might get a ticket. That's the only issue, I suppose. And you'd hear him coming, Paul, anyway, so that would be a good thing.
I think...
God, I don't know about that.
No, yeah, because
TDS Angel, for our sound people here can hear us, so I don't know why you're only getting one of us. Maybe are we in stereo, wherever you're coming from, one of your speakers is conked out. It could be it. I don't know what's going on with that. Sorry. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Check it out.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 from me, Dan.
Yeah.
Number 2, I imagine.
I mean, I'll put that a bit closer. Maybe that's something to do it.
Yeah, maybe I'll put that a bit closer now. Yep, okay. I think because people have been putting the headsets on and stuff, it's probably been knocked.
TDS Angel, teaching Damon, I'm not that old, TDS Angel, you cheeky monkey. I did, however, teach the King's Sons a couple of years ago, so I tutored William and Harry, and they were really quick, by the way, has to be said. So, and nice kids as well. Yeah, so look at this down out on track. Scooters are, you know.
Yeah, they're probably clearing up a spillage or maybe.
And look, there are some of the bikes running again.
Yeah.
Now, so again, as a scooter novice, got to ask the question here, but like a scooter that's not a race scooter that's not moving, doesn't it require airflow to keep it, or will it just carry on ticking over indefinitely?
I think with these, from what I've seen, all these scooters here, they've kept what they call, they have a fan that's bolted to the flywheel, and they've kept that because obviously for cooling the scooter.
But if you're like you're saying with the, you know, if your tuning's gone up from what was originally 3 horsepower to say 13, surely that's making loads more heat than a standard road scooter, no?
Well, it'd be revving high, so it'd be creating more airflow from the fan around the cowlings.
When it's stationary.
Yeah,
no?
maybe.
I just wondering, watching them with the engine ticking over.
Obviously, they will be getting warmer, but the minute they get going, they'll soon cool down.
Dan, to be honest, if it was me today, I'd be running it just to stay warm.
Yeah, yeah. You know, putting your legs close to them panels.
I'll put my hands around the expansion chambers.
Yeah. Right, it looks like they're letting them go now by the looks of it. It looks like the marshal was just stepping out of the way.
We can't see it too clearly here, but I think it's raining pretty hard though, isn't it? Again, there seems to be like showering at the moment. There's certainly people, our spectators, are umbrellas up.
No, I think they're only allowed to run pump fuel today, so no nitromethane.
Well, not that they're admitting to, Dan.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not they're admitted to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Here in Germany, we have to excuse ourselves because of CO2 noise.
Come here, mate. Come to the UK, and we'll facilitate you some proper racing action.
Not a problem. But build a bike and get yourself over here, or have a word with one of the teams even.
Mind you, the British government did try and legislate out combustion engines entirely, but fortunately they are losing their grip on the country fast. So their electric vehicle agenda's gone out the window. Because I've got to say, electric scooters. Well, I own one, but it wouldn't be very appealing.
No, I mean,
no charm for me.
It's all right for nipping around the paddock on probably, but I don't think I'd fancy racing one. There's nothing beats that smell we had on the start line this morning.
And the sound.
And the sound as well.
You know, and the feel of it, actually.
Yeah.
You know, it's electric scooters, it's got good torque, but that's about it, isn't it?
I mean, some engineers have developed bits of kit to obviously put electric motors in scooters. In fact, one of the riders out there today competing, Ben Reddins, he did like a conversion where a motor went inside the Lambretta engine case.
Well, now, I wouldn't mind adding a motor as well as the combustion engine.
Yeah, a bit like the DRS maybe or something.
To cheat. Well, I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll put a motor on the front wheel and have two-wheel drive.
If it's not in the rules, it's not cheating, is it?
Yeah. So we're back racing again. The rider's desperately trying to bring the scooters up to temperature again, and themselves.
Tyres as well. The tyres would have really dropped off, I imagine.
And themselves. One thing I heard Keith mention when I came back in, he was talking about this corner, Christmas. He was talking, and I would have to agree with him, right? You don't want to be in the wet. He might be right, because the rider's not used to racing on kart circuits. I'm telling you that when we do our track walk in the wet, I can barely stand up on that part of the track because there's so much rubber down. It's so slick that I think if I was a rider in the paddock listening to this, I would move to the middle of the track, definitely on the approach to Christmas, because otherwise you are compromising your braking.
Is that corner quite a fast corner in a kart, Steve?
Yeah, so Dom's put, look, surprised no one is doing a wet karting line. Yeah, absolutely, Dom. Me too, but as you remember, these guys aren't karters, and so, you know, they're not used to this track, and they probably wouldn't know it, John. They wouldn't realise what we know about Whilton Mill. And it is literally, if we had a walk up there later, Dan, in the wet, you rub your foot on it. I always show my young novice pupils, and you can barely stand up. Now, that's one of them Louis, right?
That's the SS90. That's the bike of Sluck Racing.
Right.
So it looks like they've come in for a quick refuel and rider change.
Got it.
So it looks like that's Sam, their youngest rider, going out now.
Okay.
So
they've really carved the way to the front, haven't they? I mean, how far are they? They're 4 laps behind, but...
But they are leading their class. They're leading the race class, so...
Got it. So that's all they really need to do. It's unrealistic to go for the out
win. That looks like TDS Angel, It looks like he's a friend of the TD Customs guys.
Okay. Let's go, Sammy. Maria, putting a punt out. You just mentioned them. That must be the boy that they just put out.
Yes, I imagine. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, a good effort. Fueling stop in there. But that bike is very, very effective, isn't it?
I think, like I said, they've really built a well-oiled machine when it comes to endurance racing. They've got the tactics, they've got pit crew, they know exactly what they're doing.
So now here, Deeks, Speed, Numpties, these guys are.
Yeah, so this is Team Numpties. So that's Brook North and the Arvis. He's a very talented rider. He's just started racing the BSSO as well.
Okay, with the hat on, with the pork pie
hat.
with
the pork pie hat on. Yeah,
he's good styles.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's very friendly.
He's cutting the dash, isn't he?
Yeah. And there's 96 now. We were only commenting earlier how quick that rider was in the gold and the black. So
very, very quick. He's got.
He's telling them about wide lines and.
Yes, they've heard us.
Yeah, they've probably
commentary. We've saved the team. I feel that we shaped the race actually, Dan, with our expert commentary. I like that Brontosaurus, like the fins on the back.
Yeah. They're a friendly bunch, them guys are.
Okay. It does worry me slightly. Deek Speed Numpties. Deeks. Do you know what I mean? For me, that's personal.
Yeah.
I might have to go out and re-graphic that.
That's one of the Irish teams, I think, number 12.
Are you saying that because it's in green?
No, I think he is from Ireland, I think.
Because I was talking, there was somebody from Ulster Scooter Club I was talking to. Could be him, I reckon.
Yeah.
And so actually, this restart's kind of bunched them up again.
I think a couple of laps, though. Hopefully, they'll have settled back into a rhythm.
It's a good thing.
Spare scooter on track, rider swap. Darryl Ward, Team 333.
Yeah, Dom. By the way, you can find more braking. There's no doubt if you go offline, but you'd have to sort of know how much rubber was done. I guess. It is mad there because in a kart, you see, Dan, we brake so hard and so late.
Yeah.
That we just basically, if you looked at the track surface, it's just slick rubber.
Yeah, slick rubber.
The minute it rains on that, there's no grip at all. Yeah, and TS Angel, the outer wheels do polish the tarmac as well, but it's mainly there. If you look at a cross-section of the track, it's just full of rubber. But, so what are we in? 3 hours?
5 minutes, yeah.
So we're not even at the halfway point.
No, another 55 minutes yet to the halfway point. Yeah. So it's
I think in a second I'm going to have to do another roving reporting bit into the pits then.
Yeah,
at which point I might whip up, leave you in charge, whip upstairs. If you're lucky, I might try and bring you back another latte.
Oh, thank you.
Put it on the company account, obviously. I don't have any cash.
On the rider?
Yeah, no, I'm going to put it on Mike's tab. That's what he said, so we'll stick it on his tab. So, again, everything's game on, and what kind of pace? 13.9 for that 6. Yeah. Whoa, that's quick. I mean, considering I don't think the track conditions have dried out. So to give our millions of spectators on the YouTube live stream a insight, 13.9, that's 6 seconds a lap quicker.
That's as fast as the lap that the Squadra course boys set earlier, right before they had that incident. Yeah.
And the track is definitely no grippier. So whoever's riding at the moment for the Hornet Racing team clearly knows his business.
Knows their way around the track,
They absolutely do, don't they? Great styles out on track, loads of great moves.
It's John the Greek who's riding for the Hornet team.
Is that
6.
right?
Yeah, he's a great rider. And I think he's a European guy, so he's raced on a lot of kart circuits on scooters. It's quite popular over there.
Fast, man. He's really, really quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that is, again, but remember when we started talking earlier, of course, about the Squadra course, the very next lap, he dumped it.
Yeah.
So it's that I'm not saying for a second John the Greek would do that, but it's that very fine margin, isn't it?
TDS Angel, he's invited us to ride one of his scooters in Europe.
I'm on my way. I'll pack my bag.
You and your
Hold
team
on a minute. TDS Angel, is this somewhere hot in Europe?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to turn up somewhere worse than here in terms of weather conditions.
It's got to be Italy or Spain or somewhere.
Yeah,
sure.
Bear in mind it's May here in the UK and it's still like winter, or at least it feels like it today. So there, I've just seen John the Greek going right round the outside. Camera crew were on him a second ago.
Yeah, he's back on
Look
again,
at that! Look at those stars. Watch John the Greek. Watch those painted white lines, man. It's, you know, and the guy behind him. Look, seeing him go past. Now there's the problem, Dan. Like if you are suddenly passed by someone like John the Greek, going 6 seconds like quicker, there's always a danger. If you're number 74, you think, oh, I better pull my finger out.
Yeah,
I'm not going remote.
And push on and probably push beyond your
correct.
Your limits,
easily done. Easily done. Look at him. Look at his style.
But he's not tipping the bike over like he would in the dry. It's
of course not. But look at the speed he's carrying into the corner.
Yeah.
You know, and look at him in the conditions. I mean, he's really working. I mean, to be fair, that scooter looks like it's well set up.
It's like I said earlier. It's like a carbon tub, so there's a bit of a space frame underneath. So it is a real
carbon tub.
Yeah,
you
carbon
that?
tub. Yeah, he's in the pro race class, so I think
so you can have anything goes.
Legitimate, yeah, in that class.
Yellow flag out, someone's down, but
it looks like he's even got a rear disc brake as well. So
I just love it, and he's great in traffic too.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. He's like,
I think you made him jump a little bit then.
Yeah, but you are going to. Let's face it, you are going to cut up.
230 people are tuned in currently. So
230,000 people. 230k.
Oh right, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, and
yeah, we appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate that. It's
especially now we discovered where our life is.
Yeah.
Why does it always rain in Britain? No, sometimes it snows. TDS Angel, I don't know where you're coming from, but good humour. We appreciate the banter.
Yes.
3.5 hours in. It might get trickier after 7.5 hours, but look at John the Greek.
Yeah.
Look at that body language. That's a tricky scooter. Man, that bears no relation to anything I've seen on
It's probably quite a light scooter.
Yeah.
And there's Phil Hallam. Yeah, it's probably quite a light scooter. Oh, he's just started a scooter. That's got to be the first time he's ever done that.
Very nearly fell off the other side.
Very nearly fell off the other side, but he's just started a scooter on his own. That's good for Phil Hallam, and he hasn't dropped it.
No, I've got to say that suspension on his scooter looks to be working quite hard. It's not a lot of travel.
I'm not going to comment. So Emma Baker, how many scooters are in the race? We've got 40 teams registered. So yeah, at any time there'll be up to 40 scooters on track.
Excellent.
Yep. So I think, Steve's just going for a paddock walk now. Yeah. I'm not sure on the link for the live timing. Yeah, the Hornet bike, it has got a aftermarket casing, so I imagine it's a Quattrini or something. Light scooter with a big engine. I think Steve's just gone for a paddock walk now with the cameraman, so hopefully you'll get some interviews maybe from riders and team members. I'm not sure on the link for the live timing. I don't know if it's something I can find out for you. Maybe post a link in the comments.
We're more than 3 hours into the event now, and still the majority of teams running, which is incredible. We've had a red flag, we've had a stoppage, and I'd say somebody, if you look at it, is leaking fuel or oil. So it's going to make it tricky leaving the pit lane, there's no question about it. Somebody's just come in for what looks to me to be a fuel stop. And somebody, mind your back there, run to back. Let's have a look in here. Team under a bit of pressure here. The 132 entry, firing into action. I'm going to talk to one of the team mechanics here. Sir, which team are you with?
Team JB, Dukes of Essex.
So I've seen you. You're around about, where are you running at the moment? You're in the top 10, well in the top 10.
John Balcom is, yeah, the first team. His second team's running about 16th or something like round about there at the moment.
Is it all going according to plan?
It's good, yeah, slow and steady, yeah. That's
slow and steady?
Yeah, the tortoise will win the race.
Is that what it's like? So everybody else is going to fall off in front of you? I mean, the track conditions today couldn't be more difficult.
No, it is very difficult, yeah. You just got to take it easy, that's all you can do. Take it easy.
Was that a scheduled stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're stopping every half hour.
Okay, is that due to rider fitness or excessive fuel
fatigue,
consumption?
Fatigue, numbness in the fingers, so they want to, we do it every half hour.
Okay, but some of the teams are doing...
Longer stints, yeah. John Balcom's doing an hour, his team are doing an hour stints, but the second team are doing half-hour stints.
Okay, due to reflect the fitness level of the riders?
Well, yeah, of course. But yeah, no, they're getting a bit of tingling in their fingers for the front brake, they're using the front brake a lot. So I think half hour is pretty good because it keeps them fresh, you see.
8 hours in, right, it's going to be, that's a long old race. So if you're into 7.5 hours, riders talk about not being able to feel the clutch properly anymore.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you for talking to us. Good luck with the race. Keep it the right way up.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
So this pit lane, guys, this is where everybody fuels. This is where everybody comes in for rider changes. Action on the track. And for the first time today, feels to me like the rain might be seeding. On this Coronation Day, 6th of May, of course, this is the Coronation Cup. And if you have a look around in the pit lane, you'll see it's all action in here. Riders coming in, rider changes, fueling going on in here. And as we mentioned already, fuel all over the floor. And actually, a host of scooters come to spectate. It's a family show, guys. I'm going to head back in a moment to the commentary tower. We'll just have a chance maybe to catch up with one more of the teams. Let's have a look here. Sir, let me grab you. Which team are you with?
Spy Tomac Terriers.
And how is it going for you today?
We're having a dreadful day.
Why?
We've had, well, we had a crash this morning in practice and what have you, and then he's gone to hospital. And then we've had ignition problems. We changed all the stator, that all fell to bits and what have you. We have gearbox problems. And so we've been in the pit for about an hour and a half. So we finally got out now. Changed all obviously to wet tyres, and then we're putting in a decent lap time now. Doing all right now. We're about second or third from last in our out the entirety, and I think the last in our class, we were race class.
Yes, but it's still 4.5 hours to go.
Yeah, very long time to go yet, you know, but there's a lot of laps to make up. We're going round the race. If we have nothing left between now and the end of the race, we'll be over the moon with that.
Okay, and what about your man in hospital? Have we heard from him?
He's having a full body scan. One of my colleagues, one of my friend's wives is with him now, so we're just going to wait for her to feedback how he's getting on.
Send him our best regards, won't you?
Yeah, will do. Thank you very much.
Good luck, young man. I look forward to seeing the team escalating their way up the order.
We get on. Thank you very much. Okay.
Top man, top man. Well, there, you see, that's the drama of international endurance scooter racing. You know, it's all to play for, but it's a risky business. I mean, these are seriously committed professional riders. Steve Deeks heading back to the commentary tower.
Yep, so back in the studio now. Steve just gave me a bit of a paddock walk. Got Marky in here as well. Yeah, so Hornet Racing, they're still in the lead overall with 141 laps. Closely followed by Team DSC, 136. We're over 3 hours in now, so over the... Oh, no, we're not. No, sorry. Yeah, we are over 3 hours in. I was about to say over the halfway mark. I think I'm used to the old 6-hour endurance, but we've still got another 45 minutes to go till that point. The conditions aren't getting any better. It's still raining cats and dogs out there. And I think Mark is going to join us right now.
Hello.
Yep, Mark is on.
Yeah. I want to quickly say thank you, Dan. Stepping in the last minute has really helped us out, and you're doing a fantastic job, so thank you.
Yeah, cheers, no worries, mate. I was going to come along anyway and watch and be part of it all, but when he offered that, I thought, well, they offer free coffee. It can't be giving up that card.
So you're right. The coffee's good here, so
yeah, it's decent.
Yeah, you've had the right touch. But no, yeah, all serious. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, interesting day, I must admit. Weather is awful.
Consistently wet, yeah.
Yeah, very wet. The sun comes out and it's still raining. So yeah, interesting racing though, I must admit. It's good to see.
Got a few comments coming in. One from a family member of mine, John Winter. Cheers, mate. Yep. Big shout out from the Burton Brewers Scooter Club. Stay safe, everyone. Yep. TDS Angel, he's obviously glued to the live feed. Says he loves the commentating.
You're a natural, that's why.
Wow. I don't know
and
about
Steve,
that.
got to thank Steve as
yeah,
well.
Steve,
obviously he's fantastic.
Spot on.
And yeah, once again helped us out. Stood in Wednesday, I believe. He notified us that he can do it, so that's fantastic. Without obviously commentators, this wouldn't happen. I should say thank you to the sponsors as well, really. So
yeah, we did.
so everyone out there, AME,
Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Sluck, Scooter Nova, the Vespa Club of Britain, AF Rayspeed, and Thanet Scooter Services. None of this would be possible without the sponsors, really.
No, definitely not. They've been with us from the beginning.
And I think a lot of them are offering discounts to competitors as well on parts and stuff, which really helps the teams out.
Hugely. Obviously, you must know that the BSSO also do the discount for the BSSO riders, so it is a huge help. Anything with the racing like that, discount-wise. Racing isn't cheap, so yeah, any help is good.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks again to everyone who's tuning in on the live. Yeah, €10 from TDS Angel. Have another coffee. Oh, thank you. Cheers, mate. Ciao.
Cool, you're on to a winner here, Dan.
Oh no. What is the Coronation? Oh well, yeah, I think I'll be tuned into this as well, but each their own.
They have got that upstairs, obviously. So if we're not in the pit, we do keep going back to that.
Go on, Dukes of Essex. Great coverage.
Yes.
Cheers, Malcolm.
Got obviously shout out to Dukes of Essex. People that know me obviously know I am with John JB Tuning. Put 2 teams out, which is Sean is on the second bike, newly into racing. He started off with us last year, I believe, on the BSEC. Loved it.
And now he's doing BSSO as well.
Exactly that. He loved it. It's great. We did want the BSEC to be a stepping stone, really. Anyone that is interested in racing, you can put a bike together with a few of your mates, get out. If you do like that racing, then why not have a go at your ACU? A lot of people think that the ACU licences are quite hard to get. They're not really. It's a day's course and a day on track. So
I think it's more just about teaching you track etiquette and safety, isn't it, really, and what to do if it does go wrong.
got into the racing a few years ago, and look at them now. You know, championship winning teams, and yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. So the racing is totally different as well. It really is totally different to the rallies.
It looks like we might have lost the visual online at the minute. I think the lads are working on it because our screen's just come back up, but no visual yet.
Yes, you're quite right there.
Yeah.
Still got 4 hours 39 to go. Shout out to I want to shout out to number 96. It's the first endurance for us. It's quite an interesting story, actually. I know Scott. Fourth overall and third in class. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the visual back soon. We've got the grid position up, but the screen is still black here as well.
So, yeah, Hornet Racing, once again, doing a superb job. They've certainly got in the swing of things now. It's great that people can just tune in whenever they want, have a look, have an update, watch it. The whole entire 8 hours for us, it's perfect, and we absolutely loved it from the first time we used them at Teesside. So
the level of coverage these guys offer is great. I mean, for us as well in the control centre, we can see everything. It keeps us up to date as well.
Seems like another yellow flag on the first corner. I don't know what that is.
Malcolm Hobbs, put some money in the meter.
Put some money in the meter. Hello, Malcolm. Nice to see you tuned in, Malcolm. So yes. Shame you're not here. I thought you would have popped up, mate. But yeah, thank you for messaging. Steve is back. As I said, once again, thank you for Steve for stepping in. It is a massive help. So I'm bored of listening to me. So you more than likely are. So I'm going to pass you back on to Steve. Thank you.
That was Marky Bonnet. Marky helps organise the event along with Keith, and is also a BSO rider, multiple race winner.
Thank you, guys.
And Steve's back.
Dan back in harness then. Let's have a look and see. So still Hornet Racing, 4 laps now.
Yeah.
That's a handy margin, but as we've seen, when a rider is really pushing on, it can all go to very quickly in this business, you know.
I mean, they've just posted a 1:14, so they're well on the money on the pace, I think.
See that Rolf's in from Germany. It's great to see all these friends, scooter racing friends from all around the world.
Yeah. Go Dukes of Essex, loves Mrs. JB. So Lynn, I think that's John Balcom's wife.
Okay.
John Winter, we are back. I think he's responding to the loss of the visual.
Yeah, that was the computer shutting itself down.
Right. But the Alpha guy's got it all back.
All back and running, yeah. So that's all good.
We've only got another half an hour to go now till the halfway point of the race. So there's still all to play for, really.
Do you know, it's funny, I don't know why, that just reminded me of when I ran my one and only marathon. I'd run a load of half marathons, and I always remember the full marathon. I arrived at the halfway point, and it said something like, "You've only got the same to go again."
Yeah.
At which point I wanted to shoot myself. I might probably feel the same for some of the riders.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
in the pit lane, talking to those guys who had the injured rider early on, and we all send him our best for recovery, of course, but and then they had ignition problems and all the rest of it. And that, you know, when I asked them that inevitable commentator's question, how's it going for you? Absolutely the wrong question.
Yeah, the response was probably, go on.
But again, you know what, it's funny, watching them go down up to Christmas, you know, that I couldn't stress enough. Like, I would be definitely, you see where that rider is now, definitely I'm not going to use that part of the track. That is so slick now, as anybody who's kart raced here. And actually, if you look at it, you can even see the grip in the middle of the track. Can you see it? Even from the commentary tower.
Oh, that's the Hornet.
That's a bad place.
Bike.
That's a bad place to shunt
that's
as well.
quite a fast corner as well.
Fast corner, and you're also in the middle of the track.
Yes, the leader. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Losing the leader. I can't believe that. Do you remember what I just said? Pushing 4 laps ahead. I mean, fortunately, the bike looks okay. It's restarted, but
it's giving the other teams chances to catch up.
I'm beginning to think that I've got some sort of insight. Yeah. So you know what I mean? I say to them, you're pushing too hard, bang, you're down. And go on. Did do it. Yes, indeed. And so, Alpha Live there, apologising for the technical issues, which we've now resolved. That was the computer. We need to upgrade our operating system.
Yeah, maybe.
But no, all back on. But what about that, Dan? I mean, let's be frank about that. Can you imagine in a shunt like that, especially on a fast corner, that could have been the end for Hornet Racing.
Someone could have been coming around the corner to clean them up.
Yeah, exactly.
In that position.
Yep, the bike on the track, even if the bike remained unscathed, it'd only take another bike to centre punch it.
Luckily, the rider got it up quickly and got out of the way and got going again, for not just for his results, but for his own safety and well-being.
Interestingly, that's allowed Team DSC 78 to take a lap back off him.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's how easily the complexion of the race can change. The rider did a pretty good job there, because actually understanding there at the top. Oh, look at this. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. This can't be for us.
No way. We've got cheese board being brought in here.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Just to explain this to somebody has very kindly, let's give the team a plug. What team is this from? From number 135, right?
That's the Rushton Lambretta A team, or the original Rushton Lambretta. The one and only.
Rushton Lambretta Club, folks. I've got to say that absolute gentlemen have just invaded the commentary tower with the cheese board.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you don't get that at Formula One.
No.
Honestly.
No.
They've got a lot to learn from scooterists.
Yes, but it's been pointed out to us by a team. What's your name, sir? Colin from the Rushton crew. He's dead right. It's like Paddock Club, isn't it?
Custom chopping board as well.
Yeah, I just described this for all of our worldwide listeners. Unbelievable.
Oh, lovely.
This is it's 5-star VIP hospitality. It's corporate hospitality provided by, let's give them a massive shout out, the Rushton Lambretta Club. I mean, this is 135.
135, yes.
Let's be clear. 135. The nice ones, yeah. There's a bit of controversy here in the commentators' tower. Definitely. It's just going from, strength to strength here with the promises we've been made. Let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen, the commentary team are pretty corruptible. if you have good cuisine, good drink, ale, anything like that, and you want to get your sponsors mentioned, just come and ply us with it. We're entirely buyable.
Yes.
I think it is fair to say, isn't it? Dan will be off air for a few moments while he has some brie. So, guys, we are now, what are we? We are 3.5 hours in. And we have a top team that looks like this. Hornet Racing from Team DSC 78. Sluke Racing Squad, of course. Dukes of Essex. Team Vespa, Tuatha De Danann and TAS Rushton Lambretta B team. And then rounding out the top 10, IDK Endurance Racing. So, at the moment, having just come back in from outside, I could say that the weather conditions, I have a feeling it's going to get better, believe it or not. For how long, I don't know, but it's certainly warmer out than it's been, and it's just spitting with rain. But the reality, of course, here at Whilton Mill doesn't mean the track is any easier. As somebody pointed out to us earlier on, that it's actually often easier to read the track when it is, in fact, fully wet.
That looks like Foster 58, the rider Phil Hallam, just coming into the paddock, probably for a rider change by the looks of that, because he just looks like he's pushing it around. The Squadra course going around there, he's coming in for a chat, apparently, one of the riders. He's just after 2 o'clock. Again, they're running third in class. They've got some real handy riders out there. As Steve was saying, it does look like we might get a bit of a dry spell. There's a bit of wind, but it looks like the rain might stop for now, so could that give us some dry lines. We'll have to wait and see.
Dan, just keep talking for a minute because this cheddar is excellent. don't stop talking. Keep talking.
Yeah, I must add a bit of the brie and a bit of pickle. Just it was lovely. So we can be brought with food and drink, if you want to mention. But honestly, if you want to have a go on the microphone and give us a brief rundown of your team, please pop in and feel free.
I'm actually surprised we haven't had more riders come in there because the reality is great opportunity to give a punt out worldwide to our 230,000 online viewers.
Yeah. And Dan is partial to chicken wings. Cheers, Johnny. If you want to bribe the commentators.
We all like a chicken wing.
I better say hello to the wife as well.
Your wife's on there?
Yeah, Helen, yeah. Really enjoying the commentary today. Great job. All but especially Dan.
Oh, Dan. She has to put up with you on a daily basis, doesn't she?
Well, yeah.
Have you been married about a day?
No, we've been married since 2016. And,
You're joking.
Yeah.
She still feels like that about you?
Well, yeah, must be doing something right.
You need to write a book on it. Get it out to the rest of us.
But, I guess a lot of the riders might be busy as well, running the teams and helping out, because it really is a team event. This is from working away in the paddock, refuelling. It is can be quite a busy day.
See the 347 scooter snaking there as he exited the corner. I mean, that is I'd have to say that's one of those moments when you tighten. There's no other word for cheeks of your buttocks. You pull them together, don't you? Because you've got to have that sort of. That's the moment where it can go either way.
Yeah.
You know, we're not deliberately power sliding scooters here, are we, Dan?
No, the lads aren't. They're not backing it in like a MotoGP rider. I think when that happens, it doesn't mean to happen. So it's one of those tight moments.
Yeah, and no traction control, one imagines.
No, and the nature of a two-stroke, if you're on a powerful machine, when it comes onto the power in these conditions, it's a fine line between keeping it upright and straight or it being spitting you off.
Funnily enough, I had a Harley Davidson that used to do. I made a hot rod Harley out of an 883 into a high compression 1200, and that was terrible for doing that. It didn't have any sort of power band, but it had the ability to spin the rear in any of the first three gears when it was greasy.
Yeah.
You know, and it would do it at the most inopportune moments. Yeah. Zero, you know, obviously traction or rider aids, and which of course a lot of modern bikes do have traction control. And even though people a lot of people are not against it, the modern traction control is pretty good, I'd say.
I mean, I don't actually own a bike myself. I only own scooters, but having ridden friends' powerful bikes, they always joke, if I just leave everything turned on, you can't get it wrong. You can just open that. It's got angle-sensitive traction control,
That's true,
ABS, all that sort of stuff.
I have a Ducati Diavol, and that has. I don't really understand it fully, but it has some sort of sensors in there which, you know, they do chip in. But the great thing now is you don't feel it happening, that's when it is really well engineered.
It's not too obtrusive,
No, because the early systems, I remember in the car world developing some of those, and they were very, very invasive.
Yeah, with the ABS and things like that.
Yeah. Some of these guys would probably be grateful for a bit of ABS today.
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
Is that a thing, actually, just, you know, as a not a regular scooter rider? Is it easy in these conditions to lock up the front and lose the front?
Yeah, it's easy. It's even easy in the dry. With some of these brake setups these scooters are running, they've got they've got big 4-pot calipers on the front, and Keith was only talking earlier about the anti-dive systems.
Yep.
They do sometimes.
Does it give you any warning? Dan? Do you know what I mean, like, would you feel it coming before it locks, or is it just going to go straight? Really?
I've crashed one scooter before, due to a similar sort of. Circumstance where I've just given it a fistful of brake and it just washed out on me, and I never did it again because I soon quickly learned.
Look at this, Go Concrete.
Rusty Lambretta Concrete Kings.
Is that right? Is those our cheese providers, or is it the other Russian?
Yes, yeah.
Is that our cheese providers?
It must be the cheese providers.
Best team here.
Well, yeah,
without a shadow of doubt.
So far, yeah, best
so
team
far.
here.
It's the best offering we've had.
Yeah, best offering, yeah.
Until the Prosecco gets here. It's the coronation after all.
Yeah. Team 347, Go Mungo. Emma Barker, See the Scooter 114, Go Team Spire Tarmac Terriers. Yeah,
they're all here. It's good to see the fans out there.
It's great to have some interaction from you guys tuned in online.
Yeah, and worldwide as well.
Yeah, worldwide, yeah.
You know, we've even had people, you know, ringing in from Matabele land. It's all over the place watching scooter racing, and why wouldn't they? As we get a nice tight shot from our camera crew.
That's Mr. Dave Bristow, by the looks of it, on the Hornet machine. He's also the team principal for them, I think.
That's our leader, isn't it? Yeah,
that's the leader.
That's the leader.
158. So it looks like they've got a 5-lap lead at the minute on DSC.
So he's still, that's a 15. Well, look at the times he's doing. I mean, the next quickest on the last lap was actually the Squadra course, not surprisingly, with a 16.0, but he's doing 15.2. That's an 8 cents. That's a handy pace. And actually, if you look at him, Dan, he's very smooth.
Yeah.
I mean, look, sometimes with some of the riders, you can see when they're on a quick lap.
Yeah.
But actually, maybe perhaps that's the essence of it. He doesn't even look like he's going quickly. I mean, he does because he's covering ground, but look at his body style. He's effortless and fluid.
Dave
Having said that, and now dump it on his arse.
Yeah. Dave has got a lot of experience scooter racing. He's come from the BSSO. I'm not sure how many years he's been racing, but he's been racing a long time, and he's a true gent. Nice bloke, and again, he's one of the blokes, if you need something in the paddock and he can help you, he will. He's welded and exhaust in the past for my team, so... yeah, he's a true gent, is Dave.
He's also, interesting, if you watch it down at Oblivion, he's figured out the wet line.
Yeah.
So he is one of the guys, if you watch him, I don't know if he'll do it at Christmas, let's have a look if our camera stays on him, but not so much at Christmas, but through the Oblivion corner, he's definitely got the wet line. And also note that he's driving with one finger on his clutch the whole time.
That's a scooterist thing, that is. If they have a problem with the bike, if it seizes, or the nature of it is to pull that clutch in, because it will lock that back wheel up, and if you're not quick enough, it will throw you off.
It's interesting to me, without Dan mirrors on the scooter, I guess you just sense when there's somebody close to you by the vibration, the sound, the feel,
You can normally hear it. You can normally hear when someone's close. I mean, Dave's got, it looks like the TD Customs bike behind him. That's got a very distinctive note with it being a twin. But then again, Dave is carving his way through the field, so... Yeah,
there's the yellow flag, so he's dropping back. Look, you see that's quite clever. So he's not taking any chances with the official dummy either.
No. That's another Team Hornet bike that looked like it pulled over. So,
but we shouldn't discount the job he's doing, because the reality is when you're travelling at that pace, you're just constantly overtaking people, aren't you? He's got to be on all the time.
Yeah, he's got to be on it, and he's overtaking people in a real polite fashion as well. I think he knows there's people that are less experienced than himself, so he's giving them the room, and he is giving them the time of day to get. I mean, he's behind.
Well, if you look at it, he's dropping a couple of seconds, or he's prepared to if needs be. I mean, why wouldn't you do that when you've got a 5-lap margin?
Yeah. Why risk getting past someone and getting wiped out? So yeah, it's the true spirit of endurance, I think.
But I also think he's got a very economical style as a racer. If you look at him, he looks like
he's riding maybe 8/10, maybe not.
Even though he isn't clearly with those lap times.
Well,
but and look at it as well. The bike as well. He's in these conditions. He's very careful.
Yeah.
With brakes, with cornering.
They often say smooth is fast, and he's certainly showing that.
That's me out then. Look at that. That's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Another yellow flag. And he's also respecting it. Look, as you would.
No, who's that? Looks like one of the Rushton guys from the B team, let's say. The B team, not the cheese team.
That's not the cheese team.
No, it's not the cheese team.
Well, I'd teach him for not bringing us something nice.
Well, maybe.
And look how we can see the underside of the scooter there.
Yeah, it's like he's caught the exhaust at some point, but at least he stood up and he looks like he's just composing himself.
Yeah, but what about the poor scooter?
Wow, yeah, the poor scooter,
Stop talking about cheese.
And Josh Morris is he's a friend of mine. Afternoon, guys. Great viewing and commentary. Josh actually provides a lot of fiberglass components for these race scooters.
Oh, okay. So what does Josh do?
He owns a mouldings company that makes fiberglass parts for Land Rovers, all sorts. In the Midlands.
Does he?
Yeah. So he's about 10 minutes from myself in Swaddling Coat.
Now we need some Formula Ford fiberglass. Is he my man?
Well, if you tap him up, and I'm sure if you cross his hands,
some cheese.
Send him some cheese. Yeah, he might be partial to a bit of a bribe.
So we got DCS 78 at the moment. Quicks doing the 16. Oh, hold on, someone doing a 13. Squadra Corsa on it again. The lap before it's just changed to 14.2.
Yeah.
13. Got to keep an eye on Squadra Corsa then in 96, but. Because that's equal to as fast as anyone's been today in the rain. So that's interesting to me, that is, because they are on a charge again.
Like I said, there's only Squadra Course, there's only a lap between Squadra Course and DSC, and 4 laps between DSC and Hornet, so it is quite close in the pro race class.
And actually, they picked him up. Yeah, look at. So let's follow. No, see, that's tricky. Right out onto the painted line. That's brave, right? So, who is it? Do we know who's on the bike for Squadron Cross tonight?
Swab, maybe. I think his name's Dave Swarbury.
That's the young man I was talking to earlier. I asked him if his dad makes expansion bikes, but he doesn't. Different Dave Swarbury.
Yeah,
but he's very handy.
Yeah, I mean, it was only Mikey was saying what a talented rider he is, and if I remember correctly, the rest of his team are wearing orange vests, so he's obviously maybe more experienced. But he's making his way through that field, and he's got a bit of style.
He's got a lot of style, and those ladders are pretty cool as well. Let's be fair, having gold.
And they've just moved up into 3rd overall, so.
Well, he's on a charge.
Yeah,
look at the pace he's doing. That's another 14.5, whereas the leader at the moment lapping an 18.8. But at the moment, do bear in mind the leader still has a 5-lap gap over Squadron Course, but nevertheless, it's a long race. And
we only saw earlier that with the laps being just over a minute, you can soon lose that lead.
Well, remember, Dan, that's the 96 was the bike that was dumped. It was going really quickly and then dumped, so it's back in action again now. Fortunately, it doesn't look too damaged.
No, it looks like it's in one piece, which is good.
And he's doing great things with it. And look at the star. I mean, that has absolutely out and out. If anyone doubts the commitment of the riders, they need to watch. What was his first name?
Dave.
But no, that's Dave is the one who used to make the expansion change. It's something Swarbrick. It's Carl or something like that.
They've got the names wrote on the middle of the bike, so maybe if it comes into view, we'll soon know.
Swarbrick, definitely. And Talent, definitely.
Yeah.
The bike looks great, and it's still working well. It hasn't got too damaged after its shunt.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of bravado. Tell you what he's doing as well. If you look at it, what time's he doing now? 14.5 again. But he's really picking up where the dry line is. If you watch him, he's working out where there's grip on the track.
He's taking full advantage of those
dry
lines,
definitely is reading the track.
And the way he's flicking it around.
Well, I think that's sort of the difference as you move to more professional riders from club riders or like people who are amateurs.
In fact,
well, and I mean, that's brave too. Check that overtake. I mean, his overtake,
he's actually got the best lap of the day.
Earlier on.
Yeah, earlier on.
Yeah. It looks like it. But actually, if you watch the feed as he carves his way through traffic, I mean, he's taking some chances.
He's on a charge. That's like the B team, the Russian Lambretta B team, trying to get the bike going again. So hopefully, they've not done too much damage when they came off.
So Swabs, his team must be delighted with this.
Yeah, he's making his way back through the field. Probably trying to get. I mean, he's only 1 lap behind DSC now. So.
Yeah, and he has, I must say, he has the best number plate we've ever seen on a scooter. Actually, to be on any vehicle, really.
Yeah, we can't read it out online.
Can't read it out online, but that'll definitely get you through customs in any European country you arrive at. With my compliments, they'll wave you straight through with that number plate. So Swabs has put that Squadron Course team back to 3rd now, so on a podium spot. And actually only a lap behind. If you look at that, Dan, look, it was only 1 lap off Team DSC 78. I mean, he's put them under some pressure. They're lapping pretty quickly as well, but actually look, Hornet Racing now responding to the challenge. The last lap was a 15, that's a 16.3, so maybe they've got pit to scooter radio. They probably told him, you've got to up your pace a bit. And into the pits now, we got 114.
Which I think, is that Spire Tarmac Terriers, is it?
Is it? And they got a shout, didn't they?
Yeah, they did get a shout out, yeah. Who's currently on 347? Unfortunately, we don't know who's on the bikes.
What number is Birdie?
Again.
Someone must know. Do we know? Can we find out?
I might be able to find out, on the runners and riders.
Dan's on his phone. Meanwhile, I'm going to give a quick shout out to the event sponsors, without whom we wouldn't have any of this. AME Auto Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Great Britain, Slook, Scooter Lab UK, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, and AF Rayspeed. So to all you guys, thank you so much for your sponsorship, patronage, and making this whole thing possible. And also, good point to put a shout out, of course, to all the Marshall crew, working really hard to keep this whole thing running. 8 hours of marshalling in one day. Wow. That's as epic, the unsung heroes, actually, of the event. That's as epic as any of the riders. So to all the marshals, safety crew, the organisational crew, and everybody involved in putting this whole thing together, we thank you very much for providing this fabulous Coronation Cup race meeting entertainment, because without you we wouldn't be able to do it. So, and I appreciate 8 hours of marshalling and medicing and organisation is a long time. It's an endurance for everybody, and for our spectators online, those who've been with us for, you know, goodness me, a couple of hours. Don't say it's just because you didn't want to watch the coronation, which is the rumour, right? But,
and Nigel Burnside, I believe he is on the SRP race tech bike, number 38. He's running in the, I'm not sure what class he's in, but yeah.
I saw it. Do you know what? I was upstairs getting your drinks, as I always do, Dan, as your butler. And they've got the coronation on upstairs as well as the racing.
Oh, right.
And I saw the King just look at his phone, and there's a rumour he's logged in, I think. You know, so he's checking the scoreboard when he can, in between all the royal stuff he's got to do.
Well, it'd be daft not to, really.
Yeah, you would. You're not going to see this quality of racing anywhere today, anywhere else.
Definitely not.
So we focus on a rider in the pits there. We should have some of the teams send more riders to us, but see that now the screen's gone off again.
Yeah, we've lost the screen. Oh, and we've lost the feed as well this time, so I'm not sure what's gone on there.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Yeah, and we've lost the live feed as well from the right. Okay.
So, guys, just let you know, another computer glitch. Might be something to do with the power here, actually, today. I don't know. It's a bit intermittent, but it took a couple of minutes last time to restore. So,
yeah. Please sit tight and stay tuned. And,
and if you're in the grandstands, just have another glass of Prosecco, a few more prawns, maybe some strawberries, and we'll be back on and live and back with you in a few moments' time. Dan's pretending that his feed is cut out so he can have another piece of cheese with a biscuit, courtesy, we should say, of our sponsors, Rushton, the Rushton team, who are keeping us liberally well fed and entertained. Feeders come back on. Awesome. So now we've got a screen back, and we've got the whole thing up and running again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Rushton Lambretta.
That's how we roll. The cheese board is how we roll here. So people coming in shocked by our cheese board. That's Rushton Lambretta, the only friends you need in the scootering business with cuisine like this. It's going to, Dan, I would say it's going to be hard for any other team to top them, isn't it? What would you have to bring in here for us to be overwhelmed?
A bit of dessert afterwards might go well.
Yeah,
might go well. A bit of dessert, maybe a bit of cake or something.
Yeah, a couple of hours' time.
Yeah.
Victoria Sponge, Royal Day or something.
Yeah, but definitely, that'd go down well, I think.
A couple of cappuccinos.
To wash it down,
Shot of whiskey in them.
Yeah, that'd make the day go a bit quicker. But
that'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice. We're fast approaching the 4-hour mark now as well.
You're saying of course we have 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, 9 minutes to go.
50. Good styles on that scooter.
Number 50?
Yeah. Who is that? What team is that?
Not sure. I think
Gasworks SRT.
Yes, that's a nicely painted Series 1 Lambretta. I've been following that one on Facebook, in fact. It's a real nice bike, and I think it's their first time entering the event.
Is it?
Yeah, so
no shame. They're 30 laps behind, but actually no shame with that at all. First time out. It's an incredible performance, isn't it?
Yeah, not at all.
To be fair, anybody who's got the courage to turn out for the first time with this class of field, mix it up. This is like entering. This is like being in Miami and jumping on the back of the F1 grid.
Yeah, there's some very talented riders out there. Some very experienced endurance teams as well that have done this multiple times now. So they know what it takes to not just win an event but complete an event. Does it rain right now? No, it has stopped raining, TDS Angel.
Temporarily, I think. I can see a few spots, but many less, and we got slightly bluer
sky. Yeah,
coming through. To be fair, Dan and I haven't been paying attention because we've been hogging out on the cheese board when we should be paying attention. But we'll come back to the racing action. But yeah, I mean, let's give a shout out to those people who are doing maybe their first event today, because the thing about it is, if you've not done this, say you're a keen rider on the road, till you're out on the racetrack, can you imagine having somebody like your man Swabs go past you? Because he's going to go past you going 6, 7, 8 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah.
And you're probably, as a novice, not going to expect him coming where he's going to come.
It takes a lot of courage to be out there, especially as a novice. And in these conditions, which are tricky conditions, especially on the kart track, like you say, with a bit of rubber, you think the right thing is to stay on the racing line, but you ain't going to find that out until you have a bit of a slip.
You know, also watch MotoGP. When it starts to rain, they slide off, and they do it for a living, don't they?
Happens to the best of them, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So.
whereas these guys, now 58, that's is that the Hornet?
No, it's one of the Foster. It's Foster 58.
Oh, of course
They've got
it is.
two
Foster,
bikes out,
yeah.
58 and 56.
That actually he looks pretty good, pretty well ridden. Look, he's finding the dry line. Can you see the grip on the track?
Yeah, you can see a bit. You can see dry patches.
He's hunting out the grip.
Yeah.
Here's the problem from my point of view. I certainly find when I did a track day on my road bike, when you pass from the wet and then it suddenly grips up, that can be as bad or going the other way, can't it? Because you've got a certain amount of lean on, certain amount of lateral forces, and then all of a sudden it changes. You've either got more grip or less grip, and then that can unseat a rider. That's where high side comes from.
Yeah. It looks like Swabs has just lapped in 111 as well, so he's getting quicker.
Right, so that answers TDS Angel's question. If we've had a 111...
here we go. So it's...
The track is getting...
So Jake and Finlay Swarbit, it's their first endurance.
Wow.
And, I think...
Part of the Swab
crew, and Scott's riding currently, so...
hold on, so there's 3 Swarbrick on that Swarbrick team.
Must be a family affair.
Amazing. And they're all quick.
Well, yeah, they're all quick, and... say Scott's riding at the moment. He obviously hasn't got a vest on, so he must be the experienced rider of the 3.
Got it. And looking at that, look at this 11. So our squad, of course, lap time has gone to 13 now, but it was an 11 a second ago. So that answers TDS's Angel. Is it getting drier? Must be. That's by 2 seconds a lap quicker at this point. But as we mentioned before, you know, this is also in testing the grip levels, where a tumble is only just... Now, look at that, nicely done, well off the line. Who's that out
That's
there?
the United Colours of Bemberton.
They're
on another Louis.
Foot down, yeah. I would say that's a relatively novice rider or a relatively terrified rider.
Maybe having a bit of a near miss has just knocked his confidence slightly to begin with, but I'm sure...
So I like these. I can see someone down there. Who's that?
Vespers. I'm not sure.
Number 70.
Atoms team.
Yeah, that bike's been down a couple of times.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the bike, not the rider.
I'm sure every rider would say that.
Yeah, exactly. I certainly would if it was me.
Yeah, definitely. Blame the equipment.
Yeah, but that United Colours of Bemberton, I see where the colours are coming now. It's like all different parts of different bikes, isn't it? Good effort. So looking at the team... Go on.
Swabs has just put a 109 in. 109
so
in these conditions.
So now we can assume that it's actually drying up quite quickly. So it's quite... For those who are watching from Hawaii, right, just to let you know, it is quite warm here now. It's warmed up a bit. So it's still greasy, but warmed up, which would indicate that if they keep going around, it is going to dry up, which is also going to make the track tricky for sure. And we're focusing on that United Colours of Bemberton again. I mean, that's a beauty, that scooter is. I would say the rider looks to me a little bit as if he's not looking far enough ahead. If the team manager's watching this, he appears to be down fixated on just in front of his front wheel. Now, that's if it's a relative novice rider, that's probably an easy mistake to make.
Of course, yeah.
But you need to, anytime you're on the track, be looking as far ahead as you can all the time, while still being aware of, you know, what the grip levels are ahead of you.
It'll be interesting to see what the teams do now if the weather stays like this and we do start getting a drying track, whether they'll come in.
You mean a slick might be it'd be a big gamble.
Be a bit of a gamble, but I think we're still having 4 hours left. If you were to stay out on a dry tyre and it was to dry up.
So give us an idea. What is the dry time here, Dan? What would it... That's
I'm
the
not
thing.
sure. You're probably looking closer to a minute, I imagine.
Okay.
From some of the fast riders. Some of the experienced riders, maybe.
Because in car racing, for us, that would definitely... You wait until you're down to a certain pace off a dry pace, then you switch. It's not really something you would do until you had... And obviously, you look at your weather radar.
Yeah. Like I say, and as was mentioned earlier, a lot of the teams are tuned into these weather apps, which can be quite accurate nowadays. So
yeah. The weather app says, don't bother looking again until summer, if we get one.
Well, you never know.
That's a brave move going around the outside as well.
So Team DSE and Squadra Course, they're both on 168 laps now. So it looks like DSE are still just in the lead. Yeah, literally probably quarter of a lap in the lead.
So that would indicate that they're probably going to be looking at something like 350 laps maybe for the whole race, for the whole 8 hours, as we've got another 54 off. That's a good looking scooter, that is, actually.
Yeah, I think, is that number 54? I'm not sure if
Yeah,
that's
54
the odd mod squad. I think it is, yeah.
That scooter's a timekeeper's dream, isn't it? With that
Yeah,
with a big number plate.
on it, yeah, big number,
Good
quite
looking,
distinctive.
Good looking scooter.
And it still looks like a road bike. It's still got all its lights and, it's...
If you think of that, 350, put it in perspective, you know, if instead of driving round and round Whilton Mill, you did that mileage, you could be in Penzance.
Penzance, yeah, Cornwall, quite easily, yeah.
So we're lucky they chose to be here instead of just heading straight down to Penzance, because...
all the way to Penzance to race pace could be tiring as well.
Yeah, it would, and you use a lot of fuel.
Yeah.
And on those straights, you'd be flat out front. I think you'd seize. You need to take a couple of pistons with you, to be fair.
That's where comes obviously the setting of the bikes. You'll probably, a lot of these bikes will have been dynoed before today, to be set up, get the carburetors on point, and they'll probably have a margin of safety dialed in as well.
Got it. So they might not even be running absolute maximum horses.
No, they probably won't. They'll probably be on the safe side.
Will they be running a rev counter then?
Some bikes will. Some bikes will be running rev counters, and some will be running things like temperature gauges for cylinder heads and exhaust gas.
Got it. For exhaust gas?
Yeah, even for exhaust gas. Yeah. It's quite. It's not.
Is that to make sure the mixture's right?
Yeah. Obviously, if the temperature starts rising or falling, you know, you can assume there's something wrong with the bike, whether it be an air leak or fuel quality. You just don't know.
Onboard lap timer, or not so much?
Some guys will be running devices like Micron 5s, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Is that allowed in the regs?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's nothing saying they're not allowed. If anything, to some riders, it might be a distraction looking down at lap times and temperatures. So,
yeah, without doubt.
Without a doubt, yeah. That looks like the JB tuning bike. 55, yes.
That's got that's a roomie down. Isn't it?
That's the motor room. But maybe the crash bars have saved his bacon by the looks of it.
That's a shame. That's a gorgeous looking scooter, isn't it?
It's quite nice. You're not going to see another one like it, I don't think. Not
no, it's lovely to look at. I mean, that must be worth a few English pounds.
I'd imagine so, yeah, I'd imagine so. Like I say, they're quite a rare scooter. They're actually twin cylinder, so they've probably got quite... Oh, no.
That was a heavy fall.
That's the JB tuning bike, 155.
We're just
Dukes
thinking how...
We were just talking about how well they were going.
Yeah, Dukes of what?
Dukes of Essex. I think it might even be John Balcom on the bike, I'm not sure. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. Luckily, he's up.
That was a low side, yeah. It's probably looked worse than it actually was.
It looks like his headset's in one piece, which is, like you say, that's the bit that you don't want to break because it is time-consuming when it comes to change it.
That clutch lever could be gone. Look.
But he's just changing gear, remember?
Yeah. Oh, so the whole thing moves?
Yes, the whole thing moves.
Got it. We're getting a nice close-up from there.
It looks like he's in one piece.
Yeah. It's not concourse anymore.
No, not concourse, no.
And also, that, funny enough, when I was making films for Silverstone Auction, we had one of those for sale. I had a look at it. I really loved it. It's such an unusual looking... It almost looks like Dan Dare.
Yeah.
You know, space. Doe 1.
Dukes of Essex 1.
Yeah.
They have got two bikes out there today.
Yeah.
I think Mikey was on about that earlier. So the track is looking a bit patchy now, so...
Well, this is what we were saying about it. Not necessarily being easier, simply because, you know, you can't gauge where the grip is, or you're on a lap and then you go over the wet bit. And that's number 132 in for
So that's the other Dukes of Essex bike. So maybe it looks like they're just in for a rider change and a fuel up. But the team are looking at the front tyre as well. Or the brake maybe, I'm not sure.
What do you feel's going on there, Dan? Are they is that a bearing problem, would you think of it? Has he fallen and twisted it?
The bike's running an anti-dive setup. Now, depending on how you set that anti-dive, obviously depends on the amount of dive you get, but it does look like the rider's playing with the brake lever, so I don't know, maybe the pads are worn, I'm not sure.
Is there a minimum time that you have to stay in the pits for, or can you do it as fast as you can do it?
Well, the faster you do it, the better.
So there's no minimum
there's
time?
There's no minimum time, no.
Okay. But it's got to be gravity fed?
Yeah, it's got to be gravity fed, yeah. But if you look, the teams, a lot of them have swapped to these like big motocross sort of fillers, which have got like they can just tip them up, push them down, and they fill the tank. And I think they've got like some sort of like ball cocking that shuts them off when it's full.
Is that the seat on that thing?
Yes,
it's not that comfort for 8 hours, is it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? If you've got piles, that's
well, yeah,
going to be the ticket.
And if you haven't got piles, you'll have piles.
Probably have them by the end of it, yeah. But then you can feel more of what's going on.
Yeah, and obviously the riders do move around a lot on the bike, so
But that looked a bit grippy for sliding around on, to be fair.
Yeah.
Clamped with one screw,
yeah, there's just one pinch bolt, so there's one Allen key screw that pinches the headset up on the forks.
The Mitas tyres, Saxo hard, doesn't like them. Okay. Danny Cross
oh yes,
was a low side, nice roll. Yeah.
TDS Angel's definitely tuned in. He's,
oh, here we go. Look, there's Julia riding the. What's that? They're riding the 80. I thought that right now. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
We should have more girls involved in the sport.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
And that's that pretty looking. What
that's
you call
the guy.
that?
The Rushden Lambrettas.
Yeah.
Louis. And that's the guys that brought us this cheese in.
Okay, and then there's number 38 into the pits,
which is Team SRP.
What?
Yeah, where are they? 38.
Where they're on the standings at the
I'm
minute.
not sure actually. They were quite.
38. It's amazing. I'll tell you what's difficult. The yellow one. It's impossible to read, isn't it? It'll be one of them. What's the team name?
38 SRP, I think.
Oh no, 38. They're 19th. SRP
19th,
Race Tech. Look.
Yeah, SRP Race Tech. Yeah.
They just found the rider.
Yeah,
he's probably having a sleep in his car.
Having a sleep or a piece of cake or something.
Exactly, or in the bar.
Yeah, in the bar.
Having a whiskey, I would think, on a day. You need warming up. Now that's an interesting take on the fueling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably not the quickest way to fuel, but
no,
there's two. Of
gives the rider a chance to go for a pee.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there's the team number 3.
There's our rider. Look, he's just woken up. He's pretending he isn't. He's just come out of the bar. He's trying to pretend. He's pretending he was limbering up. He's on the exercise bike. So it's number 38, and that was team, you said?
SRP.
SRP Race Tech.
Off he goes. Easy as that.
Bike catches, well. Those Rushton boys really using every bit of track there.
Yeah, they say that.
And Dan, 8 hours. Is that going to be an engine rebuild at the end of this? But would you say it's got to be piston rings?
I think anyone who's obviously taking the endurance quite seriously and looking to do the next endurance event at Teesside, the bikes will definitely be coming apart.
Number 77. So that's
Rumi. That's Rumi.
Greater. That's the great. Is that right? Greater Peterborough Scooter Club.
Yes.
Is that the boys?
Yes. Looks like it.
That's the one that just slid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing, you know.
Yeah. I think the A denotes that it's actually their spare bike, so they've probably got another one of these in the paddock bar.
God, they must have. There aren't many of them around.
No.
They've monopolised the Rumi market of the UK. But you've got to take your hats off to them because they're using it. They're not mincing it up and keeping it as a.
It's not kept on the. It's not kept in the.
It's not a posing tool,
is
it?
It's being used.
It's a serious piece of hardware. A camera crew giving us a great look into it. Look at the detailing on that.
Yeah.
From a classic era. Look at all that alloy from a classic era of motorcycle manufacture.
That was definitely built to last.
Yeah. What about these guys? A333. Who have we got there? Let's have a look. Where are they on the oval screen? New Twigard. New two Twigard. Check this. Alpha Live, the live stream professionals. Look at that.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Yeah. And we Alpha boys, we do. Oh, look at that on board.
Looks
camera crew. Give us a focus on that again. Look at that. It's full telemetry. Look at that.
There's a lot of
it's like F1, isn't it?
Veterans as well.
Look at Carl. Look at him. Hard as nails. Look, but they've got the full telemetry down on the dash.
Yeah.
I mean, that's look at that. That's like F1, isn't it?
Oh.
No spark, but he's got the full telemetry.
Yeah.
So he's going to know why. But see that, you know what you're saying about that? That might distract you. See where it's tucked away?
Yeah, maybe.
Couldn't it? You know, I mean, that could be a bit distracting. It's no different to most people driving on the road looking at their mobile phones, which they shouldn't be. But it's, wow, look at this. It's, they've ground to a halt. Twigard. They say it's a bit unfortunate, actually. It's probably the display taking all the battery power away from the Spark. So what's going on at the fronts then with the Hornets? Now, look, that's interesting, isn't it? Because DSC and Hornet Racing lapping in the 13s, but actually DSC, the pace at the moment, with a 13.2, whereas Squadra course last summer was at a 17, so 4 seconds off. Now 6 laps behind. Interesting.
Oh, they've got it going. They've got that scooter going now, so they're back out. Probably just didn't quite catch it right.
Are they tricky to start, Dan? Can they be?
Some can be. I mean, the race scooters I look after, touch wood, they've always been quite good at starting. Obviously, there is a technique to it, catching it at the right time, not giving it too much gas.
Yeah.
But each rider will get to know the scooter, I'm sure. And,
do they have a choke?
Yeah, they all, most of the machines will still have a choke fitted.
But then I guess you've got that issue that if the choke's on too long, you flood it.
Yeah, so the guys now, when they come in for a pit stop, they won't be putting the choke on now. They'll be just leaving the fuel turn on and going for it.
Is it wrong to say that I really like the look of that Rumi? Is that am I unique in that, or is it?
Well,
I mean, look at it. I fancy one myself. Come on.
Oh, he's got it going. He's got it going now. So hopefully.
Did he just do that with a kick?
Yeah. He's got his kickstart still on. So
it's a twin.
Yeah.
125 twin.
I'd imagine so. Yeah. I mean, listen to it. It does sound quite nice.
Come on, man. Anyone wants one of them.
Yeah.
You could turn up anywhere on that. Any bike night.
Oh yeah, I don't think.
Turn up on a Rumi.
Yeah, I think you'd look pretty cool.
It'd be currency, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I hope so.
You
need some currency to buy one, probably.
Oh, they're very, very expensive.
Yep.
Oh, we've got a guest come to join me. Well, guys, I am delighted to say I am joined with one of the fastest men on track, well, one of the fastest teams on track. It's Scott from Team Swarbrick, and we got a whole host, Scott, of Swarbricks out there. It's confusing. Give us commentators a break. There's loads of you.
It's a very rare name, so we decided to all turn up at once.
Yeah, just to confuse the commentators. And it's the worst thing is it's not the Swarbrick, the Dave Swarbrick, who used to build the expansion pipes we put in our RD400s.
I'm sure we're all related somewhere. We all come from the Garstang,
Cornwall?
Preston area.
No, okay, okay, got it.
Somewhere Anglo-Saxon.
Well, listen, do you know what? I'm going to confess here. I did shout out earlier that the pace you guys were going at was incredible, and then I think the bike went down. The lap after I said it, who was out in the back at the time? Because someone did a 13 when everyone else was doing 5th. That was Jake.
My middle son. So I've got my middle son racing and my youngest son racing.
Right, okay. Did you wrap his knuckles?
Not
or
at all,
you didn't?
He was absolutely flying.
He was flying, wasn't he, at that point of the thing? You know, I said that over the air as a racer myself, albeit a car one. That is the danger. You're not really flying until you're on the knife edge of going off. If you're not on the knife edge of going off, and that's the challenge,
and the
especially
knife
in
edge of
endurance.
Whilton is like a samurai sword.
Yeah, you're going to fall over. It's like being I always think it's like skating on the top of a razor blade without dropping on it and have it cut you in half.
Well, funny enough, in my session, it started off kind of a bit wet, damp.
Yep.
Then it got just damp.
Yep.
Then it started to rain a bit. All of that was fine.
Yep.
Then it rained really hard.
Yep.
And then stopped. And at that point, it became like an ice rink.
Yeah.
After we had the second full safety yellow, everyone was just falling down all over the place.
By the way, help yourself to some cheese if you like brie.
Thank you. Tell you just a little bit of background on the team. We put it together only for the beginning of this season.
Wow, so some novices out there.
I guested for Sluck last year. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm in the programme. I started racing scooters in 1994.
Yep.
I've won the British 125 Championship.
Wow.
So I've been around a lot.
Yep.
And then I wanted to have a go at this because short circuit racing is too much for me now. The whole weekend is so expensive. To run a 125 is like $2,500 a weekend or something.
Got it.
So I did this with Sluck last year, and we were leading by 32 laps at Teesside in July, and then we broke a crank about 5.5 hours in, I think. So that was disappointing because we were well placed. And then I had the opportunity to go and race in Italy at the Pomposa 500, which is a scooter race. The level is on another planet.
Is that? You say it is a scooter race?
It's a scooter race, yeah. Still,
an endurance one or a short?
Yeah, that's 500 kilometres, which is about 6 hours. It takes about 6 hours on that particular track.
Whereabouts in Italy?
Near Ferrara.
Which
north,
is
east.
Okay.
Most of them use Vespas though. Europe is like Vespa central.
Is that
Very
right?
few Lambrettas. But the race was won by a Lambretta.
Nice.
I think there were only 3 out there.
Yep.
There's a shop called Rimini Lambretta, and they do a performance part range called Casa Lambretta.
Yep.
And they race under the Casa Lambretta flag. And the bike is
spot on.
Absolutely mint, and they've got 3 very, very fast riders.
Right.
But I would say, I also managed a rider in BSB.
Name?
Edward Rendell. He won the 2014 British 125 GP Championship.
Got it. When it was two-stroke?
Two-stroke, the last two-stroke championship.
Yep.
And I would say that the Italians on the scooters are BSB level.
Well, you know, Scott, let's be practical. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Italy, and I was an Alpha Works driver when I was in car racing in Formula 3, and then I went to the States and raced for Alpha. The kids, when you're in Italy, they're riding scooters from probably legally 14, but actually 12, and no one cares.
Exactly.
So it's not a surprise that they breed
and that's why
so
it's
many
Vespa
great...
Central, right? Because they've all got a PK50 or a 50 special.
But that's also why when they appear, like, it's not any great surprise to anyone that they're so damn good, you know, and they breed so many fantastic riders. Because, like, I can remember working in Milan, working in Rome, in Como, wherever you go, there's little two-strokes with what looks like school kids on them, flat out. Everywhere.
But it's in their DNA now, and it's like a second and third generation. The team I raced with were all under 30. So if you look around this paddock, a lot of the guys are my age. And
young.
I used to know Sticky from Sluck. We hung around together when we were 17. So most of us have been around scooters or scootering, maybe gone away to bikes and come back, but always had that sort of scooter thing going on. These guys are... well past that period. They didn't grow up as mods. They didn't do the
It's the
scooter
king.
rally.
Look, it's the king finally. Sorry, I had to get in there.
He's got to get on TV at some point. Isn't he?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he is watching it anyway. I keep seeing him at the Coronation. He just keeps looking down at his phone to see what we're doing.
Timing, of course.
Yeah, to be fair, I've got to say he's a Team DSC fan.
Is he?
Sorry about that, but carry on.
He won't be by the end.
No.
So we put this team together. I had a chat with Sluck about joining them, but that would have really meant building a Vespa small frame, which I don't really know too much about. My background is with Lambrettas. So we bought a Lambretta in February. It had been a race bike, but it needed dumbing down for this because you've got to last 8 hours. So I got a lot of help from John Balcom and Mikey of JB Tuning, and we set the bike up. And it was always going to be my 2 lads. So Jake is now 31 this year, I think.
Okay.
He raced Mini Moto and Mini GP, and has been here quite a few times. And won a few races back when he was 14, 15, and then he discovered girls.
Exactly. He looks good on. He looked good on track. I mean, he was absolutely flying when but it did look. Yeah, I keep like pressing it because I said just before we did it, I said, you know, at that level, you just spit off coming off, and sure enough, because you know the score, you cannot push hard and not run that risk.
No, and I'm not going to discourage him. And then Finley has actually only done about 2 weeks on a Chinese 125 on the road. That's all he's ever ridden.
Wow. How old is he?
20. I can't remember. Less than 25, anyway.
Got it.
So very inexperienced. He's never done any form of racing at all.
Is it his first time then?
It's his first time.
Wow, it's amazing.
We've been on a track once. We took it to a little place called Track in Croydon and just did some laps on it. Because they'd never even done the twist gears on a Lambretta. It was all alien to them. So we just did a little shakedown session, and that went really well. And I said to them both that I tell you now, you won't be the slowest novices out there, and anything else other than that is a bonus. But they were both flying. That really surprised me.
You must be a proud dad.
Very much so.
You got to be. Are they loving it?
Absolutely buzzing.
Are they loving it? Well, I mean, look at where you are. How could you not be? Especially if it was your debut, or even if you're other son. But doing it as a family outfit is phenomenal, right? I think. But also the other thing as well is if they can handle it today here in these conditions at this track, then they're going to be able to realistically go anywhere.
Well, we never even got a lap yesterday because we were supposed to have 2 hours practice here yesterday, and the rain was on, off. It rained really hard just before 4:30. We had dry tyres on.
Yep.
Then the blue sunshine came out because they were both novices. I said,
Yep.
let's gamble and wait half an hour and see if the track dries out.
Yep.
We did. It didn't.
Yep.
We then swapped to wets, got to the holding grid, someone got injured, and they cancelled the session.
Yeah.
So those guys didn't even get a lap yesterday.
No.
The first laps were in a race.
Surely.
And they've gone out
That's
there and
it. What
done
an
sub-120s.
incredible story. But you know what the funny thing about doing this is? Same way actually I learned to drive on the road, just as an aside. I was karting, but I didn't have a road licence, and I had someone sit next to me as a provision. I drove to Cadwell Park, and by the time I came back from Cadwell to do the test day, I could drive. So, and this for them, doing this 8 hours, by the end of it, they'll know what the game is, won't they? You know, for doing this. But I just think that the experience of it at this level, because there's some really good riders out there, there's masses of traffic. I'll tell you what they will do. They'll be exhausted at the end of it. Everyone, all of the family members, I would imagine, will be fast asleep by 9 or 10 tonight. Once you finish this, showered off, dried, had something to eat, it'll going to be kabonk. You'll be gone, because they, especially your younger son, won't know it. But this will be draining him physically more than he, because he's fit and young, he won't understand it. One thing you said that's really interesting to me actually is about the endurance element of it, because I was talking to Dan, like I race these days, been old, I race sprint. When I was younger I used to race endurance modern, but I was young and fit like 30 years ago. These days I race classics, and for our class of racing, I mean, I'm racing at the Silverstone Festival, which is the classic this year, and I drive for a team in the 911. But there's also like a Spa 6 hour we could do with the car. But with a classic 911 at Spa 6 hour, by the end of 6 hours, the car will be finished.
Yep.
So you need to budget at that level, right? You need to budget the cost of the car, because literally it's just a shell. With scooter racing, it's amazing to me that you can get something that ostensibly started out, which could be 50 or 60 years old, fundamentally, and you can get it to do 8 hours. And because I don't think people who were sitting outside the sport would probably understand that you are doing in 8 hours. Let's be frank, you're doing probably 3 years of short circuit racing all combined into one day.
Plus with 3 or 4 times the amount of power that they originally made.
Yeah, good point.
Most of them, there's a slight difference between the small frame Vespas make a little less power, but they're shorter wheelbase, they're more agile and a bit lighter. So they do suit the go-kart track well. You would probably set a good small frame up for about 24 brake horsepower, nice and low down the rev range, come out of corners well. We're only using 2 gears around here, second and third.
Are you? Okay. Can you change? You're a Lambretta, right?
Yeah, we're a Lambretta.
So you could, if you wanted to, change the ratio with it, because you've got a chain and
It's a chain drive inside.
So you could use all the gears if you wanted to.
You could. I'm not sure you would here. It's just not long enough. And the thing you want to avoid in 8 hours is the change to first, which is the most physically draining one. So
are they non-synchro boxes, obviously?
Yeah.
Straight car boxes? Yeah. Okay. Got it. And also, actually, in these conditions, more chance of locking up the rear wheel. Much more chance.
So Lambrettas are probably making about 28 brake horsepower, but they're a bit heavier and a bit longer wheelbase. They're not quite as agile.
Would you cut your RPM here, Scott? Would you when it's wet like this? Would you short shift?
Yes. Going up the hill after the S's, I go through the S's in third. Then go down to second. Second, take third halfway up.
The hill.
Just short shift it, and then let it go flat out in third.
And down to second for Christmas. Yeah. Happen.
All the top bits in second.
Stay in second, right down to where?
I only get third, back to the left-hander at the top of the hill, in front of the pit box, in front of the shed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you stay in second all the way around the squiggly bit?
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And so
would it be different in the dry?
Not much, no.
Okay.
So you've got to make sure that the engine is carbureted nicely at the bottom, because it needs to pull out, especially...
Of course. Are they reed valve?
Yes. They don't have to be, but most of the conversions are, yeah. So
anyone disc valve or not really?
I don't think there is anybody here. We have had disc
Would
valve
they
in the
be
past.
originally disc valve?
No.
They were always reed
piston
valve.
ported originally.
Oh, were they? So no reed at all?
Nothing.
Wow, but then they were in a low state of tune. So,
So
if
they
you
made
didn't
about
have
9 brake horsepower.
I was going to say, if you didn't have a reed and you went for a bigger car, but ended up pushing fuel the wrong way back through the carb, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Thinking about it.
Yeah. So a big amount of power, 3 times more than they made coming out of the factory, but still with the original casings, because some of the rules here require, quite rightly, that it has to be recognisable as a original
yes,
scooter.
Of course. Yeah. Do you suffer, just out of curiosity, and this to me is fascinating stuff, because we got problems, like say with the 911 SC. When we built the engine, I didn't pay for it, thank God, but it's like that was a 28 grand rebuild, and that was at mates rates. But the original casings themselves, the metal, after 50 or 60 years, starts to get porous. It starts to do strange things.
These
like
weren't very good in the first place.
No, and then we were saying that earlier because Italians were starved after the war of quality. When they were casting, they were putting all kinds of pig stuff into the casting.
I don't even know what kind of metal it is.
No, nobody does, I don't think. You couldn't replicate it, could you? But the problem is after 50 years, actually, if you take the metal, it doesn't stand. Oh, there we go. Look, there's a clown suit. Someone else has gone down. It doesn't stand. Sam, is it? Okay. Yeah, he's looking at it. Head's bowed with shame. The walk of shame wearing that suit. It's hard to be inconspicuous wearing the clown suit.
It's hard to be shame walking in that suit.
Yeah. But no, so actually, from a point of view of building it, because I know, for example, are the cases split that way or that way? Crankcases.
On the Lambretta, you've only got a chain case, and then that's
where the crank sits.
It's a complete unit, so the crank has to go in from the side.
Ah, okay, it goes right in from one side.
Push it from one side,
and then put the bearing on the other side.
Exactly,
Got it. But because I know, so the case was made in one piece.
Yeah.
Got it. Because certainly, if you take like a 911 engine, something that lifts like that. I would think if you get young people, if we could encourage young people to come and look at this, karters know it, obviously, because we use Rotex Maxis, but a lot of modern scooter riders, bikers, people riding small Chinese bikes.
James got fastest lap. Oh no, it's still me, isn't it?
Fastest lap of the race. Would be surprised the sounds, the smells.
Yeah.
You don't. To me, it's like Grand Prix racing, in the 500 era. Whenever I see a film about the Mick Doohan era, I guess, Wayne Rainey, it does because of the sound, and also those who have ridden two-strokes, the power delivery, the feel of a two-stroke is something.
Like
no, I agree.
So I think I would guess, I don't know for sure, that the kart market and the scooter market is probably now the two biggest markets for two-stroke tuning.
Got it.
Because motocross have now gone over to four strokes. There are still two-stroke classes, they still make them, but everything's gone four-stroke now.
There was a time, because I worked as I'm a core trainer for a number of car manufacturers, Lexus particularly, but also Ford. I used to handle all the Ford performance, and I still do. Thank you, mate. Still do some for them. And there was a time that actually, do you know what? I could think about, if we said 8 years ago, Ford were looking at advanced two-strokes, as a car engine possible. They were sort of, I can't remember exactly how it was working, but they were looking at two-strokes. Because two-stroke is quite a clever engine, quite apart from having twice the number of strokes.
It's super efficient.
Yeah, and like you rightly say, I mean, my memories, were like RD200, RD400, men of a certain age. What age are you, Scott?
55.
Yeah, men of a certain age. I mean, we remember, and I worked with Noel McKenzie, and I remember he did the LC Pro-Am Challenge.
Careful with a pound is Neil.
Sorry?
Careful with a pound is Neil.
He's a good man. I work with. So I work out of Silverstone. I'm Silverstone's super license holder. Right. So I work with him. We have like a whole Ducati fleet and the Ducati rider experience around there. But he recently, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, raced an LC again.
I remember.
Pro-Am. They put one together. Yeah. And there is something, to me, very special that will never be replicated. And I remember riding like RG500 road bike. And even with all the high horsepower big bikes I've ridden, the RG500 is probably, let's say, normally 110 brake or something like that. But the feel when it hit the sweet spot, it's indescribable. I think it still aces. I mean, I've got a 1260 Diavel, which has got 162 brake, but I would say that RG500, I would give money to experience that burn. Yeah, does that make sense? It's just something I can't explain it, apart from the lightweight of the bike.
I don't think anybody who's not tried it can ever understand. And as soon as you've done it, you understand, and you can't describe
it's
it
a
to anybody
totally
else.
addictive power delivery.
First
isn't
time
it?
Finley rode it, the
Yep.
youngest lad. Jake had ridden
This
two
one,
strokes
drove
before.
this one.
No, yes, this one at Croydon.
Yep.
He'd only ridden this. I can't remember what it's called.
Chinese, you think?
125,
Yeah, yeah.
four-stroke. Jake had obviously done it before because the mini motos
Yep.
were two-stroke and the metric mini GPs were two-stroke. But Finley just came back in with a great big smile on his face because as soon as it gets on the pipe, he said, "There's nothing. I've never experienced anything like it.
No.
It's utter joy."
Isn't it sad? I mean, people think that with the electric revolution, you know, I was talking to somebody about a Taycan the other day because obviously the 911 I raced is 79, and it's the engine. It's a really well-built engine, the one I've got. Tech 9 built it. Like it's got 250 horses, right? But it's brutal when it comes on. It's, you know, it's not, and when you say 250 brake, the car probably weighs like 1,100 kilos, but when you say 250 brake, in the modern world, it doesn't sound that much.
No.
But a well-built race combustion engine, when it comes on cam, that is an exciting thing to drive, like that would be, because there's an urgency about it, isn't there, that translates. And to me, it just suits a racing engine.
Yeah.
There's something about it, somehow.
I think maybe the fact that they do nothing off the pipe and then do so much on it, it kind of matches the expectation of performance in your head. There's like a synchronisation. Where the four-stroke, you just open the throttle and they do what you ask them to do, but without the same
drama.
Exactly that.
Funny enough, when I was younger, I never wanted a four-stroke road bike. Never. Weird, isn't it? Even though, like, I was sometimes using it for work, sometimes using it for touring, whatever. And it wasn't even like an RD400, which was in a relative 44 brake, was a low state of tune. But the excitement of it, I just like when I rode 404s and Super Dreams, they were just wet.
Going quicker.
Yeah,
but
probably
not with a bigger
not.
smile.
Yeah, and you could feel. The problem is, I would always think I could feel the amount of power that's been sat driving the valve gear, whereas a two-stroke doesn't have any of that. So you just got all the power it's making is pretty much instantaneous, isn't it?
And that was the reason when I first started racing to just choose scooters, because I knew with no one in the family had any pedigree with motorsport or motorcycling, I would be completely on my own trying to sort it out. If I started with something more complex, would I be able to spanner it myself and
good
ride
point.
it myself?
Good point. Yeah, because back in the day, especially like working out all the valve gear and setting up shims and tappets,
I
and
would have had no chance.
Whereas the two-strokes, absolutely, for us sort of schoolboy engineers, it was understandable, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you start speaking to a tuner and they start talking about transfer timings and all the rest of it, that is above my pay grade.
No, and fun
I
enough,
know what they're talking about.
But fun enough, the Swarbrick that we're talking about, that you're not related to, I can remember sitting with him because I'm of that age, right, and seeing him draw the cones and explaining to me, trying to understand gas speed. Like at a certain RPM, this is going to suck all the gases out, and you know, it's probably too technical for our live feed. but the reality is, you know, for me, seeing them here, but also having such a relationship with it, you know, Italians, having Ducatis and things like that. There's something about it. See, I work also with an auction company, Silverstone Auction, making films, and before that H&H Auction. And so I make films about a lot of these little bikes, like that Rumi.
Rumi's beautiful.
Yes, it is. It is.
But it's beautiful.
No, 100%. It may not make the world's best race bike, but who cares? Because it looks gorgeous, and that style, you know, like the shape of the headlamp looks like a television set from the 60s as well. It's got that sort of sci-fi type of look. Do you know what I mean? Art Deco look, hasn't it? Yeah, Art Deco, kind of a vibe of it, and all the alloy and stuff. And I was saying to somebody earlier on, actually, Scott, when I started working with the auction company, talking about bikes, we had 700 different bike manufacturers in the UK at one point, you know. Like when you start researching it, given the fact that the Japanese took our industry over, and we ended up with like Triumph, Norton. Fortunately, a few come back recently, CCM and things like that. But there was a time, okay, they weren't all making whole original bikes, but there were 700 badges across, and mainly in the Black Country. And you look at it, and we were exporting bikes all around the world and stuff. And so when you look at how it's so exciting, that era of biking to me is so exciting. And what the Italians did with so little resource after the war, they deserve the reputation I think they have. And the fact that we've now got like basically 38 or 40 of them providing us with racing entertainment, come on, man, that's incredible, isn't it?
Years.
Yeah, come on.
It's not bad going, is it?
No. I mean, that's, you know, you're watching, actually people enjoying this and watching it, are watching a bit of history, aren't they? Been made. And like, we're not hanging around. It's not like you guys are out there parading.
No. And what's important as well, I think, to get Jake and Finley involved is for it to survive, we need
young
a
people.
second generation.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
Because I can't do this for much longer. Maybe 5 years, and then I've got to start thinking that maybe I'll just run the team.
Yeah.
So we need people under 30 to be getting into this. Now there are, if you look around, obviously Sticky's son Sam's doing it. There are a few other not grey guys wandering around.
Probably not enough.
But not enough.
Looking at the briefing this morning, and like to me, the first thing when the guys asked me to come in, I looked at it and I said, and it really amused me. I was looking down. I said, like, they're all silly old men like me, which is great for me. But as you say, for it to continue, and do you know what's funny? I've got an optimism for that happening, because one of the things I do, my team are at Bicester Heritage, and I host the Scramble at the Heritage, and you'd be amazed actually, Scott. I've got loads of young guys, teenagers. There's a Heritage Skills apprenticeship going on there, and I see them. Bicester Heritage restrict the tickets to I think 9,000 each one, and I see 1,000 youngsters come in who love classic cars. Yeah. It's mainly cars, obviously, at Heritage, but the point is, if you get the youngsters involved and into it, then actually it takes them away from the iPads and gets them into it.
I think also on that point, a big shout out must go out to Keith for organising this and putting this series together, because it's the most accessible form of motorsport I've ever come across.
Agreed, totally agree.
It's completely welcoming to the novice. It's completely welcoming to new teams. There's always a camaraderie people talk about in the pit. You can have rivalry with people who are on the same sort of pace as you, but people will help out with spares and all the rest of it. But it's not just that. If you put together a bike and you lock wire the oil plug, the oil drain plug, you are pretty much ready to go. They've made the rules so that you can pretty much. So there are a couple of guys who ride to the event.
Yeah, I heard that.
Race it for 8 hours and then ride home again,
bravado.
Which is mad.
It is bravado. And off the scale bravado, isn't it?
Absolute.
There's guys who at the end will be going, anyone give me a lift? Yeah.
Well, but maybe they stay in a travel lodge and just keep that under the radar. I'm not sure, but. So it's a very accessible series, and maybe that the combination of the two, the live streaming, word of mouth, to the younger generation. You can do it on a road licence, but you can also get a...
ACU, is it restricted?
If you get a race licence, you've got to ride some one of the higher classes. So that's the only rules that apply.
Got it.
So that's why we are in pro race, because I've got a race licence, and my two lads applied for the race licence, which is a pit bike race licence, I think. It's the easiest way to do it, but then you must go into pro race. But it doesn't matter, does it?
No. But I mean, look at what you've got here, 40 teams. So that means that 40 times 5, so you've got 200 plus riders taking part and getting involved in it. I mean, to me, it's epic. Like that is, if I look at, for example, I mean, I help young drivers out and stuff, but if I look at the costs, I'm involved with 2 teams. One with the Porsche and one I race Classic Formula Ford. The cost, just for kids to get involved, is just off the scale. Everything about it. So this is absolutely to be welcomed. And I don't know, and it's also very exciting, I think. If we could get people involved, and I think you're right as well, by the way, the live stream, nothing to do with me being involved in it, but the live stream generally is transformational, isn't it? Because we got people, I'd say at the moment, not enough people know about it, because, for example, I'm test rider for Pure Triumph, right? And I put it out just at the last minute when I was engaged. I put it out there because I'm damn certain, okay, today's not a nice day, but if you knew ahead of it, you put it out to the local bike clubs, the local bike dealership, said this is going on with some footage so they could see the drama of it and the thrills and spills of it, this would be a logical place for people to be riding out. There's people generally on a Saturday aimlessly riding around, not knowing where to go on their bikes, whereas you could have bike clubs coming down, couldn't you, if it was promoted, and they would get into it.
And then you think about the value for money as well, the track time for the money.
Yeah.
If you go short circuit racing, there is also scooter short circuit racing with the BSSOs that they would do just your normal free practice quali, 3 races over a weekend. But this, you are getting 8 hours track time plus practice. All right, didn't go too well yesterday with quali. And the entry team is split across the number of riders. The spares are split across the number of riders. So for the track time for value, for pound,
definitely.
I don't think it's rivalled.
And you've got 6 potentially fixing problems, 6 sharing in the problems. You've got their camaraderie, which you wouldn't necessarily have with a one-off. I think, honestly, the guys deserve a shout-out for it. What it probably needs, I suppose, for example, when I was presenting shows and things, I was working with people like the Cat off Red Dwarf. It's a mad keen biker. Back in the day, bless him, Keith Flint from The Prodigy was one of the guys we used to work with on the Audi driving experience, you probably need, ideally, to get one or two of those guys who are a bit hardcore to come and have a go. Put them on a guest bike. Maybe. Do you know what I mean? Because definitely that's what you need to bring in spectators and to, and also to bring in the casual spectator. Yeah. If there's a few, unfortunately, this is the reality of it. But I'd see it being something which should be cherished.
But in Italy, on June the 23rd or 4th, there is a 24-hour scooter race.
Is there? 24
hour. Which I've got 3 invitations to ride at, and I'm still undecided whether it is a good idea or the most ridiculous idea.
Because of age?
I think trying to make a 70-year-old Italian scooter last 24 hours is
but that's
optimistic.
Don't know.
To put it mildly.
Well, do you know what it is? But even let's say you might have an hour in the pits or whatever, but everyone might have an hour.
Everyone's going to have that problem.
Yeah.
Right. But for my age, I reckon I could only do 4 shifts maybe. In the 24-hour period, and then you're going to have a lot more rest in between. But they're struggling to fill the rider slots over there because they've got 40 teams and you're allowed up to 6 riders. So that's a lot of riders to try and find.
But they need riders with budget.
It's a share. So I think.
How much would they want?
About €500, I reckon.
To do the 24 hour.
Yeah, something in that ballpark.
When is it?
I could check the diary. It's 23rd or 24th of June.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have told me that. 24th of June.
I've
never ridden anything.
Same track at Pomposa near Ferrara.
That's where you've raced before. Is it a good track?
It's a good track. It's anti-clockwise. So we all struggle with that a little bit. The Italians love it because most of their tracks are anti-clockwise.
Do you know what I've just noticed? It's just started to rain again.
We're on wet.
Scott, I know. But
there's no such thing as bad weather, just the wrong tyres.
That thing you said about, and it's really interesting actually, where the drawback will come, because I'm a little bit, how old are you? 55. I'm a little bit older than you, right? And the reality is I've noticed, whether it be running, gymming, anything, has to be said that as I'm getting older, the physics of driving, especially with the single seaters I found last year, I never thought, I'm razor fit for my age and I train all the time. But actually, you're dead right. You get to a certain age when it's just harder work, isn't
it? I will struggle getting up and down.
Yeah, exactly. No. People don't get that, and it's for the kids. It's laughable. And we have in our karting team with some of the kids I coach. They'll be like, I don't know, 14, 15, 16, and they go around here at Whilton Mill a couple of seconds, 3 seconds a lap quicker than me in the same car. They're half my weight. Literally, one of the kids the other day, I checked out at 92 kilos this year when I did my flying medical. He's 50 kilos. And they laugh at me, being a stupid old man. When I was their age, I would have laughed at me too, right, obviously. And the reality is, I say to them, boy, you have no clue what it feels like to be this age. And it is from a racing point of view. I salute all the guys out there.
Give me some credit for still doing it.
Honestly, all the old boys, and there's boys much older than you out, I've seen them, right? And I know, like you just said, tomorrow, God help them if they fall, because even if the adrenaline takes them through it today, we know, like you fall as you get older. It's not just fixed the next day. When we were young, I used to fall off, smash myself. A week later, I've kind of repaired again. But as you get older, it takes longer, doesn't it? And it's like, and actually, it just drags it out of you. And if it was a hot one, actually, it'd be even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Teesside we did was for England. It was absolutely sweltering. It was about 24, 25 degrees, and it was really hard work because in between shifts, none of your kit dried out. You couldn't dry out, you couldn't relax. It was really, really draining.
But the memories.
But fantastic experience.
And that's the point, because one of the things I do, I manage a guy who's twice World F1 eSport champion. Very, very fantastic young guy, autistic as they all are. But he makes his living as a professional eSport racer, sim racer, as I'm talking about. So he drives now for Alfa, did drive for Ferrari, drove for Mercedes. But the reality here is that with the best will in the world, to me, one real race is worth 1,000 virtual races. I'm sorry to say that, but even though I think it's a great training tool, I wish the kids would get out, the esports kids, I wish they'd get out away from the screen, just do one race, even if you only did one in your life.
When that overtaking manoeuvre could hurt.
Yeah.
It's very different.
And there's no reset button, Scott. There's no reset button. You're very calmly watching. I mean, the team are still, what are you? They're 6 laps ahead. You've got... you're on a 202, DSC. They're only just in front of you. Your boys, who's in the saddle at the moment? Is he? He's doing 13.7s. Yep. Pace is like 12.8. So they've got Hornet Racing. Obviously got someone. That's a well sorted outfit. Hornet.
But you will notice that the 55-year-old has still got the fastest lap of the race. So age is no barrier, is it?
Respect, respect, mate, respect. You know, that's a very, very good effort. And to be fair, at this level, with this much intensity and these many people, to be running top 3.
And I crashed 3 times in my first stint.
Yeah.
Because I'm not too bright.
Well, none of us are. And we don't get, listen, let me tell you, we don't get any brighter as we get older. I'm sorry to say that.
If I would I?
No. But like I say, the memories, mate. The memories. And doing it with your boys, I mean, it's
special.
That's pretty optimal, isn't it? Look at him. He's just got the look, hasn't he? But then that's the look of youth. You see, he can throw shapes we couldn't even do. If we did, we wouldn't be able to get back from it.
Never miss a gap. But I better get
mate,
back
great to talk to you.
Team again. Yeah, pleasure. Absolute
Scott
pleasure.
Swab's good man dropping in. That's the Swarbrick team here. Family team, and they're running in third at the moment with 2:03 laps recorded. And we are now 4 hours and 44 minutes into this epic 8-hour endurance here at Whilton Mill. And it's time, I think, to give a shout out, first of all, to the most hardcore people, probably the spectators supporting us today and watching, which is absolutely awesome. And all of our sponsors, AME Auto Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Great Britain, Slook, Scooter Lab UK, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Rayspeed, to all of our sponsors, everybody on the live speed that is watching us, thanks for coming to join us as well. The whole organisational crew, of course, Scott mentioned, Keith and the team who look after this. What a brilliantly put together and all-inclusive event this really is, the Coronation Cup on this memorable May Day. Not the weather not quite playing ball with us, but certainly making the whole thing exciting. And I should also at this point thank all of the marshals out in the corners. As the Lord knows, that's 4 hours and whatever it is that you've already done. 4 hours 45 minutes of marshalling these conditions, whereas we're just nice and warm, eating cheese. Just been rejoined by Dan, who I'm going to hand you off to in a second while I disappear out of the booth for a second. But yeah, to all of those people I've just named and shouted out, thank you very much indeed for your support, your encouragement, your sponsorship, and indeed to all of the riders for providing us with the entertainment out on track and having actually the cogs to even get out there on this circuit in these conditions, because it's pretty impressive stuff, Dan.
Yeah, just come back in. It's starting to rain out there again, unfortunately. So I think obviously all the teams seem to have stayed on wet tyres despite it drying up, which was a good choice. But yeah, we're over 4 hours, we're well over halfway now. Hornet Racing is still in the lead with 210 laps for the pro race class, followed by DSC at 206, and then Team Squadra Course Swarb 96, who we've just had one of their riders in chatting and speak to Steve about how they got into it and their history behind it all. Thanks to everyone who's tuned in online. Oddity Olive, doing well, Team Vespa. Keep up, Dave and Loz. TDS Angel, yep, you're obviously glued. Thanks again for your comments. Mick Ducati, thumbs up. Yeah, 24 hours of Pomposa. Yeah, that's. I think that's soon. That is, to be honest.
Yeah, Dan, I see one or two people on the feed talking about sim racing, and that is something I've been working in that for the last 2 or 3 years. And actually, originally, I presented a TV program called GT Academy, which was probably the original. Could we take a bedroom gamer all the way to Le Mans, which we did, and so that was an incredible program to be involved in. And I think the first program we did that I did it with Johnny Herbert back in 2008. So the sim racing thing's been around a while, and actually. Brendan Lee, who I work with, is incredibly dedicated, twice World F1 Esports champion, and he puts in, people don't understand this, but like he's an 8 hours a night, or was an 8 hours a night gamer when he should have been doing schoolwork. So, and actually, funnily enough, when he got into a Formula Ford, he translated because he was within a second of the ultimate pace. So, and somebody mentioned it is affordable and it is accessible, and for that I salute it, because motorsport is difficult to get into, but to be fair, I would still come back to, and Brendan would say the same if he was here, right? He's doing the real racing, as opposed to the sim. If you're a sim racer, you owe it to yourself at least once in your life to do a real race, because there's a whole load of extra stuff that comes, which I think that sim will never quite replicate. And Brendan would be the first to say it, even though he makes his living out of sim racing. So
I think with the sim racing as well, I've got a friend who's quite into that. He's big into this drifting sort of stuff now.
Yep.
But he's big into the sim racing as well. And I think now it's being recognised. It gives these young potential race drivers a platform to hopefully get some attention. Hopefully, maybe even get a drive with a team or a trial, maybe. So maybe it makes it slightly more accessible.
I think it's 100% more accessible. And it's fantastic that they can earn a living. I mean, I'm not aware too much about the bike racing sims. I know they have them, but I don't know what the level of it is. Yeah. But I'd still say, and I encourage all the sim racers to, if they can, to at least, you need, to be out there. And yes, there is a high price to pay when it's real racing, when it goes wrong. But there's also something like, I would not trade the memories from all the years of real racing I've done for anything, because as these guys will discover today, at the end of it, these memories are welded in your head. When you have a great race, when you win your first race, when you have a great battle, I could recall almost frame by frame those experiences. So I would encourage anybody who's thinking that if you like riding a motorcycle, even if you did it just once, to see what it was like, Dan, because it is expensive.
And let's be honest, when you're sat there, maybe retired or with family, and you're talking about things like your memories from racing and the experiences, nothing's going to replace that.
That's what I would say. And then when sim racers, like some of the guys were saying on there, but who's that, Daddy? Lou.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, he was our interview. It was fantastic. But basically, I think you're right. I mean, that's why, for example, I was based at Silverstone running the corporate events for years. Why motorsport and corporate events are so powerful as a incentive for guests is because if you spend 600, 800 quid on somebody, taking them to a racetrack for the day, they'll remember that for the rest of their life.
They'll talk about it forever, won't they?
They will. They have the pictures forever. Yeah. Whereas if you gave them, let's say you gave them an 800 quid TV, 2 or 3 years down the line, that'll be in landfill. They'll have forgotten it. So in life, it's experiences, isn't it? Like today, me personally seeing my first endurance scooter race, I'll never forget.
No.
Been out on that grid earlier on and seeing what it felt like with all those riders. It's just like alive.
Yeah, and I mean, I can only speak for myself. Having competed in this event twice, I'll admit I wasn't the best racer on track. I reckon with a bit more practice, I could be a bit more competitive. But now I can still speak to my friends, family, and other riders about racing because I've had a go and I've took part in something that a lot of people haven't had a chance to do yet.
No, or let's be fair. In some cases, wouldn't have the courage to do, and that's not being disrespectful. But what you've done is you've done something that in this modern world, without environmental health, health and safety society.
Definitely, yeah.
It's one of the last things that a person, man or woman, can do to really test themselves.
Yeah.
At some point you have to look at this and say, how much longer? Eventually, will we be in a society? Look at lockdown, right? Whereby we're not even able to do this stuff. I'd say, grab it and embrace it.
Yeah.
In a way, while you still can, because I'm not convinced future generations.
I mean, you've only got to look. It was only a couple of months ago they were looking at cancelling some of the road racing in Ireland, like the Northwest and things like that, purely down to the cost of insurances and stuff to cover the event. So yeah, it's getting out there, even at this level. Being on that track is daunting. It takes 100%. It takes a lot of balls to have a go and put your money where your mouth is. And go out there with
Dan, I've raced all my life and I'd be terrified. If I went out now, if I wobbled out of the pit lane on a scooter, amongst the quality of, Scott Swarbrick and his sons, amongst those kind of people, Hornet Racing Team,
them boys aren't hanging around out there.
Mate, I wouldn't know which way they'd gone.
Yeah.
I'd be on my ASS within half a lap. And I ride road bikes all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I've just stood on that paddock wall watching all of these riders go round. And I tell you now, they're not hanging about. They're not playing at this.
No, but even the ones who are at the back of the grid or novices or getting involved, big props to them for getting out there and doing it. Because for them, even more so. Because everyone's got to start somewhere. And if you really don't know what you're doing, and this is your first race at Whilton Mill in these conditions, in this company, big respect.
Yeah. I mean, I've just been chatting to Keith, and I said to him, like, I mean, this being the 8th event of bsec, like, hats off, like, you've made scooter racing accessible to the masses. I mean, the fact you can have up to 6 members on a team, I think, on these 8-hour events, he said, that means the cost can be swallowed up by 6 people. And again, with the endurance, like we've been stressing all the way through, you don't need the most tuned bike. You just need something that'll get round and be reliable, and you can enjoy. And you can take part. There's no, you don't need a 30, 40 horsepower scooter.
Particularly on a day like this. And, you know, I'm a massive fan of MotoGP. And I have to say, even though I'm based out of Silverstone, I've lost a lot of my love for current Formula One compared to how it used to be. And the thing about the GP guys, and I always say this, is realistically, you couldn't have a Lance Stroll in MotoGP. And you couldn't have a Lance Stroll in scooter racing because you couldn't buy, on a day like today, you could buy the best scooter or a ride, but you couldn't buy that level of advantage. Because in these conditions, the most important thing is rider skill.
Definitely, definitely.
Without a doubt. You could add some more power, but with this formula, you couldn't change the handling sufficiently or use grippy enough tyres to buy a massive advantage. So somebody on a mediocre scooter with a lot of talent has got a chance today.
Definitely, yeah.
That rules me out.
I don't know. But yeah, it's so the rain's coming down again now, and the lads are still pushing on. The lads on lasses are still pushing on.
Well, that if you look at the guys on board the Hornet racing bike at the moment, which our camera crew have picked up, you'd have to say, I mean, like the gap's come down actually. Look at it, it's 4 laps now. It has been more than that. I don't know if that's a pit stop that I missed, and Swarbrick team 5 laps behind. But watching the rider on board at the moment, doesn't look like he's been in the saddle for a couple of hours. He still looks incredibly flourished.
Fresh, yeah.
Yeah. You ever look at how he's bleeding off the brakes as he's tipping in and he's picking the throttle up, and he's not leaving much on the table, but he's also minimising the risk, I would suggest.
I think they've recently had a ride change, because I think it was Dave Bristow when I was out there, and I've got a feeling that's Stefan Menk, who's a German rider, I think, who came over to take part in this event. He actually races in the endurance events.
Does he?
In Europe, yeah.
Okay.
I think he's heavily involved with the Nürburgring one that they have at the GP circuit at Germany.
He looks like his body language, he looks comfortable on the bike. Yeah. The one thing that I'm interested in there, which is, see him snap a gear, he's clutching mid-corner, but what's interesting there for me is the fact he's running a dark visor.
In the rain?
Yeah, I wouldn't. that's interesting. I'm surprised about that. Personally, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't, in these conditions.
Low light, yeah.
I couldn't, with I mean, actually, we run in car racing, we run, in the single-seaters, we run Arrow give us a purple visor.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right, which doesn't lower the light level somehow, and it makes it easy to see the puddles. But with a dark visor, I don't think I'd see the grip as well. But who knows? He's going. What time's he doing? 19s at the moment.
It's not bad, yeah, not bad.
Mind you, not on the DSC pace. Like they have 15s and Swarbrick on the 17s. Yeah, Sluke 16s, Team Vespa 16s. So let's actually see if that's our German friend. See what he gets down to. But if I was the team manager of Hornet, it's a bit presumptuous of me to say this, but I would be questioning a dark visor. And today it would be, for me, I could not see, the nuance of the track wearing a dark visor. Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm old. It could be that kind of failing eyesight. Hands going in the air. What's that about?
Not sure. Maybe he's had some orders from the team.
Probably come and change your visor.
Maybe on the pit board, visor change.
Yeah. The idiot commentator says, change your visor. You go quicker. What's he done? The last lap of 20. Could be the team there,
Yeah.
I don't know. I would be clear visor. I've got to be honest and say that in these conditions, that wouldn't work for me. I mean, I know some other riders out with dark, but it's too dark for a dark visor. That's Steve Deeks getting controversial on the air. We'll start talking about Brexit.
That's it. Oh, yeah.
You can get through a lot of talk in 8 hours, Dan, can't you?
Definitely, yeah. I was when I was asked to do it, I was like, I had to keep going for 8 hours, but it's been quite good so far.
Drink plenty of cappuccinos.
Yeah, plenty of
coffee. Also the racing action's good. Right.
The Ruston Lambretta boys, 135.
So, tell me what that is again, remind me.
That's a Louis. It's a Lambretta Louis.
Right, that's what I need.
Yeah.
That's what
I'll tell you now, I don't think it's a bad choice for this circuit.
I wasn't thinking that, I was thinking for posing and putting on the back of my old camper. A Lambretta Louis?
Yes,
okay.
Lambretta Louis, yeah.
Damn, I want one of those. But that's got a big motor on it, right?
So that's got a barrel. Yeah, it's a 135cc like engine kit developed by a company called Casa Performance.
And what would it have been as a standard bike?
Probably a 50.
50, okay.
Yeah, 50.
Look at that for late braking now. That's impressive, isn't it? Is that the those?
I think that's the German guys.
It's the air one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. The twin. The
solid air.
Yeah. No, that's the TD Customs.
It's good on braking.
Yeah, Targa Twin. The
good on looking. They got a lot of torque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that comes from the 275cc.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
It's
twin
a 275.
Yeah.
Twin reed valve.
And those guys have travelled all the way from Germany to compete in this event. So
look at the way they've dropped the bars. They come from Germany. That's impressive,
Germany,
isn't it? Good effort.
They've got like a custom handlebar setup which runs a fiberglass top, but so it retains the look.
Yep.
But it means they can also. It's got clip-ons.
I'm guessing someone smashed it because there's a load of tank tape on
I think they dropped it, but it means they can adjust the handlebar angles and levels.
Well, I tell you what, they're not wasted their journey, have they?
No, they
because
haven't,
look
no.
at, he's really making good use. Clear visor, you know.
Yeah, and they were race winners last year. They did win last year.
And by the way, DSC just on a 14. That's a 14.6. So that's your pace on the track as it is at the minute. Smatterings of rain everywhere, but yeah. So what you need to do, Dan, source me a Louis, Louis,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I need. It's a Louis with a 135 barrel on it.
Or Super Louis engine like the Rushton Lambretta B team.
Right.
I've got.
What have they got? So is that the 210? Or is
it's
it?
200, yeah.
That's
so
a big motor, isn't it?
they brought a custom designed engine case to fit in a Louis, which can run components off what you class as a large frame Lambretta.
Got it.
So
so that's like an American. Oh, like there's a close dice there between these two boys.
Between the Sluck and the TD Customs boys, yeah.
That's looking good. So. Yeah, that's what you probably do need. But then you said they had to modify a lot of other stuff to get the 200 motor in.
They had to chop the exhaust up a little bit to get the exhaust to work. And I believe the guy that actually built that scooter for them he's basically their team mechanic. He doesn't ride.
Yep.
He used to work for Cosworth as an engineer for Cosworth. He doesn't do any more, but it was his first scooter he'd ever built.
Really?
And I had the pleasure of laying my hands on it in the week. And
so is that a one of one then? Or someone else done the same 200?
Yeah, there is other people that have built it. Like those casings are commercially available now. Right. You can buy them.
Okay.
But yeah, he's done a real nice job. It's really well put together.
Well, if you come from Cosworth, you know a thing or two about.
You know a thing or two about screwing things together, hopefully.
Motors. But so that's a 200?
Yes, 200.
So if I'm to stand any chance, I need a 300.
Well, if you can get one shoehorned in there.
Yeah. Well, at least a 300, maybe a 500 if no one's looking.
I think you've got about 20 horsepower in that little scooter, which is no.
But you said some of them have got 30.
Yeah, some of I mean, Mike, Mike, who obviously helped organise the event. The scooter he went out on last night's got over 40 horsepower, but he did say it was too much, especially for the conditions last night. So,
well, that's probably too much for me ever. I would think. No one needs that much horsepower.
Yeah. Yeah, so Rolf must be referring to the TD Customs guys. It was their first appearance last year, which it was their first crack at
That's amazing, Rolf.
Yeah.
What part of Germany are we talking about from?
Team 200, engineer Brian, top bloke. They must know the Rushton guys.
Okay, Phil. Ask him if he can make me a 300, because I'm carrying a bit of gut weight, more than when I was younger. At least a 300. Make it a big bang engine as well for traction. I'm going to need all the help I can get. They've got a lot to catch up on.
Bavaria.
Bavaria, wow. Awesome. 10 guys within 1 second on the car chat.
Yeah, he must be referring to the...
Ireland's not going to take it down, yeah. You can use all the power, depends on the track, yeah, absolutely. And the suspension setup. What was interesting talking to Scott Swarbrick is he was saying they're only using 2 gears. And that interests me because I would be obsessed with lowering the overall gearing so I could use all the gears, but you might tell me that's not going to be an advantage, but it seems odd to me to have gears you're not dropping. You know, what we would normally do is...
I think with gear changes, you're going to lose time with changing gears so much.
Yeah.
This is the discussion we had with the guys on the B team with their Super Louis. Is he had the gearbox he'd selected wasn't the right one really for what he wanted to use it for.
No.
So he swapped the gear. Well, we helped him swap the gearbox out, and I think he's probably only really using second and third. Around the track. So
and that's what Scott said. They were only using second and third.
Yeah, and the way I think if you use
first off the start,
and first out the paddock. But
here's a stupid question, Dan. Can scooters wheelie?
Yeah, easily, yeah.
Oh, can they? I never saw... I mean, to be fair, me and James were running for our life at that point, but I never saw anyone actually wheeling off the...
Yes, quite easily, yeah.
Can they?
Yeah, quite easily, yeah.
So I definitely want, even if I get no further than the first corner, I want to come off the line next year with a wheelie.
With a wheelie?
Yeah.
That
definitely.
photographic moment, yeah.
when it loops, because I have no talent. There's that 96 again.
Yeah.
That's the...
that's on the Swarbricks, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Scott had exactly the right attitude, didn't he, to the whole of the racing gig, you know. It's like old school.
And he had a lot of enthusiasm for the old two-strokes as well, which was nice.
And also, imagine doing it with your kids.
It must be great. It must be great as a parent watching your lads out there doing really well, and so I won't say maybe following in his footsteps, maybe.
Well, also a bit of, I would say, a bit of courage as well, because, you know, like I don't have kids. I've got 2 Bengal cats.
Yeah.
But you know, especially the boy who goes roaming, I worry tremendously about him. So as a dad, you must worry about your kids.
Of course you must, yeah.
But equally, you want to see your son doing fast times.
But like you were saying earlier, they're experiencing something for the first time, and it's something you'll never be able to take away from them. So
no, and also they'll always remember the time they did it with their old man, because he won't be able to do it forever.
No, they won't. And it'll be one of those things I can always look back on and think, you know what, we had a good time.
Good looking scooter as well.
It is, yeah.
And that must be his youngest son, he said, because he's wearing the novice bib.
Yeah.
So that's got to be, I forgot his name. It's Scott and I can't remember the name of the other boys, but
Finn. And was one of them Matt?
Finn, I don't know. I think
Finn trying to work out on the scooter.
Finn was the youngest one.
Finn, Scott, and I can't see that.
It's quite. I can even hear from here. Right, he's quite brutal back on the gas. There must be a bit of grip there, because you can hear that one chiming on. Even our camera guys managed to pick that up. I'd pay him about 10 grand just for that registration plate if it were a real.
If it was a correct one.
Yeah, I would, honestly. I might use it anyway, regardless.
Who's that there pushing the bike back? Looks like a Vespa of some description.
Well, I say only. We've only got 2 hours and 55 minutes left to racing. I mean,
anything can happen in that.
It's all running too. It's all running out too quickly.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah.
I think I'm going to go. Going to go to the convenience store for a second. Then I'm going on a bit of pit lane walkabout. I'm going to hand over to you for a bit.
Okay then. Yep.
Good man.
So as Steve said, we're into under 3 hours now, which is still quite a bit of time, and anything can happen in that time. But we're well settled into the racing now. Wicked. The field's gapping up a little bit now. Everyone's really settled into it now, and it's not as manic as it was at the beginning. Finn, Scott and Jake. Jake's my husband. Thanks, Lou. So Hornet are still in the lead by 3 laps, closely followed by Team DSC 78, and then Squadra Course, who are 6 laps behind Hornet. And that makes up the pro race class front runners. In 4th position you've got Team Vespa, and they're obviously in the race class. And they're running first in class 4th overall, followed by Slut Racing and the Dukes of Essex. It looks like we're going to be switching over to Steve in the paddock. Oh, no, not yet, no. That's the United Colours of Bempton, number 81, closely followed by the Ruston boys. Two Lewis battling it out together. Slut boys, number 71, they're still doing well. Looks like John the Greek is out on the Hornet bike. His last lap was a 1:13, which in these conditions is quite impressive. Looks like the rain stopped for the time being, but obviously the track's still wet, so still quite tricky out there for the riders. I'm going over to the pit lane now, I think, with Steve.
Well, 2 3/4 hours to go. My voice is beginning to shred, and so are the tyres on some of these scooters, because it's been wet, really wet, then it's got dry, then there's patches of grip, then it's rained again. We've had scooters down, we've had scooters off the track, we've had scooters seized, all action here, very dynamic, but the team who've dominated this Hornet still out at the front and still seemingly capable of banging those laps in one after another. Earlier we talked to that man Swarbrick, who's racing with his sons. They're in 3rd position. They're pushing hard at the front, but I wouldn't bet against Hornet. But as we've seen here at Whilton Mill, one indiscretion, running off the track, catching a white line, a painted white line, it could be game over. Pit lane, a busy place to be. Let's take a wander down the pit lane at the moment. Follow me down. Come here. Air-cooled tool hire.
Aircraft tool.
Ah, okay. Well, listen, this is turned into an epic battle, particularly at the front.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that these front teams aren't professional, because the reality is the Hornets are going at it. They're like a Swiss watch, banging those laps in. They always seem to find the pace, and I've got to say that the pace goes up and down all the time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. No, they're not professional, but they're just very good at it.
Very good is an understatement. What about the teams that have travelled from afar? I mean, the German team as well. That's impressive, from Bavaria.
Yeah.
And they're here for the 2nd year, I understand.
Yeah, well, they won last year, so they came back to try and defend the title. Yeah. And unless there's a lot of mayhem, I don't think that's going to happen for them this year.
And why is that, John? Is the standard gone up even this year from last, would you say?
They've had a bit of misfortune, rather than... They're still good, and they would, but they've had a couple of crashes, and if you see the thing on film, the headset isn't as complete as it was before.
Got it. This championship I was working out, you've got over 200 riders here, right? Must be 40 times 5 or 6.
Yeah, no, there are some with only 3, but it's 150 at least.
150 riders. That's a lot of motorsport for the money, isn't it? I mean, it does offer. And when I think about my British short circuit racing in cars, we don't get anything like this amount of time.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, even if you go with the other like short track racing, like when you get 4 races in a day, you'll pay 250 quid. I got 340 quid and I give you 8 hours.
Yeah,
and you then split that cost up, and you haven't even paid that by yourself.
No, absolutely.
So you shared that all out with people. So
and it's great fun doing it with a group, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's such a whole, from my experience of racing endurance myself in cars, it's a whole different dynamic when you're all working together to achieve a common goal.
Yeah, no, that I totally agree with. I mean, I don't know how to explain. This idea came about doing it myself in Europe, and why are we not getting this buzz in the UK? It's because the wives, everybody can be involved, because like you need someone to do pits, and in a longer race you might need someone to do food. But people with the live timing, it just works. I mean, we've got like the little screen in the briefing room, and there's people going in there all the time. Like, what's going on with this? I explain to some people about the different class, colours, and I think it's just great.
I love the fact that, if you think about, say, the success, this is what I'm thinking about, the success of something like the Red Bull soapbox, for example, how groups of mates get together and put together a team, just like we're considering for next year. Right? Surely we need to get out to people and say to gangs of people, guys, girls, you can get together with your mates, get a team together without spending too much money. Actually, you could come and try it on your road licence.
Yeah, well, that's it, exactly. I mean, you can bring, if you've got one of your mates that doesn't mind risking his bike, you can just turn up and do it. And it can be, doesn't have to be a performance bike, it can just be something that will last 8 hours.
With my other hat on, like making films for Silverstone auctions with classic bikes, are we eventually going to run out of donor bikes?
No, there's thousands of them out there. They're all the time they're coming in. Old ones are coming in the country on lorries being put up for sale. You can pick up a tatty thing for 1,500 quid, and it wouldn't, as long as it's all there, a good clean and a few other bits and pieces, and you could be on track quite cheaply.
Coming in from Italy?
Yeah.
Is that where they all are, or the majority?
Well, they're all over Europe. Italy is a common source. If you go on like Facebook or one of those, or the sale places, there's loads of scooters for sale.
Actually, as well, the reality is you're not going to lose any money either, are you? Because at this point, they are classic machines.
Oh yes, yeah. No, couldn't agree more. They're, it's. When some people are finished with them, I'm not convinced they're classic machines.
Absolutely. No, listen, they are, you know, because to me, that, and to a lot of people, I can tell you for nothing, I know that we sell, these days, there's a real, with the classic racing cars, there's a real demand for stuff that looks like it's raced, you know what I mean? So there's an allure to something that's got some competition chops.
Oh yeah, I mean, same with that. These certain scooters here and other scooters, they get a street cred, don't they? People get to know them. I mean, I've got one that I went and set some speed records on, and I'd deliberately done it with a number plate on it so that people would know it was that scooter. And it's, yeah, you can increase the value of something without a doubt, putting it out. Particularly if you do well, you know, it's done all right. So.
Yeah, I must admit, I've got a hankering for one of those roomies. It may not be the quickest scooter here, but my God, it's good looking.
And it sounds good. Have you heard it running?
Yeah, I have,
The blue one is, I love it. There's a few, the Germans is a twin, and they do, yeah, just twins just sound better.
Funny enough, we sold a couple of those roomies at Silverstone auctions, and every time they've gone through, I've admired them.
Yeah. They're not my cup of tea, but I can appreciate them. I mean, because
I'm all about style over substance. It's got to look good.
Yeah, it does. There are a lot of there's some ugly scooters around as well, and some of the old ones that,
Do you not think there's a certain beauty in ugliness if it works? I always think that, you know, I mean, I drive a Toyota RAV4 2012. It's a pig ugly car, but it's brilliant. I mean, there's a certain beauty. You know, if a scooter's a fast scooter, it's sort of, to me, it loses its ugliness.
The ugly ones generally haven't been played with, though. They stay as they are. But no, most of those roomies are nice. I couldn't argue with that. They're good, and the blue one particularly, I think it's nice.
Reader bsec, I think you've done a brilliant job. It's fantastic fun here, great atmosphere, great people doing it, really well organised and managed.
Thank you. It's an idea thrown up in the back of a van, basically. Well, not thrown up, but it's nice. I do it to see at the end of the day the grin on people's faces. It's just nice.
I have to say that is part of it. Even though they're quite quick and people are going out and they're modified, there's a certain comedic element that I think is really important, because the problem with like Formula One and things like that is it takes itself too seriously. Yeah. And the minute you do that, like I said, there's a certain comedic element. Yeah, absolutely. Back on it. Do you know what? He's barely lost 20 seconds. Yeah, he's still. Is he going? He was going. Look at that. Can you imagine anyone doing that on the road and then getting out 20 seconds? I think he might be coming in for a pit stop. Could be a good time. If that was me, I'd be coming in for a lay down. You know, at my age, I'd want to go in an oxygen tent for half an hour.
Yeah, actually, my last two race meetings last year, both of them ended up with injuries I didn't want. But yeah, I've cracked my pelvis on one of them, but that's better now. But the previous one, I bashed coccyx area. Both of them incidents that weren't my incidents. I just didn't, as you know.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time. But
for me, the wrong place would be in the saddle, I think, looking at these guys and the skill level they've got. I'm better off with a microphone in my hand. But I have to say, I'm sorely tempted.
Yeah, I think you should. That's what I like about it. Anybody can do this, and we have had teams that have no scooter riding experience. Oh, he's never ridden a scooter before he got here today. We told him about this bit up here because he's probably used to doing it with his foot and stuff like that. But that's great.
To be honest, Nigel, I'm actually wondering about this whole business of changing gear. You got the gear out on the same hand as your clutch, right?
Yeah. But it's easy. I mean, I can jump from a bike. I've not done right-footed gears, only the other left. The only thing I struggle with on a bike is when they put in, when I've raced bikes, they put the shift up the other way. My brain can't handle that. I have to put a linkage in to get it to go the right way. It doesn't work for me.
Well,
but no, the thing on the hands, it's great. No, it works. It's fairly easy. It's just, but it's not a positive. Like where a bike is, it's sequential and it's a positive shift. The scooters aren't. You can miss the gear completely and end up with the mini neutrals between. So
you mean end up coasting?
Yeah.
That's me sliding down the road on my ASSS in a heartbeat.
Yeah. But the biggest problem most people get is when they get into race mode, they grip on too tight, and they need to, sometimes you just need to chill out and relax. And
actually, to be honest, all the time, particularly in these conditions, I've been watching on our screens the fastest riders. If you said what's the differentiator, they really flow from the brake to tipping in to picking the gas up. You know, the novices actually, this is the sad thing, they're more likely to come unstuck because they're gripping too tight.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I mean, having raced since I'm not going to say the year, but I've been racing on and off for a long time, and it's easy sometimes when it's going well. It's actually easy. It just flows.
Totally agree. In fact, that's the only time I've ever been right on the pace is when it's almost felt effortless in a weird way.
Yeah. No, it is that. I mean, I've actually heard that Formula One drivers, it's almost like they're doing it at 30 miles in their brains. It's like, oh, where's... And they're doing, whether that's true or not.
Well, if you listen to the late, great Ayrton Senna, whose anniversary of his death was recently, actually, he always said, and that's it for him, it was spiritual. Like when he was right on the limit, it was like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah, that's...
Whereas with me, it'd be my body bouncing down the track. You got some handsome people here, haven't you? Some good-looking men. He ain't one of them.
You're very lucky. He hasn't got his arse out.
Really?
His arse has been...
To be honest, I couldn't tell the difference. I wasn't sure what bit of him it was.
But he's he's one of our paddock comics almost.
Is he?
Yeah, no. But that, throughout all of this, scooterists, because a lot of these scooterists know each other from rallies and everything else, and they've already got a camaraderie before they came here.
Yeah, sure.
So,
well, come on here. You know, I was saying this earlier. What's happening here?
He was driving his bike through our stopped vehicle. He realised because he's turned it off. He saw me and went, oh, he's going to tell me off.
Bad boy. He thought he was going to get away with that, Keith, didn't he?
Yeah, he did do. He probably they forget. So I mean, it's the heat of the moment thing, isn't it? They get
Keith, I think anybody on two wheels got camaraderie, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you not think? Even motorbike, it doesn't matter. If you're on two wheels, right, motorised two wheels, we're all part of the same family.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. Yes, they have been both sides of the fence, raced both sides of the fence. But I think, like the Formula One thing, in racing, the further up the scale you go, the camaraderie begins to fade away a little bit. It might be okay between some of the riders, but the teams are not so...
Do you know, I'm sad to say, and James, my cameraman, will bear this out, but unfortunately in karting, right, that's a really big problem. And that's one of the most offensive things about motorsport with young, aspiring racing drivers, is that they often barely talk to themselves. There's a thing, we call it karting dads.
Yeah.
Whereas, as I pointed out earlier on, for most of these guys, sadly, their dads have passed on into the next life. So you don't have that karting dad syndrome. It's about having fun, not taking yourself too seriously. And I think that's what's special about this, compared to probably if we were doing the same thing at a mainstream karting event. Certainly by the time you get into Formula One, it's just ridiculous. You know, the whole thing at the moment, we see in F1 with drivers throwing temper tantrums if things aren't going their way. I mean, look at the amount of times the fast riders in a lap will nearly get taken off by a novice. You don't see ridiculous fist waving or gesticulating in this.
I mean, one of the chaps actually today he's broken his thumb apparently, and he got taken out by somebody else. It wasn't his fault, and he just took it. It's just one of them things. I don't think he's over happy about it, but he hasn't gone charging after him and moaning about it, or I want to put a protest. There's nothing like that at all. We do actually have a protest fee. If someone, at the end of the day, someone's unhappy with something we've done, yeah, but they can put a protest in if they want. But if we don't like it, we keep their money.
I'd keep the money anyway.
Yeah.
Put a protest in, but it's €500.
Yeah, I don't know, well, it's 100 quid I think we go for. It's, to be honest, what the idea is to put them off putting a protest in to start with. Now some of them are a bit like children. He's done this and he's done that. If the marshals have picked it up, then we'll do something about it. But if not, I rely that out on track generally, we rely on the marshals and the staff to pick it up.
Talking of which, they've done a phenomenal job too, because when you look at it, it's a long time to be out on a marshal's post, isn't it?
Hopefully we've got extra marshals, and they have done a little bit of swapping about, and so they've relieved them. Probably the ones they don't like, they probably left them out there all day. But it's I take my hat off. Any marshals at any racing, some of the conditions they stand around in, it's impressive. When it's absolutely bucketing down, you go out in whatever you're in, do a few laps and come in. The marshals are stuck there all day long. And most of them, wherever they go, they might get a free lunch or something like that out of it. They don't get anything else, do they?
Talking of free lunch, the best team here today, without a doubt, Rushton, Team Rushton. So they brought us a cheese board. Yeah, that's a luxury I haven't had before in the commentary tower.
Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I'm not there, but everywhere they go, there's a cheese board.
Well, what's wrong with that? It's quality cuisine. I'm delighted. Keith, thanks for that. I'm going to head back in. I'm getting a bit cold now, so I'm going to go and warm up in my commentary tower. My commentary ivory tower. Watch out for me and my crew next year. This is a bit addictive to me.
You'll have to come back. I like you as well.
Oh, it's very kind, very kind. There we go. Well, that's the main man, Keith, and it's his show. So, if you want to come and get involved in it, remember, you don't even need a racing licence. You just need a road licence, 4 or 5 willing mates, and a willingness not to take yourself too seriously. That is what top-level endurance scooter racing is all about.
Yeah, I've been, yeah. Apology for the lost comms. Thanks to everyone who's tuned in and is commenting on the live feed. Keith, when are you doing a 24-hour? I'm not sure. He was speaking about it, but that brings a whole new challenge into the mix of running at night and having decent lights and all that sort of stuff. I know it's being done in Europe. Team Vespa are now leading the race class, followed by Sluck Racing only 2 laps between them. Team Vespa 4th overall, and Sluck Racing 5th overall, followed by the Dukes of Essex, all within a handful of laps of each other. So it is really anyone's to play for. I'm not sure the conditions out there now. It looks like it may have stopped raining, but it's still wet. It looks like there might be a bit of a breeze out there now. So that's the John the Greek on the Hornet bike. You see there, number 6. He's obviously got a lot of experience on the go-kart tracks, having raced in Europe on scooters for many years before coming to the UK. I believe he's some sort of development engineer for Triumph as well, so he's a local rider now, so to speak. He knows how to hustle on those small frames round. He's just set a 1:12 lap time as well, so 1 minute 12. Got some kids on some all-terrain vehicles at the minute. Crazy bugs. It looks like having a race as well. They're getting the spirit of it all. Number 15, Team Vespa. A few riders had to go out over to the hospital. Luckily, no one seems too seriously injured, so wishing them all the best. And they're even tuned in. Thanks, Paul. Hornet Racing now, we're 6 laps in front of Team DSC 78. But with 2.5 hours left, still all to play for. Number 12, it looks like they're leading the club class. I can't pronounce the name for the life of me. It's Toothed de Dannon, I think. Followed by IDK Endurance Racing Team and RFS Tune on 112. Series 1 Lambretta. I think we said earlier we thought they'd do around 300 laps, but they've already done 246 laps now, and still 2.5 hours to go. I think they could be passing maybe even 400 laps, which is an impressive achievement for anyone involved. It'd be like going to Penzance from here on a scooter. Oh, that looks like John the Greek from Team Hornet has just had an off, just had a spill. He's bounced straight back up, and the scooter looks to be in one piece. I think he's just straightening the steering up. Hopefully, he can get back out. I mean, they have got a bit, best part of 6 laps buffer, but as we already know, you can soon get behind quite easily. He's got the scooter started, and looks like he's off again. So, fingers crossed for them. He's not lost too much time there. And it doesn't look like he's damaged the scooter. A few gaggles of scooters there. Number 96 working his way through the field. Impressive for saying it's probably his first outing on track. He really looks at home out there. The United Colours of Pemberton still going strong on that multicoloured Louis. Them guys literally finished the bike with hours to spare, judging by the Facebook updates we've had over the last couple of days. I think, as we've already said before, the beauty of the endurance is that you get a wide variety of machines that you wouldn't necessarily see out in the BSSO, just because you don't need the most powerful bike to win or to remain competitive, and the tracks are a bit smaller, so they do lend themselves to the lower powered machines. So Gasworks motorbike, them guys have travelled all the way from Ireland to compete this weekend. Yeah, I think that spill that John the Greek had could have cost them. Oh no, they're still 7 laps in front of DSC, so. Can we have an action replay of Phil Hallam's bump start, please? If you could imagine someone doing a star jump on a scooter, that's what it will look like, or would have looked like. The Rushton Lambretta B team are leading their class on the number 200 machine. And that Louis features the Super Louis casing, mated with an RB20 barrel from AF Rayspeed. Not a bad achievement for saying the lads in that team haven't rode scooters before, and the chap who built the machine, it was his first scooter he's ever built. I think I'm proud with my achievements so far. Yeah, the Dukes of Essex have just put in a quite quick lap time at 1:12. And there's that Rushton Lambretta B team bike that you can see right there. Yeah, just a quick reminder to all the teams in the paddock, if any riders or team members would like to come down and have a bit of a session on the microphone, a bit of an interview, informal interview and a chat of how they come about the endurance racing and their bikes they ride and so on, please feel free to come down. And here's Steve, he's just joining us after a light refreshment break.
Keep talking, Dan, while I finish my sandwich. Don't stop.
8 hours is a long time to be talking.
I need some blood sugar. Hello, has anything changed, Robert? No, it's not changed. Hornet Racing still dominating proceedings then.
Hornet Racing still dominating the proceedings. I think Team Vespa and Slut Racing have had a bit of a swap around.
Yeah, Team Vespa coming up.
Yeah, they're coming up well. It's really close at the top. There's only a handful of laps separating them all. So I think the rain's holding off at the moment, is it not? Has it stopped raining?
No, it's all right when I was outside actually. Briefly, a few spots, but you know, the trouble is it's not warm enough to dry up. So can't imagine that the track's going to get much better than this at the moment. What's happening here on our feed? Anything? Action replay.
I said it would be like star jumping on top of a scooter.
Paul Hughes, we like him, don't we? The commentators have all been excellent today. No one's ever said that to us before.
No, I'll take that. I'll take that for my first time.
Is that one of your relations?
No, not Paul Hughes. John Winter, he's one of our relations.
Send them €5 on PayPal for his kind words. Look at that handsome specimen. I mean, that scooter racing is full of very mod-esque characters, isn't it, to be honest. Fortunately, he's oblivious, so we can insult all we like. Doesn't know he's on camera.
Doesn't know he's on camera.
No. I don't know if you knew this, Dan, but you know I'm based out of Silverstone. Well, they're making a film at the Grand Prix. Brad Pitt's coming over.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So they're making a Formula One film, would you believe? I was a bit disappointed they didn't ask me to read for it. But so we got Brad Pitt in the house from the Grand Prix. I think they're taking a week before the Grand Prix, filming the Grand Prix, and then 3 months of it.
Oh, wow.
But I think we could remake the Steve McQueen Le Mans with scooter racing.
Oh, easily, yeah.
So 24-hour scooter race, epic. You know, remake Le Mans. That's a great shot, isn't it? And that's our lady, young lady.
Who rides the Targa Twin for TD Customs.
Very impressive, very tidy as well. Notice the cameraman cut straight off of there just to give it fluency. So, Dan, I'll be looking to you next year then if we put our team together for a few lessons.
Well, I might want to give you some lessons on the bike, not on the riding. You'll have to speak to some of the guys out there. Probably from Hornet Racing or Team DSC. I'm sure they could show you a way around the circuit.
Well, I might ask old man Swarbrick.
Oh, yeah,
he said he's getting a bit long in the tooth, but he said he's going to, take a... Perhaps we could be a Swarbrick B team or something like that.
For saying this is their first outing at the Endurance, they're doing well, and I'm pretty proud of the achievement so far.
Now, tell me who that is in the pits. We've been looking at that scooter, haven't we?
That is the boys from Rushton that provided us with this lovely cheese board.
Yeah.
That's their
look, we're getting a close-up on that. What kind of shock is that? Look, hold that shot, camera. What is he using? Because I'm an Öhlins man.
Well, that's a shock off a large frame Lambretta that's been produced for a large frame. It's made by a company called BGM in Germany.
Yep.
It's fully adjustable rebound.
Bump and rebound.
Bump and rebound all in one. And obviously...
well, Dan, look, we're getting a look at the wet tyre there as well.
Yeah.
You see like the cuts on the grid. I think that's clever, isn't it?
I think that's the Mitres wet tyre, I think. I might be wrong.
They could have cleaned it before the race, couldn't they?
Yeah,
I mean, come on, boys.
So, yeah.
You know.
Looks like they're having a bit of a faff with the fuel cap.
Yeah.
Which they'll hopefully get sorted quickly.
Give a shout out. Look, Shen Plant. Let's give them a shout out. Express Signs. It's pretty good going, isn't it?
Lambretta Club and JG
Hopefully
Scooters.
they're all online watching.
Yeah.
And it's just, look, they are having a faff with the fuel cap.
Yeah.
It's not helped by us keep talking about it.
No.
It's obviously
and they can probably hear us out there.
Yeah, well. That's what I'm thinking. So that's why I'm doing it all the more. But BKS Leathers, actually, I know the guy who makes those.
Oh,
it's down in Devon. The bespoke ones, anyway.
Yeah.
So giving up with the fuel cap now, I think.
I think I should put some tape on it or something.
He's got a really technical tool there. It's a 20p piece, I think he's trying to use. But you can see that. See, to me, that is... Look at that. It looks beautiful in those conditions. You know, a bit of track wear.
Yeah. Like you were saying earlier about the Slut racing bike.
Yeah.
Some battle scars, well used.
Oh, listen, in a heartbeat, I'd like that.
Yeah.
That scooter. I mean, just exactly as it is. And by the way, that's the way to buy a race bike, is just after the race finishes. Before they got a time.
Okay.
Yeah, did you not know that? This is the world of racing. You should always buy a racing car, a used racing car, or bike, right, just after. So, because what the standard thing in our business, perhaps bike racers are more honest, I don't know. But in the car racing world, basically the car wins its last race of the championship. and then they take it away, they take all the good bits off it, and you, some unsuspecting novice, think, I'll buy that for my next year's championship campaign, arrive, and it's not even the same thing. So the best way to do a deal, when you're buying a competition machine like that beautiful, what kind of bike is that?
That's one of the Lewis, that is.
Is
on the Lambretta Lewis. So in 2 hours' time, you want to go buy that bike?
I want to go and buy it. So, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, so whatever's left of it after 2 hours. Might not be too much. But that is definitely the way to buy a racing machine. All day long, I've admired that speed block.
Yeah,
Kenny Roberts.
You did mention earlier the Kenny Roberts speed block, more suited to the Yamaha. I think it lends itself to that Vespa quite well.
It does. It definitely does. That's a really good. Whoever did their paintwork, I mean, that's an eye-catching machine. Now, what is also interesting, if you look on the outside of that corner, you could see the marbles.
Yeah.
Right? You have a look. So, I'm not sure that's been thrown up by Scooter Racing. Did they get any dry running yesterday? Or not really?
I'm not sure. Swabs was saying when he came in, they did have a few dry moments because he said he hung on to decide what tyres to put on, so maybe.
Because I suppose that's the problem. Like, if it did dry up, we're going to get the tyres starting to shred and chucking all the crap on the outside of the circuit. Look at that style. That'd be a great. I mean, that'd be a great action shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be
nice riding styles.
Yeah, nice and smooth.
Hanging off the bike, taking the centre of gravity inwards and lowering the centre of gravity. And you can see it must be a bit grippier because he's not smooth back on the throttle. He's rinsing it, isn't he? He's giving it the big one.
I think, like I say, them bikes, obviously, he's got what looks like a dummy fuel tank. I think that is actually being used as an auxiliary fuel
nitrous
tank.
oxide.
Wow.
He does seem to have a bit of squirt. Look, DRS, look. See that? See, hoof to head. Look, that's very committed. Right, isn't that? He's moving across that. Who is on that? But what the point? Number 15.
So that's Team Vespa, that is.
Look at them. They're up into fourth.
And they've just done a 1:14 lap, which is impressive.
See, but not as impressive as our Hornet.
1:09.
It's drying up. It's drying up.
Yeah,
it has to be, doesn't it?
It's got to be, yeah. And I think the bikes they're running, the Vespa small frames, they do lend themselves very well to these go-kart tracks. Or kart tracks, sorry.
Right.
The kart tracks. Just because.
Don't worry, you won't offend them.
Just because they're so nimble, short wheelbase, really agile scooters.
I think style-wise, that does it for me. Like for posing, that number 15 and that colour scheme. That's for sort of strutting my stuff. Yeah, that's the one I want to go down the pub in.
And you could probably pull a good wheel on it as well.
Yeah, I was thinking pulling women on it, to be honest with you. I mean, it cuts,
women or wheelies.
Yeah, it cuts a dash. But there you go. So it's just been passed.
So that's the Dukes of Essex 155.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice machine as well.
Well, now that's interesting because they flew the Dukes of Essex 14.9. Yeah, Vespa did a 14.6. To look at it, you wouldn't know. Like he's just passed the Dukes, the Vespa guy.
But the Vespa guy is, what's he, 245? He's 2 laps in front of the Dukes of Essex. So
yeah,
so
but it's hard to the eye, isn't it, to see? Because he looks like he's riding really well.
Yeah, and he's throwing the bike about a bit more. So I think, like you were saying, they're obviously getting some drier lines because they're
definitely getting some traction, aren't they? Out there now. But he's following it. So we got some more riders come to see us. Well, I'm delighted to say, guys, I'm joined in the commentary booth by Steve Wright, representing, he's got a bit of a grin on his face, representing the team that's currently running second. I say currently, because a long way to go, Steve.
Long way.
It could all change. Team DSC 78. And I'm just having a look. But see, you're 7 laps behind the winner. Is it still on for the win?
It's definitely still on.
How can you say that when you're 7 laps behind? Look, look at this. Hornet Racing's just banged in a 8.6. And you're currently doing 16s.
Yeah. Well,
so come on, Steve. What's going to happen? Are you going to put your own leathers on and get out there and change things?
No, I won't be out there today.
Right. Why not?
I'm sitting this one out and doing the T-side, hopefully.
Good man. Good man. Okay. Is it hard to watch it from the outside when you really want to? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Even is for me, and I've never been raced one. I want to be out there having a go.
I've got my duties in the paddock.
What are your duties?
My duty is to get the bike when the rider comes off and run it down to the refueling station.
Okay. So you're part
Very
of,
important
you're
job.
part of the well-oiled team. So who is Team DSC 78? Why DSC 78?
Team DSC is Darren Scott, tuning
Right.
conversions.
Okay.
Runs a successful team in the BSSO.
Yep.
Currently Super Scooter champions and 4E and production champions from last year.
Yep.
A lot of them guys are out riding today. Got Graham Tatton.
Yep.
Darren Westgarth, John Woods.
Yep.
And Andy Walker.
And what's the 78 bet? Where does that come from?
That's just the number we've got. Inherited from an old rider, a retired rider now, I'll say.
So tell me about your scooter.
That's current. That's an RB250.
Okay. Tidy looking.
Yeah, and it's not massive power, but it delivers it in the right areas, so it drives really well.
Yeah, because I can see. Look at that. He's on the gas hard, isn't he? The rear end squirming a little bit. Our cameraman's very handily picked it up. But
yeah, that's currently Darren Westgarth on that.
Is he useful?
Very good rider, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's done. He's doing 14s.
Yeah, I think he's been down to 12s earlier today.
Okay.
On his last stint. He's just going out. This is his second stint.
So he's taking a couple of laps to get up to pace.
Hopefully, yeah. That's the
plan.
That's the plan.
Yeah. Well, he isn't leaving much on the table. To be honest, he wants to put his visor down, otherwise he might get a reprimand. The scooter looks particularly well set up. So does Darren? Is it Darren Scott? You said?
Yes. Yeah.
It looks to me like he tunes for torque. Does he tune for
that one's specifically been tuned for the endurance racing.
Got it. Makes sense. So it's going to be more reliable. But also here at Whilton Mill, if you've walked the track, right, you'll know that that's quite a hill that you're pulling up.
Yes,
yeah.
So
you can get to it. But I noticed that he's got good lines and he's on the gas early, smoothly, and he's got a good drive out of the corners.
Yeah, good rider, like I say.
And it's a nice paint scheme.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking scooter.
It stands out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a good-looking scooter.
Yeah, it was nice and shiny this morning. A bit dirty now.
Yeah. We had a drop. So when you're watching this kind of thing from, I'll be moving that scoot. Where's he going?
Look.
That was a terrifying moment. Do you reckon that's his mobile phone on the track?
Possibly.
Our cameraman's zooming in on that. It won't be for much longer. It'll be reduced to kit form, componentry. 56 now.
Foster,
I know that number. It is, yeah. I was going to say it's the other Foster, bound in 26th place. Can he get it restarted?
He's off.
Now that's interesting, seeing that one being pushed back in. In this endurance scooter racing, when you're doing it, it's quite a responsibility on each of the riders. I don't want to say to behave themselves, but the reality is you don't need any more mechanical wear and tear than you absolutely have to have, right?
Absolutely. Before we go out in the morning, Darren says you need to bring that scooter home.
Yep.
And deliver it to the next rider in good condition to go again.
So there's no messing around. You're all under strict instructions.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we got somebody chatting? Look at this. Steve Wright, top man. Say hello to him from Tommy.
Oh, Tommy Neal. Hope you're getting better soon, mate. Sorry to hear about your crash yesterday. He apparently came off yesterday in the practice.
Yeah, and stopped practice, I think. So we echo that sentiment. Tommy, get well soon, buddy. Get well soon. And we've got Dave Delaney, Charlie Watson out to get on the Rushton New. They love racing. I'm just reading all the stuff. Still calling Vegas. Gaps in the first 20 teams, I said, not changing really.
A lot could happen in the last hour, though. That's when the
last 2 hours.
Tactics. Well, we are 2 hours to go, but
2 hours on 9:05.
A lot can still happen yet.
What kind of things, like when you are, say for example, you're leading? There we go. Big wave for the cameras, please. When you go out and you are running in the front, what kind of things as a team are you concerned about? Is it more mechanical failure at this stage of the race, would you be saying, or rider, what kind of stuff?
Yeah, well, riders obviously getting tired, they're under a second stint.
Yep.
So it's hard work, and then you start to think, are the tyres going to hold out?
Yep.
Again, they've been on for 6 hours.
Yep.
And then you start to think, engine-wise, you're listening to it every time it goes past.
I'll be honest, I didn't even know a scooter could last this long. not ridden like this, you know.
No,
I mean, you know, but from my sort of youth, a long time ago, two-stroke was something that, was a bit on the temperamental side. And it's like, this is a long time to keep something that's 50, 60, 70 years old turning over.
Absolutely. But
hold on a minute. You sir, are a gent. You are a gent. We've got our Rushton crew come back in to take away a cheese board. As you can see, we didn't leave much left. So that's a sign of our appreciation. Thanks, Rushton. We really appreciated that. So that's our Rushton rescue team came in, keeping us fed here. Yeah, Steve. So it's from a rider's point of view, I guess it's probably the same. Like when I did endurance racing in the US, you start hearing sounds.
Absolutely.
Is that the same with the scooter thing? I'm thinking that sound wasn't there before, or you feel some pickup on the brake or something like this. You know, it's just or like a bit of vibration to the steering. You start inventing things.
Your senses are on high alert for anything that just seems out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I have to admit, and certainly with car racing, certainly in the States when it was really hot, the other thing we'd get, we're not actually. You're lucky than we are because I did IMSA lights, for example. We're strapped in really tightly in a really hot closed cockpit, and I would get cramp. No matter I drank electrolytes and all that sort of stuff. At some point, and the problem is you can't move. At least I guess on a scooter, if you start to cramp, you can move around on it, right?
Yeah, but because you're racing and these corners come up really quickly. Yeah. You especially your legs are bent all the time, and
you're
moving around, and
and the leathers, if they're good fitting, are not necessarily the most comfortable, are they?
No, they're not the best things to have on, but.
And thinking about it as well, look at this. Now we're getting a camera shot of that. Look at the sophistication of that. I mean, that could be a world superbike, couldn't it? If you look at the way they're
nice engineering.
It's nice engineering, especially a bit of tank tape on the top. A nice bundle of tank tape holding all the wires
together. That's a new fairing, I think.
I think it's as a result of a drop.
Yes.
But, and the other thing I was asking one of the guys about earlier on, I don't know if it's the same with scooters, but certainly when I had early Ducatis, if I went on a long run, about 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours or something, but I'd get the worst tendonitis pulling the clutch lever in imaginable. Like towards the end of a 3 or 4 hour run, I literally didn't. It was too painful to pull the clutch in, so I'd clutch this gear change.
Yes, yeah.
Is it the same as Scoot, or do you modify them?
No, they're not modified, but fortunately I don't really seem to suffer from
so
it.
But
quite some maybe do,
okay.
And they'll be maybe crashing the gearbox.
Do you ride motorbikes as well, Steve? Or
no, I just ride scooters.
Do you know one of the most amazing inventions? Because I'm a tester for Triumph, like I test and write about the bikes for Pure, and one of the best inventions, because during the season I try and put my car away. I'll go over on the bike unless the weather's really filthy. Although as I'm getting older, it's getting harder because I'm getting pathetic in my old age. But the reality is one of the best inventions is cruise control on a bike. And that sounds a funny thing to say, but if you stop and think about a throttle, when you're pulling a throttle open, you're pulling it against a spring, aren't you? So you don't realise that. So 8 hours, or in the case maybe 2.5 hours for each of the riders in 3, you actually, it sounds pathetic, but you're actually pulling that throttle back and holding it against the spring. So in the end, even the act of holding the throttle open for long periods. So when you have a modern bike, some of the modern Triumphs have got a cruise control.
Right.
And actually the Ducati I have has as well. You click it on. It sounds odd, but that's just a joy on long rides to take the stress off it. Did I miss something there? Well,
Darren just overtook our nearest rival, 96.
Okay.
How far behind?
Squadra, of course. So that's Finn Swarbrick.
That's it. Yeah.
You know, and do you know what? He's in his first race, I think, which is a pretty. He's going incredibly well. And if you look at it, he's turning in. What's he doing?
17.
17 on the last one. Yeah. Imagine being out on your first ever endurance scooter race and running in the top 3. I mean,
brilliant,
come on,
isn't it? Yeah.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? That would be a dream start to pick your trophy up.
Absolutely.
So you have to salute that and just be massively impressed by that. The boy's absorbing the pressure. Well-prepared scooter. We were talking to Scott earlier on,
helps,
and Dad's obviously got a wealth of knowledge to share with the team. By the way, I'm not going to get in trouble for keeping you in here when you should be pushing the scooter.
I think I'm all right, yeah.
Are you all right for the moment?
I don't know how long Darren's been out now. But
do they ever do unscheduled changes, or do you call them in?
Yeah, we've had a unscheduled one this morning.
Why?
Andy Walker dropped it in the practice this morning. Hurt his hand and wasn't going so well on his stint, so we brought him in early.
Did you call him?
Yeah.
Did he know? Did he know?
No. Well,
he knew. He didn't know he was off the pace.
He didn't know until he knew he weren't up to speed. But
does he? Do you have an on-board?
He's a team player.
Is he? Good man.
Good lad.
Good man. I have to admit, I can remember being caught out. I had a teammate who was Jamaican champion, believe it or not. Right? And we went to Mid-Ida race, sharing a sports car in a 3-hour race. And I did my stint, and I took the start, and it was 100 degrees in the shade. I did my stint, and I was absolutely wasted. Came in, and they were pouring like ice water over me at the time because we didn't have a cooling system in the car. And 10 minutes, so I was exhausted. 10 minutes after my teammate came in, Jamaican champion, absolutely couldn't drive, and it was either they retired the car or I went out again. That's one of the, at least in bike racing and scooter racing, you have air cooling.
Well,
That's a massive advantage on a hot day, I would suggest. So that's the cramp, isn't it? You're talking about the legs coming out because you can't wait to get
struggle to walk when you get off.
So that's a job you're normally doing.
Oh no! Come on, Darren.
Well, folks, can't believe this. Steve Wright's with me in the commentary tower. He's just watched. Watched his man Darren come off the bike. High drama. You were just saying a second ago, weren't you? Anything can happen. But let's have a look. What have you got in hand? You've got 3 laps over Swarbrick. Is it going to start?
Yes, it's off. Go on.
Probably only lost a half a lap. Let's see. Who's on 114? We don't know. To go, Steve Wright. So there we go with our live feed. And thank you to all the people who've joined us on the live feed and for all your comments. We really appreciate that. Especially the one about Steve being a top man.
He's going slow.
What's going on here, Steve?
Oh, he's coming.
Oh, no. Steve Wright. This is the drama unfolding in the commentary tower. I've got Steve Wright from the team. This shouldn't be happening.
Oh, this is disaster.
You can hear it from the man himself. You can hear the anguish in the voice. But what has he actually done? Is it? What do you rate? Do you need to go, Steve?
It doesn't look as though he snapped the headset. No, there's the boss.
So
Darren taking over. I think he's just bent the handlebars around. Hopefully, straighten them up.
That looks like a straightening job. You see this unfolding, the drama. Somebody just said on the live feed, it's unbelievable. Is that? Thanks, mate. Is that doable? Is that sortable, Steve?
It looks as though it'll be sortable because he rode it back under the engine running.
So let me see. You still at the moment. You're still 3 laps. You've got 3 laps in hand to sort it.
They may change rider now.
Well, maybe Darren will do that.
Darren sort himself out.
Yeah. That was it much of a tumble. I didn't even see that.
I never saw it. I just saw the aftermath.
Yeah. That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Well, just at the point when I was asking you what kind of things could stop you.
Yes.
That wasn't one that we'd planned, folks. We're now into our final 2 hours of this Coronation Cup, this epic 8-hour British Scooter Endurance Club Classic here at Whilton Mill. And the drama very much still happening, not just on track as we saw, but also in the pit lane as the Team DSC 78 try desperately to get that scooter back handling properly again. And as actually Steve said to us, I mean, we should factor in now and be mindful of the fact that for some of these riders, they're going to be pretty fatigued. They're going to be aching. You saw, the rider come down the pit lane stretching his legs, looked in some considerable pain there. So the reality here, of course, is we now need to factor in fatigue as well into the equation.
Yeah, definitely.
Hard for you to sit here, Steve, and watch that unfold, isn't it? I mean, you don't.
No, I want to be knowing what's going on.
No, you don't want to see that. Maybe it's best to be in here away from Darren at the moment. You could catch the fractures.
I weren't there to do my job when he came in.
No, he'd probably go, "Where's that idiot?"
Yeah.
So that mean, he's gassing off
talking
rubbish on
TV,
the tannoy.
Yeah.
With that other idiot commentator, Steve Deeks. What do you know? Spy TT in. And I'm noticing, you can help me with this, Steve. As a motorcyclist, I'm trying to get my head around where the gears are on a scooter and why they appear to be on the left-hand twist grip.
That's right, exactly. That's where they are.
So you pull the clutch and turn it?
And turn it at the same time,
Dear God, at my age, I wonder if I can get used to a new gear change position.
Yeah. When I've been watching them come in, I've seen a few times that the guys come down the pit lane and they're struggling. Oh, we're back out, look, that's good. Graham's on it now. They're struggling to find neutral.
Yeah. Is it hard to find neutral? Is it like a road bike where it's one way and then neutrals between 1 and 2?
One back and then
then down for all the other gears.
Second, third, fourth.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're struggling to find neutral as they come in.
Do you have to find neutral? If you want to keep it running?
Well, no, because you've got to turn it off anyway in the pit, but you've got to get it in neutral to then run it down to the refueling.
Although you could pull the clutch in.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah. That's that weapon of a Hornet racing thing, isn't it?
That was Sluck, I think.
Was it? I got it wrong. Okay. Because the Hornet racing is a fast thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I mean, like, just fast.
Especially when they have the Mad Greek on it.
Yeah, that's what I say. What's his surname?
John Chitoglou.
Right, okay. The Mad Greek. Yeah, I watched him. He makes great shapes out on the track.
Is it Ionis Chitoglou? Is his real title?
He's an operator, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, very good rider.
Yeah, all that,
exciting.
All that getting used to the different way. I mean, when you think that, if you look back to some classic, the team that I drive with, Classic Performance Engineering, they have classic and historic race cars.
Yeah.
Some of those had the clutch where the accelerator, back in the day.
Oh, wow.
I mean, how anybody ever worked out, jump from one to another.
Yeah.
And actually, to be honest, my other passion is aviation. And some of the classic tail draggers, like I learnt, I got a rating for a Piper Cub, J41 Cub. And that's the older aircraft, the ergonomics are shocking. Like, you have the throttle over here, you have, the flaps are over here, everything is all over the place. So the idea of, as a biker, jumping on and trying to work out where the gears are. Yeah. So what do you have going on, thinking about it? If you don't have a gear change down where your left foot is, what have you got going on there? Nothing.
Nothing.
Wow. Nothing. Okay. So you got the brake on the right. Foot brake. I saw that.
Front brake there.
Yeah. And the rear brake.
The rear brake is on your right foot.
Got it. Okay. Makes sense. And do you set it like we set it on a bike that you don't have too much rear brake because it would spit you off? Is that how you do it? Okay.
Yeah. If I'm riding, I very rarely use back brake.
Really?
Very rarely. In the wet, maybe, just to steady it.
Yeah.
Personal choice. I'll just use
and one of the guys, man, that 333. We're talking to those guys. Yeah, that's quite a nice style of riding. What team is that?
I think that's.
Let's have a look.
Is that Pete Newbold on it? I think. Might be wrong.
I could see many great static photos here, opportunities, especially as it dries out a bit and they're getting leaned over.
Yes, yeah.
But somebody was talking to me, Steve, about slipping the clutch.
Right.
That's interesting to me. I got the impression to get out the corners to build the RPMs up.
That's it, yeah.
But equally, but then again, you're against that. You've got the abuse of the clutch.
Yes.
Is that an issue?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Very much so.
So if you're not careful, you could start the clutch slipping irreparably.
Yes, absolutely.
And then you're done, because it ain't coming back once it's gone, is it?
No, really? You're going to lose a lot of laps coming in to put a new clutch in.
Are they like a motorcycle, various plates?
Yes.
It's the same sort of system? Yeah. Okay, got it. There's a lot more to it than you think, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely, yes. In fact, I'll dob our current rider, Graham. He's notorious for burning clutches off.
The one who's on it now?
Yes.
Fortunately, he can't hear you.
No.
Somebody will tell him. He can get a bit off.
Oh, I'm sure I'll get dobbed in.
Yeah. I'll dob you in when he's back in the pits.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about that. Okay, I mean, it's really interesting now. What kind of pace? 7s. We're down to 7, so it's drying.
Right.
That could make it, couldn't it, interesting from a tyre point of view at the end, if it dries out too much.
Because everybody's probably on wet tyres, or majority will be on wet tyres that have been on, 5-6 hours.
That was a brave move. I missed the number. Did you see the guy go around the outside of that novice on the corner? I mean, that is a brave move. I'm surprised. I would be thinking twice before going around the outside of someone on the exit.
Well, it depends
in case they accelerate out.
Confidence in the machine that they've got.
No, I was thinking more in terms of the novice coming out and using all the line. I mean, presumably, like going around the outside of somebody, if the rider you're passing gets on the power, they're going to come right out.
Come out, yeah.
I guess maybe maybe he'd studied him for a couple of laps.
Possibly,
I would always
or being a novice, just aware of what could happen then.
Yeah. Oh, it could be. Yeah. Maybe a quick novice.
Yeah.
Not understanding that the best place to pass is on the inside.
Yes.
You'd think after 6 hours, by now everyone knows the line.
You would think so.
Even though it's a tricky old track.
Yeah, it's busy, isn't it?
In cars, we have a rule, and presume you haven't scooter racing, which is if you're a slower rider, stay on the line. Faster rider. Is that supposed to be the rule?
Well,
ideally?
Yeah.
Because the only place you're actually predictable is when you're on line, right? If you move offline to let anyone else through, you're not predictable.
What Keith tells everyone that's new is you stay on your line, the faster rider will find a way around you.
Exactly the same in cars.
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
This is looking great, isn't it? As it dries out, we're now getting, we are, what are we? We're 6 hours into an 8-hour race, and we've got guys going at it hammer and tongs.
Yeah, they get... probably not.
Yeah.
Because of the time it takes to change a wheel. The front
we had a little collision
especially.
there. That's an interest. Just what we were talking about. Look, but he waved. He waved. Thank you. Yeah, we were just discussing here, guys, about whether I'm talking with Steve right here, and we're talking about whether or not they would switch to slicks. And Steve, it's going to. You're at that stage now, aren't you? See, this is where it's difficult because with only 2 hours to go, I'm guessing what you would lose changing, or you'd need all the leaders to decide to do it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if everybody did it, then yeah.
But I suppose if you were a top team and for whatever reason you dropped out of the top 10, it'd be worth a gamble, wouldn't it? Because
definitely.
if it really dried out,
definitely,
you could pull off a bit of a result.
Yeah.
Because if you set a minutes on dry tyres, on slicks, if a 1 minute lap's on, and you times it by the amount of laps that are left, you probably could get your team back into contention.
Get back in there, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I'm overthinking it, Steve.
Well,
aren't I? I mean, this is when
tactics come in, isn't it? You know, you look at it and think.
That's a lifetime of being in motor racing.
Changing?
Yeah, I'm looking for every advantage.
Yes.
I'm thinking about going one of these. I'm learning the terminology. One of these Super Louis.
Right, yeah.
And getting someone to cast me a 500cc engine. So I'm going to, with all this, with all this ballast, I'm going to need a bit of. I'm going to need a bit of torque.
So, a couple of them Louis are going really well.
I know. I like the look of them actually.
Yeah.
Although I have to say the one that really, I don't know if there's any still running, but it's the Roomy that stolen my heart just for looks.
Yeah.
Forget about whether it's quick or not.
I don't think it's running at the moment.
Is it not? Well, maybe it's a good time for me to go into the paddock and make an offer.
Have a look, yeah.
Well, I was thinking to take my checkbook. Not that there's anything in it. One of my things, Steve, is I work for Silverstone Auctions making films.
All right.
And so we get to see quite a number of these awesome bikes when they come up to be sold.
Right.
So, and I get to make films about them. I drool over them. And I've seen those Roomies a couple of times.
Yeah.
And they are definitely, even in any, we might have 100 classic bikes coming through. I'll tell you what, a Roomie is still a cool looking thing. Wow. It's something about the shape of it and the headlamp. Yeah. And we got, boys. So, yeah, that's a substantial crash there. What team is that? Just as I turn around to welcome our new guests.
United Colours into Bamberton.
Bamberton, oh. That's so disappointing. That's one of those Louis, wasn't it?
That was one of them Louis, yeah.
Louis. Where's the Louis come from? What's it mean?
It's the lunar line.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, well, I think...
A Louis, okay.
When, in a sense, he designed them, it was all about the space age in the 70s.
Well, to me, that's how that Roomy looks with the front of it,
Right,
so Lumia, okay.
Yeah.
I want to be able to, bluff with the best of them. I want to know the scooter terminology.
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Am I doing all right?
Yes.
Good, man. So we got a couple more guests coming. I'm going to, Stevie, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good luck for the rest of it. I hope you manage to fight your way back into contention.
Hopefully.
And you don't get in trouble with Darren for
I'll blame you.
Coming down there. You say I wouldn't let you go. So I had you wired up in the concert. If you pass that headset over to the boys.
There you go, mate.
So. I'm delighted to say, thank you, Steve. I'm delighted to say, stick that one on for me, young man. I'm joined by who?
Michael Med.
Michael Med, Steve Deeks, Michael. And who's this? Chris Wells. Chris Wells, Mike and Chris. And tell me, boys, what's your connection?
So both me and Chris race pit bikes, and Mick Cooper, who does the Foster team, good friends with my dad, bought a couple of Lambrettas from him, and then that's how we got in touch and just asked if we wanted to have a go at racing one.
So you're racing today?
Yeah.
Well, how come you're not wearing leathers?
Because there's a good gap in there between. We're doing an hour stint.
Oh my God, you're like a professional. You get out of your leathers, hang them up, probably had a massage, did you, in the team motorhome?
Just had a shower as well.
Yeah, had some masser, do your neck for you. And
that's
all
the
rest
dream.
Mike, and you raced as well? So you're both racing?
Yeah.
Neither of you in leathers?
No.
What if one of the riders came in unexpected? What then?
There's another 2 out there. So we've done our stint. So we're doing our stint. So we've got a good 3 hour break between.
Got it. So you are going back in again?
Well, we just had one of our other teammates ring me flapping, saying there's 2 hours left. The other one's coming in and he can't do 2 hours. So we might be going back out.
Mike, can I have a go?
Yeah.
But you do the commentary.
Yeah,
Lend me your leathers. You will fit off almost.
That's fine.
I'm a bit on the old and fat side.
It's hard work out there when it's
So show me which team you are.
We're Foster 58, so we're down in 23rd at the minute.
We were talking about you.
I was the one that stalled it on the start line from first.
At the start?
Yeah.
I saw you being pushed to... Is that right at the end? At the back?
No, I was right at the front. I was first place. And I stalled it.
Were you on pole?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. In all
just
the
rookie error. It's only our second go, so...
Oh, do you know what? It's funny. There was so much going on at the start. I didn't know where to look. It was so exciting. There was stuff going off everywhere. Stalled off pole position.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretty much went to the back.
Oh,
Came back to the front.
And how come you into... So if you're on pole...
Yeah.
Why are you in 23rd? If someone...
Because our
and
first...
forgive me for not knowing, but with 39 scooters, honestly, it's like trying to keep on top of this is bonkers.
Obviously, rightly so, the people out there that are keeping one bike going deserve to be in their spot. I did my first hour.
So it's Mike and Chris, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I did the first
is this
hour.
your first race?
Second.
But you were on pole?
Yeah, we did Teesside last year. But it was wet, and this is wet.
Congratulations for the pole.
Thank you.
Importantly, did someone get a shot of you with a camera on pole before you
I hope
stalled?
so. Yeah.
Did you? You want to make sure that...
Trust me, that won't be the one coming up. It'll be me stalling. That'll be the what's remembered.
No. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah. So
how just out of curiosity, so it was a Le Mans start?
Yep.
So it was running when he gave you the bike?
Yep. All I had to do was set off. It was easy.
No. So it's just a question of
just the
my
pressure.
Good man.
You know, it's
it's very honest. It's good to understand it. And there is a lot of pressure. Come on, this is intense. It might be funny and for fun, but everybody's deadly serious.
Some people might just think it's scooters, but it is. It's dead serious.
100%. And actually, like you just said, this is why it's like as a novice, it's like hitting a good golf shot, isn't it? You could hit the odd one, but then actually the pro will come in, chip away at you, and actually what the pro does is doesn't make the mistakes, isn't it? At the end of the day, you've obviously got the speed, but in this instance, the big match pressure.
Yeah, big time. And as I say, both me and Chris race pit bikes, and they are completely different.
But you've been here. I imagine you've been to Whilton.
Yeah, I've been here. We've been here loads of times.
Okay.
So I know
I've seen it because I coach karting. So often in summer, you guys come after we finish karting, don't you? I see them in the evening. They look great fun. I mean,
they are
really
fantastic
grippy. They're really grippy. How does scooter racing compare, mate?
It's just really different.
Is it?
Obviously,
it's still racing.
It's amazing because the two strokes. Let's face it, the two strokes. What
are your pit bikes? 4 strokes.
Yeah, the Chinese YX140 mainly.
When I've seen it, because I've seen it like when we've been packing up at nights, sometimes. You look like you've got loads of grip on them. Is that right?
Loads of grip.
Yeah, it looks like that.
It's all corner speed.
Yeah, it looks like, and I mean, they really, the rubber.
So that's the biggest thing for us. It was just, we first got on them, and we went into the first corner, and the exhaust was like scraping on the floor, and we were like, oh, like, we didn't really feel like we were very lent over.
Welcome to classic racing.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like,
so
you think it's your bike.
Someone else is down.
Your bike is designed, everything about your bike is designed to go quickly, albeit in China. But the reality is, remember, these were designed for popping around the Colosseum. And delivering pizzas on.
Don't get me wrong, these are a missile in a straight line.
Yeah, for sure. But also, the other thing I imagine, we were discussing this earlier, I hope our rider's okay there, by the way. There's a medical crew heading towards him. Yeah, Pete, I think the thing I imagine for you, so I'm an old boy, so I grew up with things like I had a RD400 two-stroke twin Yamahas, and I remember riding an RG500 Square 4 Suzuki 2-stroke. And actually, I rode Yvonne Duhamel's KH 750 race bike, full-spec race bike. And let me tell you that a 2-stroke race bike was like no 4-stroke I've ever ridden.
No.
Do you know what I mean? If you think like turbo, that gives you some of the idea, but actually the 2-stroke power...
It's all or nothing.
But it's brutal power, isn't it, when it comes in? But a great feeling of power.
Yeah, it's no
breathtaking.
power, all power.
And, and breathtaking, I would say, as well. Was this one of your team members, Chris? Is it?
Yeah, this is Phil.
Phil, oh bless. Did you ever just taken a tumble?
Yes.
Oh, mate. Did we see that? Was that the tumble?
It wasn't on. Oh, was that you on this last corner? Phil, was that you on this last corner?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Let me have a look.
Oh, you... Yeah.
Oh,
ooh.
Phil,
Spectacular.
were you brought down? Were you on the outside?
Yeah, someone crashed, slid and...
Huh? Never your fault?
No, never.
So who's this we got in here? Phil, what's Phil's name?
Phil Hallam.
Phil?
This is Phil.
Phil Hallam. Sorry, James. Yes. Do you want to pass Phil the headset? Good to talk with you, mate.
No problem.
Phil, come here. Come here. Just have a quick word with our admiring fans, our millions of YouTube subscribers. Oh dear, Phil, come and take a seat. So, Phil, that was really unfortunate. You got skittled by the looks of it.
I did. They call it in the BSSO game being Kenealed. So it's normally Darren Keneally that takes me out when I'm on my best lap.
Okay, got it.
It was just an accident.
Yeah. Wow. That's hard when if we look at it, we're like 4.25 hours in. That's tough. Is the bike salvageable? It's not looking good. Or?
No, I think it's on about the third headset already. Because they're a bit exuberant, the young lads who I ride with, these young fellas here. The one's doing 1 minute 10. So, yeah, it's just unlucky. We went down. We broke the headset earlier.
Yep.
Mackled it together, and now it's broken both sides.
No.
So, and it's twisted the forks and the headset. And
so there's a certain point where... Are they working on it as we speak? Or is no point?
No, I think it's ready to retire.
You look like you're ready to retire.
I know. I'm normally very lucky because I have Dan Mears, your co-commentator, who's our main pit manager, pit crew for DTC Racing.
Yeah.
And he does a brilliant job keeping us on track with all the builds. We have JG Scooters, John Gilbert at Grantham, who supports us with all the race parts, dynos, oil. So without John, without Dan, and without Paul White from Replay Racing, who's officially retired, he tunes the bikes. So there's myself and James McNally this year riding under the Downtown Custom race team, which is a very famous custom sprayer, Brendan McNally. So many people who are listening will know who Brendan McNally is, and I've been very lucky because I've had a chance to ride for Replay Racing, which has had some of the quickest and fastest riders in the British Championship in recent times, riding for Paul White and John, because you know, it's just a great atmosphere. You know, and the other big teams like Darren Scott and DTC, they do everything to get you on track, along with Dave Bristow from Hornet. Anyone who's in the paddock, doesn't matter whether you've been racing 20 years or 2 months or 2 meetings, everyone will do everything to get you on paddock.
No, I get that, talking to Keith as well. I mean, there must be, you know, I'm involved in all kinds of motorsport, and I teach, you know, and I'd say this has been an eye-opener for me, because it must be the most inclusive, friendly. It could lay claim to being probably the best value. Actually, if you talk about motorsport, I can't think how you get more track time in anything for less money, really.
Well, we worked out at the last race meeting, it was about £12.50 a lap, which doesn't help when you get lapped by the leaders, because obviously you get less laps in, but you still have to pay. So, but in relation to most things, if you had a golf membership, or if you go and watch your local football team every month, it pales into significance.
Trust me, come and race with my classic Formula 4 team. You'd think £12 a lap was a bargain, I promise you. I absolutely promise you. But also, what about with these young boys on board, like starting off pole? I mean, that's impressive. Well, not starting off pole, but you know what I mean.
I remember reading an annual report a few years ago, and it said, you know, this person takes the credit of others. So I've actually got a photo of me on pole position, which I'm going to sort of live on the back of that for many months to come, because I don't think I've ever been on the first 3 grids of the pole, never mind pole position. So, but these guys are fantastic. The young lads who ride, the pit crew. So we need to encourage more young people to get into scooter racing, because compared with most motorsports, even 125s, it's really expensive, and to be at a good level, these guys are at a high level of pit bike racing, and it's a natural transfer of skills. If they can do it on a pit bike, then get on a 60-year-old Lambretta, and they've proved that they can beat some established.
Honestly, I think
riders.
Coming in, it's nice for me coming in from the outside because I can see it with a fresh perspective.
Yes.
Right, and I'm involved in nowadays I race for classic car teams.
Yep.
And I'll look at this, and it actually, because they're classics as well, that widens the remit. Do you see what I mean? It's like, so for example, I did for 3 years. I hosted Goodwood at the Revival, and people adore this kind of stuff. That to you guys, it's a racing machine.
Hornet have
Lead
had
us
enough.
down. It's all happening.
That looks like David Bristow. He's the team owner of Hornet Racing, very successful BSO racer.
They have lap gap, so I imagine so long as it starts, it's probably going to be okay. But yeah, so it's the classic element.
Yes.
They're racing machines, but also let's not forget the classics. And so that means that at somewhere like Goodwood, for example, a grid of these would be adored by people.
Absolutely.
People love the classic.
Absolutely.
And that's, I would say, for the young guys, I think, yeah, you do. And so for the young guys, I think, even though they race contemporary machinery, I think there's an extra dimension to the classic thing that you can, it's acceptable everywhere. Does that make sense?
If you think that something that was designed in the 40s and 50s, as a means of commuter travel, that would have had maybe 4, 5, 6 brake horsepower, there's now machines on the grid, which Darren's explained earlier. This year, a few years ago, 20 brake horsepower is what people wanted. Then it was 30, and there's certain tuners that were aiming for 30. Now with 40, and now I know there's several of the top tuners in the country. Paul White being one of them. Over lockdown, he had a few parts in his workshop while it was closed over lockdown. Put them together on a bike frame and got 50+ brake horsepower out of a 2-stroke engine. So there is that talent, and we need that talent to be cascaded down to the younger mechanics and engineers like Dan. Yeah. Because Dan's very lucky as well. He's been with Paul White and John Gilbert. Between them, they've got 50, 60 years of scooter experience.
I know
it's good to get the young people involved.
Do you know what I think as well? At some point, though, as it becomes more popular, you have to be very careful with the regs, because I also know what it's like. I'm involved in, say, Formula Ford, and now we're using engines that were from, I guess, the 80s, and they're giving more horsepower than they ever have. But the cost of it, you've got to watch the cost, because at some point it becomes exponential to get the extra few brake. And actually, I know from personal experience in Formula Ford, now you could pay for a classic Formula Ford engine, and I race one of the things I race classic, you can pay 20 grand. Right. It's ridiculous. When I was racing Formula Ford in '89 against Coulthard, the British Championship, you could buy the whole engine for £1,000.
Yeah.
And inflation hasn't gone up that much. It's the cost of. This is the problem. If you have an engine that's making 50 brake, right, at some point there's a tremendous amount of labour and parts gone into it. So you've got to be a bit careful with that, because what I like about this is 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 mates could get together, put one together and go endurance scooter racing.
It's very true, because when I was racing under Paul White at Replay, he was saying, for me to give you 3 extra horsepower is like you losing a stone. So he said, I could give you a 50 horsepower bike, you'd still be beating on someone who weighs 6 stone with 20 horsepower. So he was quite brutal in, weight, because, it's hard work. It's not, especially, when you're in your 50s approaching your 60s, this is hard work.
100%.
It's not easy. And a lot of the field out there, they're men my age and even older.
And by the way, it's exactly the same in classic racing, because we got all the young boys coming now to classic car racing. So you might have, like I race a historic Formula Ford and a classic Formula Ford. You might have a guy who's just come out of karting, for example, jumping in, and you'll struggle to beat them because they'll have the energy, the fitness, and and they're lighter.
You look at the guys on screen there. The DSC 20, that's number 78. That's Graham Tatton. He's a returning racer, has been back on the scene about 5 or 6 years. Used to race in the 80s. He's come back, and I think he's won 2 British Championships this year. Phenomenal rider. Again, one of Darren Scott's riders. I think he's won production class, Evo, and Group 6, if I'm not mistaken. And the newer riders like myself who've only been racing at this level a couple of years, you know, they're the people who we look to learn from.
But then that's why it's also important that you don't have tyres that are too grippy. As soon as you've got too much suspension, too much tyres, too much brakes, the older guys struggle to be even remotely competitive, and that's why it's better. Do you know what I mean? To keep it, I think it's, to me, I look at it in terms of the formula, it looks pretty much perfect as it is at this level. If you let it get too extreme, and it became that you could only get the job done with an XYZ engine for £5,000, or some special tuning part, then I think that's
the bike on screen there, 74. That's Sean Nichols. He's another previous BSO racer. He finished third in the production class championship about 3 years ago. I think the first season after COVID. He's now stopped the circuit racing. And he's now doing sprinting.
Right.
So he's now sprinting his production class bike. And again, another relatively cheap way to get into motorsport. And I think Sean's a mechanic by trade. So he hasn't got the expense of having to pay.
No, and also you can bet his equipment's really well prepared.
Absolutely.
Whereas I have no mechanical ability whatsoever.
Well,
if I
have
had my own bike, it would last.
I have Dan, and you know, I know we ridicule each other and constant banter.
He does throw a bit of banter.
And it is absolutely brutal, but you know, 3 years ago, he'd never ever seen a Lambretta. You know, he's an engineer at Rolls-Royce. He makes jet engines. He picked up a Lambretta in bits, stripped it down, read a book on how to build it, and his road bike is absolutely stunning. And then within 3 years, he's maintaining and building top-level race bikes, which isn't easy to do.
No.
You know, and again, reliability is key. You could have the fastest bike with the most horsepower. Oh, Hornet down.
Again.
Number 6, that's Dave Bristow.
That's the second time now.
It is second time in the last few laps, and it looks like he's...
Now that's really interesting, because I would have said, looking at, there's no rain on the window, so you'd think that the track was getting quicker, but it's spitting, is it? I'm getting it from my comm team. It's okay, but we got 9, so we've been down as low as a 7 this afternoon. Someone did a 7 earlier on, so I'm guessing that the track's not going to get any better, probably now to the end of the race.
So we've got there 106.3.
That was pole. Yes, that was the pole yesterday, wasn't
that'd be this young fella here stood next to me, who needs to come into scooter racing full time.
Well, I think this would be, for anyone watching, it would be pretty enticing. So Dave's had 2 falls, right?
Yes, and I think John, his colleague, also has had 2 or 3.
So have they lost any? They've lost a lap. They were 9 laps ahead and they've lost a lap. So they've got a fair bit in hand, but he's coming in probably wisely. He's probably knocked himself around.
You can have a crash like that, or you can have a crash like I've just had, and it's totally destroyed the bike just because the headset's gone and the suspension.
Is that just to...
In fact, his headset's gone. It looks snapped. It looks lower on the throttle side. It looks as if it's had a...
Can that be fixed if it's his headset?
Dave can fix most things on a Vespa.
Okay, and he has got, look, he's got an 8-lap buffer, so maybe it's doable.
Again, you know, you've got Graham Tatton there, who's lapping in DSE 78. What's he doing? 113s. So...
What was interesting is, so hold on a minute, there's a 9 there from TD Customs. Who would be on that? Target Twin?
That's the Target Twin, the German team who won last year.
Yeah. They must have had some bad luck this year then.
They have. They had a couple of crashes earlier on.
Got it.
The bike was damaged, and I think they had a bit of time in the pit doing repairs.
He's
so,
just done a 9.3. That's a fast lap in these conditions, I would suggest.
Like I say, it was drying, and the difference between my session this afternoon, when it was relatively dry, was totally different, because the power is available on the bike, and you can corner and brake a lot harder, which is sometimes awkward, where you're braking late and there's 3 or 4 in a corner and you're trying to get by them, and the last thing you want to do is hit someone in a corner.
Yeah, sure.
You know, which does happen.
And happen to you, or someone slides off.
It's most probably comeuppance for me, bumping into someone at the right-hander at the end of the start-finish straight earlier on.
But also the other thing, of course, we've got to factor in now is fatigue. Because
Absolutely,
for a lot of these guys, I mean, that best will in the world, they're not all, you know, in their first flush of youth.
No.
I mean, this is going to be that tomorrow they're going to feel pretty beaten up, even if they didn't slide off. So the reality here is, I imagine that in the last hour, we're going to see mistakes being made by people who are just getting fatigued.
It does get tiring. And, you know, all you need is one small mistake and your wheel goes under you, and you're on the concrete or you're off on the grass. But looking at Hornet now, you know, 6 laps, lapping at a relatively quick pace of 1:15s. You know, they only need 5 or 6 of those if there's a problem with the Hornet bike.
Yep.
If the Hornet bike doesn't get out, I think we've got a new leader. Which
Well,
I know Darren Scott, the team boss of DSC, he will definitely want his riders, you know, to be leading from the front.
Look at this. So rider change for Team 333. It's Carl Twigg out now. Helen shouting, hello Phil, hope you're okay.
That's
Western
Mrs. Mears,
Scoot-
that's the
yeah.
intelligent side of the Mears family.
Anyone who's out on track is not an intelligent side of any family.
Well, Helen's very patient because she lets Dan come away at the weekend to do the mechanicking and the spanner. So a big shout out to Helen and thank you for letting us race.
She's probably glad to get him out of the house, actually.
Yes,
but,
he does get under feet, he tells us regularly.
Western Scooters, part of the Dixon Challenge, getting a 50-year-old Italian shopping bike to Form 1 outside with Dante. Absolutely, yeah.
Which is what we've spoken about.
Second place is catching, yes, absolutely, and it's looking good. Depends on how long, obviously, Hornet are in the pits. 5 laps
down to five. So as we've spoken,
so they've got about 4 minutes to get the job done, get him out. Otherwise, it's all going to get pretty excited, heated, and crucial.
And they've got one of the best riders currently in the British Scooter Racing Championship on the bike.
Wow.
You know, and Darren Scott's bikes are known to be very reliable, very well built. He's very meticulous in what he does. You know, and this is about reliability.
Yeah. So the race is all coming back to Team DSC at the moment.
If you don't finish, you don't win it.
Yeah, so Hornet Racing Team, they must be going. Pity we haven't got a camera in the pits to see what those boys are up to, and girls. I imagine they're absolutely flat out and frantic.
You know, it's not out of it for Team Vespa and Swarbrick and Sluck. You know, they're, again, one accident and you can be in the pits for 10 laps and it makes it really close again.
Vespa as well, they've been chipping away all afternoon, getting to the front, but I'm told he's back out.
Here we go, that's Dave Bristow again. Dave Bristow's
same
back
guy's
out.
gone out
Same
after
guy,
two crashes.
Oh, and that's Team Vespa who look like they've had a spill.
Oh no, they were doing so right. It's a red flag. Red flag, I'm being told. So guys, that looks like a red flag. James, confirm, is it a red flag? Red flag, 2 incidents. So okay. Well, guys, I'm sure they'll stop the riders out on track. So this is probably going to shake things up a little bit. So that's a red flag at 1:25:42 left to go. So an hour and 25 left to go. Red flag for 2 incidents out on track. And that was fantastic to get the inside track from our pole man, who very honestly saying he stalled off the line. The big match pressure got to him. Quite understandable. And at the moment, actually, let me see, Hornet Racing. What have we got there? You've got a 5-lap advantage. This is how your leaderboard looks. It is Hornet Racing, 5-lap gap, Team DSC 78, 10 laps, Team Vespa, Swarbeck 10 laps, S-Loop UK 12, TAS 14, T-Target Twin 15, Dukes of Essex 18 laps back, TD Dannon 23 laps, and then rounding out the 10th place, RL B team, 25 laps. So that's what we're looking like at the moment, as we're under a red flag situation with an hour and 24 still to go. So, Dan, we've got about, an hour and 20, what have we got? An hour and 21 minutes to go off the event. And I mean, I have to say, so far it's been absolutely cutthroat. And just when you think things have settled down, we get something like this happen, which could shake the whole thing up. I mean, first of all, the Hornet Racing team with 2 crashes. Yeah. Track must be really tricky. Still got a healthy lead at the front, but then Team Vespa, that's heartbreaking for them, but having their bike down, because they've chipped their way back into contention throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, leading their class and 3rd overall.
Yeah,
it's quite an achievement.
It is very, very impressive. I don't know, I didn't see that. I mean, I caught the end of it here, but that just goes to show if you were, running in 4th or 5th, actually, the reality is you should never give up, because you don't know what's going to happen. Right down, when it's 8 hours. Well, I mean, let's face it, we've seen that at the Le Mans 24 hours. We've seen like Toyota lose the 24-hour on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's all to play for right up till the end, especially when they're running so close to each other. If Hornet Racing or one of the teams were to have a fall, they've only got 6 laps between them, so they can easily catch up. Yeah,
I was going to say 6 laps. When you say it, sounds like a massive margin, doesn't it? But the reality is, given the fact the lap's only 1 minute and 20, a team only has to be stuck in the pits with something that takes 10 minutes to repair, and they're tossed back to 3rd or 4th or 5th.
Well, they could be out of the game.
Yeah, completely out of the game.
Out of the run for it. So, it's a short circuit like this. It really doesn't favour the teams that have problems.
Quite funny when you call it a short circuit, because I've got to say, like us in karting, this is the this is the most serious kart circuit.
Is it really?
Oh, absolutely. Whilton Mill is the Grand Prix circuit of kart tracks.
I think this is because I've obviously come from the BSSO in terms of watching the scooters. So obviously all the tracks, I think places like Capital Park and Mallory Park or somewhere like Darley Moor is probably our smallest track. So
right.
Yeah, and it looks like they've finished the replay now and they've put us back live.
Well, you can see scooters, or we got on the live feed all the scooters out on track, and yes, there we go.
Swabs.
I'm imagining we're going to be going live again in just a few moments' time.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure that this is the last thing probably that the riders need at this stage. Mike out on track talking to the guys there. Or maybe actually it's a good thing, because it gives them a bit of a breather. Not good obviously for the guys, and we hope very much they're all okay. What I'm really interested to work out is Team Vespa. I mean, it'd be great to think that they weren't finished for the day, but it looked like a hard shunt. I didn't see it, but I mean, two scooters involved, and it must be fairly substantial if we shut down.
From what I saw from the window over there, it looked like the bike was in one piece and stood up.
Okay.
So maybe if the bike's okay and they can get another rider out to it, they might still be in with the running. I do hope the person involved, as you say, is all right.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. But if no one wants to go out, I'm willing to go out if someone lends me a helmet.
Go on,
is that right?
Get yourself out there, mate. Go on.
I'll give it a go.
Hour and 20
now it's a bit drier.
Hour and 20 minutes to go. You could prove yourself.
Proving myself incompetent. It's the only proving myself that will be here today if I went out. I have to admit, it's filled me with an appetite to have a test. Yeah, I need to go and test and see if I've got anything like what it takes, Dan, to
give it a go, mate.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it looks beyond my competence and pay grade level. This does. I'm used to things with bigger contact patches. Frankly, I mean the old stuff. I'm racing some pretty old stuff, I guess. Formula Fords I'm racing in the 70s, so I'll be comfortable with that. But the fact is, these boys are doing it, and girls are doing it with like contact patches the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah,
it's not a lot of rubber.
Not a lot. No, not a lot at all. Yeah, it takes some skill and some
daring.
Yeah,
daring. There's no doubt about it. And sometimes people try and rationalise it, and they'll say, "Oh, it's not about bravery." Actually, it is about bravery as well. Let's be honest. People ask about racing, and they're talking about it, and they say, "Oh no." Sometimes people try and I don't know, make it seem trivial. And they go, "Oh." Even riders will go, "Oh no, it's not about bravery," but actually the reality is a sane person wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
you've got to be a bit tapped, haven't you? In reality, to get, when you've got 40 scooters all heading for the same piece of track
especially
on the first quarter.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, right? A rational, balanced human being doesn't do that.
No, they don't.
There are either easier ways to spend your coronation.
You've got to have something. You've got to have a slight screw loose, so to speak.
Without a doubt, and a good sense. I've learned this today with a good sense of humour.
Yeah. I mean,
well.
all the lads out there, I mean, the lads have had incidents or they've had failings, and 8 hours later nearly, they're still smiling, so it's been a long day. I mean, these guys were out on track at so 8:45, 9 o'clock for practice. The race start at 10, so it's been a long day.
I tell you what though, Dan, for me, seeing it for the first time, and I must be representative, okay, I'm a bit of a petrol head, admittedly, but it's flown by for me. It's it's hard to believe it's been 8 hours because there's been a constant stream of banter.
Yeah.
Good healthy banter going on and loads of action. And also I'm slightly in awe of the fact that something that old, that small, is still running. But in my brain, that should have they should have all expired after an hour.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some very well built, scooters and very well engines, transmissions. Because I know damn well that without good builders, these things, forget about the engines, gearboxes, suspensions, brakes. Let's face it. I mean, and these are old machines.
It's a real testament to the riders, the builders and the tuners of these bikes that they last so long. And all right, a few guys won't see the end of the race, but there's a good chunk of them.
I'd say the majority will.
Yeah,
which is remarkable. And actually, we both know. I mean, even though that there were brilliant designs, the people who drew them originally 50, 60, 70 years ago were very clever people, but the people who are maintaining them, building them now, because I know, so for example, one of the championships I race in is for for 70 sports cars. And the reality is, if you bought a 70 sports car out of Auto Trader, so for example, I race a 911, but people race 240Zs, TVRs, all kinds of stuff. But the reality is, if you bought a road car and turned up at one of our races, honestly, you wouldn't last 5 laps. You'd be miles off the pace, you'd cook your brakes, and the thing would break down in pieces. They're not strong enough, and so this is all about re-engineering, isn't it?
The guys that build and maintain these machines, they are engineers.
Of course
they are engineers within their own right. Keeping a bike like this on the track for such a long time.
Making it work for 10 laps would be impressive, right? Making it work for 8 hours, I don't understand how that's possible, right? We're not of this age. I mean, it is interesting because, for example, before Honda re-released their DAX, I bought for the back of my classic motorhome a Chinese copy of the DAX.
Yes.
And that was scrap from even before I rode it, right? And within no time at all, it was just falling to bits, wasn't fit for purpose, absolute rubbish. These are 50, 60, 70 years old scooters, and they're doing 8 hours as hard as the riders dare push them. I mean, that's a cool piece of re-engineering, I'm telling you.
And I think if you had the designers here today, I don't think they envisioned them, one, lasting this long, and two, us doing.
But wouldn't they be proud?
I think they would be,
guy, can you imagine the guy who sketched, the original Lambretta or Vespa, seeing this? Imagine, he would never guess, like you say, that it would become a potent racing machine shared by 6 people over 8 hours of a kart track.
Yeah.
It's quite incredible, isn't it, to think that? And a level of reliability probably they could realistically only have dreamed about. But remember, we got way better quality componentry now, better petrol, better miles, better oils. I mean, all of these things. So are we actually green again? Are we green lighted? We're in action again? Or is it a warm up? Green flag.
Yeah.
We're back. We're back in action with just 72 minutes now, Dan, to roll. Rather wisely, the riders are putting temperature back into everything because it's not all won in this opening lap, but it could definitely be lost, couldn't it? So
definitely. Hornet have really pulled a lead there as well with 296 laps of a DSC.
Yeah, that's so I guess a seven lap gap. Somehow they've taken that out again. But what about Vespa? Are they out? Are they back on track, or are they out?
They're back out. Yeah, they've just lapped again.
So in a shunt like that, are they allowed to change rider at that point? What's the rules? Red flag. I mean, I'm a bit lost to that. Is it the same rider who crashed?
I think they're allowed to change rider.
Okay.
The bike obviously hasn't been re-scrutineered. Obviously, the riders checked it and said, "I'm happy to ride this machine." So off I go. So
is it the same rider?
I don't think so.
Got to be. But then, how did the rider change? Because have they been into the pits for a change?
Maybe someone ran out and grabbed the bike and pushed it back to the paddock and started from the paddock.
If it's the same rider, he deserves a medal. Yeah. I mean, after that crash. let's see how we go. So the Vespa team, where are we? 11 laps. And what sort of, well, it's going to take a couple of laps so we get an idea of pace.
Yeah.
Do we see what we've got?
It's certainly drying out there now. I think the rain has stopped for the time being, so. Looks like the 114 bike is pulled up at the side. I'm not sure what the problem is with him. I think it's Spire Tarmac Terriers. Is that any better? It's the 207 bike in the paddock there. The Rushton Lambretta Club B team, they're still leading their class on number 200 with the Super Louis casing. It's impressive to say the least, on the first time a lot of those guys have raced and the first time they built a scooter also. It's a true testament to a well-built machine and a team of good riders. Hornet Race have now got a 7-lap lead over Team DSC. I think the DSC boys maybe just about a paddock, a pit stop. Looking at the lap times. Team Vespa have also slipped up into 3rd overall, leading their class, the pro race. Well, not the pro race, the race class, sorry. They're on 287 laps, so the bike survived its last accident, shall we say. For the riders, okay. Squadra course. Still going strong. 3rd in class, 4th overall. It's really close at the top, so it's still all to play for with just over an hour left. Certainly looks like it's drying up out there, that's for sure. Thanks again to everyone that's tuned in on the live feed, and we aim to speak to as many of you as we can. Tato Chris, shout out to the 2 Irish teams, keeping her lit. Well done, lads. And once again, big shout out to all the sponsors involved: AME Auto Limited, the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Britain, Sluck, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, and AF Rayspeed. Because without the sponsors, it would be impossible to put on such an event. Great to see the TD Customs guys from Germany are still out there and at it on the Targa Twin. Awesome day, and I've been watching all the fills and spills. Cheers, Armaki. The Hornet guys have just clocked 300 laps. They're still the race leaders for the day. It's a bit of a milestone with, like I say, an hour left. Glad you made the trip down, Doug. Yeah, sorry I didn't see you. I've been in the commentary room most of the day, but it looks like you've had a good day out and a safe ride home by the looks of things. Come on, you gold stars. Arthur Gibson.
Dan, I see there's a shout out there for the Irish teams. I have to admit, more than anything in the world, I saw one of them wearing the Ulster Scooter Club. I want one of those T-shirts. I absolutely want to get myself an Ulster Scooter Club. That's my favourite logo I've seen in the longest time. So I'm going to have one of those to wear underneath my racing overalls this year. Ulster Scooter Club, cut a dash.
I'm sure after listening to that, one of them might be kind enough to send you one.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, the young man wearing it did mention that I could go online, so I'm going to have a look at that. I thought it's a very, very trick piece of designer leisure wear. I like that. My racing hero is Michael Dunlop, as it happens. When people, I mean, it's Senna, Ayrton Senna, was a car racer originally, but in modern times, if you ask me to pick a race driver who I admire, I've listened to his autobiography on Audible, and I mean that family of racers, road racing, I'm completely in awe of the whole thing.
I think the thing that gets me with Michael Dunlop especially is I remember from the Northwest 200 where his dad unfortunately passed away, and I mean they weren't going to let him back out on a bike, and he managed to get back out there, and he went and took the win. I mean that's some
hard as nails.
Yeah,
hard as nails.
And if you listen to him, like I say, on interviews and stuff, there's no glossing around it. That guy, he means business. He goes out there to do a job.
No, I have to admit, I was working in Belfast for Ford, doing some training work some time ago, and I landed on a Wednesday, and the practice was on for, I think it was the Ulster Grand Prix, and it was really funny because I thought I'll go and watch a bit of that. So I finished the Ford gig as quick as I could, took my hire car, headed out to try and find the pits. You know, as a Silverstone boy, you know, I can see our pits. You know, I'm a flyer. I can see our pits from 10 miles away in the air, right? Could I find the pits for the Ulster Grand Prix? That's the great thing about Irish road racing. You know, it's buried somewhere out in a field. I eventually found it just as the racing was stopped, and I found all the teams set up, and it's the friendliest. It's a bit like this. It's the friendliest atmosphere imaginable. Loved it. So who's that in the pits?
That's the Scooter Lab boys in the pit. They look like they've got an issue, or they've just been tinkering with something. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. I mean, they're wheeling the bike back out to the fueling area, so fingers crossed they get back out.
Look at that, the rider. Do you remember they were talking about tingling finger syndrome? So the rider, they are indeed, by the looks of it, they're coming out. That's a fine-looking scooter. Definitely a fine-looking scooter. The number 71 bike.
Looks like having a rider change as well.
See, I was right. That is the fuel tank.
Yeah, it looks like
that's what I thought. It
modified that now, so to give them.
So basically, and I wearing the clown suit.
Yeah, that's Sam. That's the youngest member of the team.
That's harsh. That's harsh, isn't it? This late in the race to have the clown suit on. They should make Rishi Sunak wear that, shouldn't they? Really, when you think about it. And
straighten the steering up, and off it goes.
That is a fine piece of racing engineering, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
Look at that.
It's been built to do a job, and it's doing it very well currently. So, hats off to the lads.
Yeah, and impressive as well, sitting on the back of all that fuel.
Yeah.
You know, if it goes pear-shaped,
if it went pear-shaped, yeah.
The crown jewels would be on Mars. And look at that, unfortunately, rain on the screen again. So we're getting, what are we getting in terms of times? 15 is the best from, that's Team Vespa. They haven't lost any pace, have they, in their pursuit? With just now 61 minutes to go, but it's not getting any easier, Dan, with the track conditions, is it?
And with the gap, look, say, with the small gaps in between the teams, it's still all to play for. Still all to play.
Well, we saw already how quickly things can change, can't they? I mean, frankly, I'm amazed that the Team Vespa is back up and out again. These scooters are strong, man. They're robust.
They're sturdy machines.
114 adrift there. Where are we with that? No doubt it'll be one of the yellow.
Heavy drizzle.
That's Spire Tarmac Terriers that have gone down from 26th place. That's the 114 scooter. And from our camera installations, I'm hearing it's heavy drizzle blowing in. So
could make the last hour very challenging for the riders. That's for
I would say so. I would say so. And again, you know, that's why it is a lottery, isn't it? It's like with 1 hour to go, you might think you got your hand on the trophy, but far from it.
Still all to play for.
Yeah. 3-3-3 then into the pits.
Newt Twigard.
Yeah.
24th currently overall.
Is that the leaders then?
That's
it is.
the Hornet bike, yes.
Yeah, it is. Now, typical how the camera... Notice how the camera freezes. But the feed freezes, so we can't see what's going on.
And I've got some more messages on the board. We've got Keep It Up Team Vespa from Tim Hollis and Go On Sam from Lynn Balcombe. And Doug Edwards, some great racing, Dan, and excellent commentary. Wet ride for us, but waterproof, and riding to the conditions made it for a good day.
Perfect.
Yeah, it looks like they're just refuelling by the looks of things. That's some old fuel tank that is there.
Now look, what kind of oil are they using? That's green. So what are they using in there? There's some special mix.
It'll be
getting a taste of this.
It'll be some sort of fully synthetic race oil, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The oil we use is made by Rock Oil.
Right.
And it makes the fuel a real blue colour, real dark blue, and it's like I say 4% mix.
Team Hornet then, they'd shown...
That's Dave Bristow, who's just taking his helmet off.
Okay. And the Hornet team then showing a degree of professionalism that means that if...
Again, they've been doing it some time now. They know what it takes to win.
Yeah.
And they're a well-oiled machine, 305 laps in, so still got a good 6-lap lead on DSC.
Hey, check that Rushton Lambretta B team now.
Yeah.
They found their way into the top 10. That's impressive,
It's impressive for saying it's their first endurance event as a team.
Yeah.
And the bike is a brand new built bike. They've not rode the bike, it's got no miles on it. So
what about Dukes of Essex? I mean, they were tapping on the top 6. What went wrong? I mean, that's tricky for them, I think.
Yeah, maybe a pit stop or bike fault, but I mean they're still in the top 10. Solid performance still. And the last lap was a 1:19.
Good looking scooter there, Dan. Which number is that?
That's the TD Customs bike. So the guys from Germany, they've just done a 112.
Right, so they are actually by a margin the pace.
They're the pace setters at the minute.
Yeah, yeah. And you always got the feeling with them, if things had worked better for them, oh no, the 333 been pushed. Was that a drop or has it just stopped?
They've only just been in the paddock, so...
Well, you'd think that was a stoppage, wouldn't you, as opposed to a drop? It doesn't look...
He looks in one piece, he's not hopping along as Marky.
Well, we are now, folks, we're into our last hour, 58:02 to go.
And I think, like you're saying, with the drizzle and the rain that's coming in, the pace has definitely slowed down a little bit. I mean, the Hornet guys have just done a 130, so...
That was first lap out of the pit.
First lap out of the paddock.
I mean, that's going to be...
A rider change as well, so he's obviously going to get into the groove.
But you're absolutely right, Dan. Look, I mean, 19 is now a quick lap looking at this leaderboard. So... I suppose, actually, if you look at where it gets spiky, look at this. So Vespa 10 laps and then Squad, of course, 11 laps. So the reality is that's where the battle is, isn't it, to be on the podium. Squad, of course, that man we talked to, do you remember earlier today, Scott Swarbrick was in here. His family team, I mean, he's fighting for just to be on the podium with your boys.
Yeah. I mean, whatever happens, at the minute, they're currently running third in class, fourth overall, which... For a new team, two new riders that have never raced scooters before.
And a family team.
A family team. It's like you say, they'll always have those memories they can share.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, Vespa are a quick team. Like they're pretty much, again, like they're now the pace. No, 18. They're Dukes of Essex. Holy moly. I mean, they suddenly found a chunk of pace. How does that work? I mean,
maybe they just had a rider change and
I say we've got 132 in the pits.
That's the second Duke of Essex bike, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, Duke of Essex 2.
Good looking scooter. What's that on track? 63.
That's the other Thanet area scooter services Vespa. So they've been going quite well all day. They've managed to last so far. Looks like he's trying to kickstart the bike again.
Love the red saddle on that. That's style, isn't it? It's well colour coded.
It looks like he's having a bit of trouble getting it going as well.
To Arthur D. Dannon up there in 9th position at the moment.
And again,
26th.
They're leading their class.
Yeah. Yeah.
284 laps. It's,
What is that class, ROC, Dan? What's that?
Oh, ROC. It must be. I think it must be the road class.
That's what I was thinking.
It
It's
must
got
be
to
the
be
road class.
Yeah.
Because you've got the Rushden guys, which are CC,
Yeah.
so they're club class.
Yeah. And the road class, look, and the lap times would indicate that too, wouldn't they? Like 26.4.
Yeah,
That'd be you'd be good for a road scooter. And
those Lewis, they're a testament to the owners and riders.
Yeah, but look at he's also that guy knows where he's riding by looking at it on the track.
From the Pickering Gold Stars. Guys from Yorkshire, I believe.
So Dan, when you get down to this stage, you've kind of gone through the tiredness barrier if you're a rider, right? You know the finish line is in sight, so you've got a flush of adrenaline coming in to take you to the flag, and looking at the conditions, probably as bad a conditions as we had all day.
For some of these riders out there now will be taking it to the finish as well.
Yeah.
With less than an hour now. Some of these teams will have had the last rider change.
Really?
And these guys.
Is that what you do? Would you keep someone who can do an hour?
You heard what Keith was saying earlier. They used to swap every half an hour, 45 minutes. And then they discovered they could do an hour.
Yeah. And the trouble is, how long is the rider stop going to cost you? Go on, what's going to be?
10-15 seconds easily, because they've got to come into the paddock,
at least
turn the engine off.
Yeah, pit lane speed limit,
pit lane
and all that
speed,
sort of stuff.
Restart the bike, fuel it up potentially.
So as soon as you could, you'd go for the final stop if you could do it. That would be the best, the winning strategy, if your rider was strong enough.
There's the 200 bike of the Rushden Lambretta B team coming in.
Would you, if you were a team manager, would you always keep a rider in leathers ready to go?
I think so, yeah, because
I love it. He's slapping the fans' hands on the way and probably sign a few autographs in the pits.
Here's his man just to meet him and take a bike round. I think I'd always, back to what you were saying, I think I'd always keep a rider in leathers just because.
Yeah, me too.
If a rider has an issue or has to come in, if there's not a rider waiting for them,
what a disaster!
Be a disaster. It could cost them the race or cost them their position.
Without a shadow of doubt.
So the Hornet guys are still 5 laps in the lead. Team DSC have just put a 1:16 in, which at the minute is probably the fastest time out there, given the conditions.
Yeah.
Followed by Team Vespa with a 1:18. So guys are still pushing on. Dukes of Essex just on a 1:16 as well.
I'd say in these conditions that would be the pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think. Look, MSF, make safety first, and yet jumping on a scooter. That's almost contradiction in terms. So on a wet Whilton Mill in the last hour.
Like you were saying earlier, I think health and safety have a field day here.
Yeah. Don't invite them. This is too good a sport to allow them to come and ruin it, like they do everything else in life.
Yeah.
Let's not tell them what's going on.
No.
No. I think as a great time as well, we should really thank a few people, shouldn't I? I should thank all these people on our stream. Look at this. Tabush, missing being here so much. Yeah. It does make a difference. Well, you know, I've got to say, Tabush, it's been brilliant, regardless of the weather. But, I mean, dangerous. Yeah, they are nuts. Yeah, we agree with that.
Mad Max is out there watching from the Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
Shame you're not here, mate, but at least you tuned in, which is probably the second best thing.
It's awesome. So thanks to all the people on our live stream. It's magnificent to have the company, isn't it, Dan?
Yes.
In their commentary tower. And of course, thank you especially to all the circuit officials, marshals, people who put the event together, because 8 hours is a long time to be out on post. Doing a brilliant job. All the safety people, the organisers like Keith and Mike, you know, there's a lot of work, and Kat in race control. A lot of work goes into making these happen. Then, of course, the bsec sponsors, AME Autos Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, Slook, Scooter Lab UK, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, and AF Rayspeed. Dan, I mean, the championship, quite rightly, has got some excellent friends and supporters.
Yeah, I think the work Mark and Keith have put in as organisers, I think it's just going to go from strength to strength, hopefully. I mean, he said there was even teams on the reserve list trying to get on for this weekend.
What a great situation.
Yeah.
And you know what, that is good, because what it means is people will make sure they don't leave it to the last minute next time, won't they? So you'll have a whole bunch of people, and then that improves the quality of everything.
The sooner those guys fill their entry list, the sooner they can start investing more into the event.
Yeah, for sure. Look at the 2/3 D Dannon team and nipping down the inside there into Oblivion. Yes, seemingly finding grip.
Yeah.
Oblivion being the corner, by the way. Sorry, yeah. I don't mean discipline Oblivion. That's what we call that corner. For the reasons why, you know, that lamp post when we're karting here, that light post down at that corner has destroyed more chassis than any other single piece of furniture here at the track. So I wouldn't like to see a scooter slide along and hit it, because it's that's
there probably won't be much left, unfortunately.
No, it'll bend any kind of tube frame or indeed monocoque. But yeah, so I'm marvelling at watching this and thinking how fit these riders must be in the real times. I mean, you know, we have a laugh with our guests and our riders, and you know, quite a few of them are old boys like me, but you've got to be pretty fit to still be on the money.
It's hard enough riding one of these machines on the road for any amount of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I travel all across the country on these bikes in all weathers.
Do you use yours for touring?
Yeah, to local scooter rallies. So I ride as far as the Isle of Wight, Weymouth, Scarborough. Yeah. I've even been into Europe a couple of times, Germany and stuff. And it's hard work. So being on one of these machines for 8 hours at a race pace, it's something else. That's the Thanet Area Scooter Services Vespa.
Good looking. That's a good machine. I love the way they've drilled the holes in it.
For the extra airflow, I'd imagine. They've also got a Lambretta out in matching colours. Yeah. And they are one of the sponsors of the series, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Great looking seat in the red.
Yeah. That side panel looks like it's
seen better days.
Yeah, it's seen better days. It's hanging on for dear life.
I was just trying to have a good look at their rear wet to see. There's quite a lot of wear actually on the right-hand side, as you'd expect, of the tyre.
Yeah, but
the left's got loads of grip on it, but
Whilton is quite heavily biased a right corner track, I imagine.
Yeah.
So.
What do you think's going down there? It's got it going again.
As you can imagine, everything's going to be getting tired now.
He looks. I have to say, the rider does look tired at this point, as would I be in there.
It'll just be a case for some of the teams getting that bike over the line, no matter whether it's down on power or it could do with, I don't know, a spark plug. Just keep it going and just get it over the line.
I think a special shout out today, Dan, actually, for all the novices. Anybody who was relatively inexperienced. I mean, what a big ask diving in at this level with such a quality field.
And like we said earlier, what an achievement. I mean, just going out there on track with some of those riders is daunting enough as it is. So,
mate, that's something to talk about, isn't it, at work next week or in the pub, because the reality is you've done a scooter endurance race. You'll be one of the few people in the world who's ever done anything like that. Look at that great gaggle coming into that corner. It looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Got a message from Jade Neal. Big thanks to Ben at AF Rayspeed for building the engine on the Pickering Gold Stars bike. So AF Rayspeed again, one of the sponsors supporting the teams.
And you see 47 minutes left of this 8-hour Enduro, the Coronation Cup, to celebrate the new King's coronation.
There's still all to play for as well, especially for the teams towards the front.
And looking at the teams, it's still amazing. When you look at that, we've still got 22 teams running. I mean, that's quite remarkable when you think about it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly it's a majority of the fields that are still out there, still running. There's the 96 bike of the Squadra course.
What kind of times are they doing now? They're 20s. 120 was the last one.
Not to be sniffed at.
No,
sure.
an 18.3. That would be Finn, I think. Back on.
Yes.
That's Scott's youngest son, I think it was, and he's on his first. I think he's on his first ever. I think Scott said this is his first race with scooters. I think he's done some other bits and pieces maybe, but this is the youngest son. So That's impressive. I don't know if they'll let him take the finish or if Dad will get back on.
I mean, I was watching the practice first thing this morning, and obviously Dad was out.
Yep.
And he was throwing that bike around in the wet, weaving through the field, and I thought, wow, that guy knows what he's doing. And it was only when he came in here, you obviously got a lot of experience when I heard him speaking to yourself, and he just the passion for the two strokes.
Yeah, and do you know what as well? He actually looks like a racer. You know, what I mean by that is he's got that sort of lean,
Physique,
hungry.
yeah.
You know, like racers. I always think serious racers got a certain look about him, and he definitely has the racing look. Mainly they can't walk straight anymore because of all the metal they've got holding up their joints. I have to admit, having worked quite closely, I mean, I worked originally with Neil Hodgson, who went on to become World Superbike champion, and I worked with Cal Crutchlow, Roger Burnett back in the day, for the old guys who remember him. These days with Niall Mackenzie. Motorcycle racers at the top level have got a certain streak of madness.
Yeah, I mean,
about them.
Niall Mackenzie, I follow his sons on YouTube. That one of them is a bit of a blogger. I think it's
yeah, this is the one who's
Taylor.
retired, isn't it?
Yeah, Taylor Mackenzie.
Yeah,
I think he's running a GP team now as a manager. I think.
Is he?
Is he not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I follow.
He's very honest on his blog, I thought.
And they're actually quite local to me. They live in Ashby, so they don't live far from me. But you see him. He obviously socialises with other racers and stuff, and they go trials bike riding and track days.
Yep.
And there's something about him is always. They're always playing the joker, always having a laugh, and always pushing, whatever they do.
Well, if you're a full-time bike racer,
you're competitive anyway, aren't you?
Well, but also I think the other thing, I remember talking, actually, I worked with a few of them actually, I think, but I remember having dinner with Casey Stoner, who used to ride for Ducati. And actually, they know, I say any motorcycle racer, John McGuinness, I had him as a guest at the British Grand Prix. I think they know that life is potentially short for their breed, or shorter than it is for a normal human. So consequently, they don't waste time with they don't mess around. You know, they get straight down to it, which is what they're great fun.
Yeah.
To work with.
It's funny you should say that. There's a documentary or film on the TT, and it goes. They're going around all the riders, obviously leading up to the TT, and John McGuinness always says, like, he gets the car serviced, make sure the house is in good order before he goes out there, just because you don't know what's going to go out. You don't know what's going to go on when you're out there.
This is a serious business,
and he wants to make sure his family and his wife.
Funnily enough, actually, I remember I had John McGuinness at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix, and I introduced him. I had a guest. I was hosting the suites there, and I had like 500 people, probably more actually, in a suite, live suite. And I remember saying to them, they're all there to watch the F1, and he was one of the special guests, and I knew that many of them wouldn't have a clue who he was, because he's not a little pretty Formula 1 driver. And I built him up, and I said, listen, guys, we've got somebody in the house here who's won 23 or whatever it is, I can't remember, 20 TT races. I said, and this is somebody who's doing 215 miles an hour between telegraph poles. And, you know, the reality is, I've got to say that compared to the F1 drivers, the risk he takes winning TTs, off the scale, different league of, whatever you want to call it, courage, bravery, insanity. But these are, like we were saying with Michael Dunlop, these are hard men. He was superb. And you know what's funny about him? He's the most down-to-earth, self-effacing guy, not an ounce of pretension.
I think that's probably still because the TT, despite all the publicity it receives, it is still grassroots racing to some extent.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Road racing.
Yeah.
It's like a travelling circus, isn't it? Really, they pole up and the roads become the track, and off they go. I mean, I say you're on about Michael Dunlop, hard as nails, isn't he?
It's Danny. It's gladiatorial. It's gladiatorial, isn't it? These are the hardest men in any sport, I think. Outside of the other one was I used to coach all the junior British squads because I have a presentation skills and training course. That's one of the things I do, and the guys who are the most broken all the time for the junior British squads are the ski team. They are the other people with metal. All of them. Every single member of the junior British ski team they were either injured, they weren't there because they were injured, or they were having metal taken out.
Oh no, that's the DSC bike
Shocking.
down, who are currently running in second. That's John Woods on the bike.
Wow, so let's see.
He looks a bit dazed there, a little bit, bless him.
Yeah, that's, I'm sure, and he was going to go with 40 minutes. Would you have guessed he was going to the end? And look, there's
that's fuel, that is.
Yeah, coming out of the bike.
Wow. Neutral. He's in a dangerous place.
Not in a great place on the track. No. I'm sure there's yellow lights and flags will be waving there. That's coming into Christmas. And that is, do you remember we were saying earlier, that is stupidly slippery at that part of the track.
He's a long way from the paddock as well if he...
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
I can only imagine the pressure on him at the minute trying to get that bar back or get it going.
There's the yellow flag. Was that for a that's for a different instance?
That's the Spires team into the
it is. Yeah. So one imagines at this point, there's our Hornet rider, but one imagines that, who was on the DSC bike?
Looked like John Woods. He's a BSSO rider also.
Okay, so will he come back in and change? This is what we were saying about having another rider. If the bike's rideable and you've taken a big hit, because he looked like he had a bang there,
he was hobbling away. Maybe he just hurt his leg, or he was a bit winded, a bit stunned. Because, it looks like he's still on off the track. So hopefully.
Well, there's nothing. Look at that. FL4 is that fastest laps for Orbiting? Is that right? Let's have a look here. No, it isn't. Vespa at 16. There is. That's the DSC bike. Oh no! Oh no! That's a disaster for the team. That's so sad.
Just goes to show it's all to play for. Hopefully,
if it's Giant, it does look like he's taking a bang though. He's not walking.
No.
That comfortably, is he? So that's going to mean the Squadra Corsa squad pretty quickly
could catch up.
Yeah,
they're 5 laps behind currently. They could make that up, which for them's great. But for DSC, it's not so good.
Wow. So at this point, let's see, Vespa will be promoted perhaps to second. I mean, they've had their trials and tribulations. Dan, so
the last red flag they're involved, so yeah.
So to be fair, it'd be sort of justice as well.
That's the Hornet guys.
No, it's got so slippery. That's unbelievable in the late stages of the race, and that's a big shunt. We didn't see the start of that. That's
he looked like
really difficult.
So that's took both leaders down at the minute. As Marky with the Hornet bike. The bike looks to be in one piece, but
I don't know. Is it? Or is that? Yeah, it's still rolling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
Is the team? Is that going to be able to go out again, Dan?
If they can get a rider to it quick enough, I'm sure they'll try it.
That's a serious team, and you know what? This is the nature of the business. The rider's up anyway, in a way. It doesn't appear
to be. That's the main thing. That's the main thing.
Of course it is. Yeah, and it doesn't. It was a big shunt, but it doesn't appear that the rider is in too much trouble. He's gone, and it's not a red flag. There's no ambulance, and if there's any question of it. And these teams, we were talking about fatigue here, but the track is ridiculously slippery, and the temperatures dropped by 1.5 degrees.
And you can imagine the concentration now starting to wear thin. It's been a long day for everyone.
Yep.
They've also had a practice as well as qualifying as well as a race. So some of these guys have been out for a long time.
So now this is going to get really, really interesting, of course, and depending on what can happen.
Well, this could play right into the hands of Team Vespa.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, because at the minute, so that's the 2 leaders in the pits are not running currently, but they do have quite a margin at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vespa have just come off the track, just missed the braking point. So, I mean, it just goes to show. There's bikes going off left, right and centre.
So how do you play this, Dan? At a time like this, if you're a rider or a team manager, what do you do? Do you tell your riders...
Just to simmer down, get the bike home, hold your position.
Yeah. I don't think, I know how slippery this place gets. I just have no real idea how you'd get to the end.
So it looks like Hornet Racing have got someone back out on the track, because it looks like the timing screen's moving.
Is it? I don't see the blue going across the top. Oh yeah, it is. Wow.
So maybe they've got someone back out, which is good for them.
Yeah.
Team Vespa only 2 laps now behind DSC, so hopefully the DSC guys can get someone out.
Yep. And Squadra, of course, going to be watching this, aren't they? Because they've got an amazing chance here of finding their way onto the podium.
Yeah.
Which you'd have to say they would richly deserve for all the effort the team have put in. I mean, any of these top runners, Sluke as well, anybody in the top 10 has been pushing so hard. I think Rushton's Lambretta's B team as well, a model of consistency.
Oh yeah, I mean, turning up to your first event on a freshly built scooter and then running in the top 10. It's an achievement, and it's something.
That is definitely looking at it. I mean, what they've got in terms of 3-lap gap. If I was the team manager of Rushton now, you'd have to be tempted to say, come on, boys, knock a second off your pace, wouldn't you, at this stage?
Oh, you try.
But the trouble is, they're not going to be caught by in their class Pickering Gold Stars. I don't think, are they? So it's like with the Gold Stars.
Well, it's the RFS tune a bit. Well, in their class, yeah, the Gold Stars.
See what I mean? It'd be I mean, you want to finish in the top 10, but I would be like, guys, we could win our class here.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? But then
it looks like DSC have got someone out as well, because now the timing started again. So
this is relentless, mate.
Oh, it really is. 35 minutes to go, and it's edge of the seat stuff.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? How could it be after like 7.5 hours? We're still here biting our nails in the comm tower.
So it's an achievement for everyone who's turned up this weekend. And
I'll tell you what, it's actually painful to watch the screen at the minute, because I'm seeing bikes sliding around all over the place.
So they've swapped rider. So John the Greek's out now on the Hornet bike. So
he's the weapon. Yeah,
he's the kiddie, I think. He's the man to watch. He's got a lot of experience on kart tracks.
Yep.
He's pretty brave.
He's going to need some skid control, especially if, like, you see that?
Black flag for 70. So
who's 70?
70.
Let's get into that.
Hard to see. IIRT.
Black flag 70 for what, I wonder? Let's have a look at our screen.
TDS Angel. I like the Fanta sticker.
Team 333 lost drive to the back wheel. Wow. That's sad, isn't it? Very heavy rain, the camera points are telling me. And somebody said, why have this on a kart track when it's well known for being slippery and wet? Well, to be honest, every single track I go to is slippery and wet.
I think also
I don't know any other tracks.
I think it keeps it affordable for all the teams entering. And if you've got a big track where you need a lot of power to be at the front, it requires a big budget. So I think that's why they do it.
Yeah. Now look at John the Great. Look at him. And actually, look at that, Dan. He's like, you're right about him, because he's like, I just watched the front compress on the brakes. He's still pushing hard. Does he need to? I mean, he's got a 6-lap gap, but I suppose arguably that can soon be eaten up.
I mean, they're the danger.
Look at him, considering how wet it is out there.
The only danger now is that, I mean, I know last night due to the rain that they red flagged the practice, which will be a shame now. But
what, you mean an early finish because it pours down?
Maybe.
But it is raining. It's raining
down.
hard now here, guys. If you can't really see that on your computer screen, but I'm looking out the window here and it's driving rain and it's cold rain, and that's a problem too, because rain's one thing, but on a wet tyre you've got to get some temperature to it. And John the Greek, look at this man, seems quite brave to me, Dan. He's quite brave, isn't he? And actually, the other thing, Dan, you can now see rooster tails coming off the little rear tyre, can't you?
Yeah.
So. And that's the first time I think that we've seen that. So the pace has dropped, guys. Well, I say that. Dan the Greek's just on a 15. How do you do that in these conditions? Does someone needs to tell him it's raining.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, that's an impressive performance. I can't look. To me, let's say, I mean, he's right out onto the white lines as well.
Yeah, he's still using all the track.
Check this. I mean, he is pretty much millimetre perfect with his line.
Yeah.
His body language.
He's not making no harsh movements.
No, he isn't. Listen to that finesse with the throttle. You can hear him cracking it open at exactly the earliest point. And when he can, he's getting full power on. Rather him than me. Actually, I think that. Was that a little wheelie?
Little wheelie he's trying there.
Little wheelie.
Little wheelie he's trying it there.
I can't believe it. With only 28 minutes to go, we've got riders popping wheelies. Mind you, how much torque must the engine have to pop the wheel there? And also, in these conditions, not to spin the rear. That must have a fair bit of grip. I think you'd have to say, if such a thing as a professional, in inverted commas, scooter race exists, it would be him.
Yeah.
Because he's out at the front now. That's a 16. He's done a 116. But actually, so did Sluke Racing. Now, that's interesting, isn't it? And TD Customs, obviously, in the conditions, revelling as well. 118s, yeah. That's not shabby.
No, they're on a powerful bike on that Targa Twin. It's going to take some finesse to get it around a circuit like this.
So this race, and you can see from our camera crew how hard it's raining now, guys, but this race coming alive again. You know, it's got to be said, Dan, looking at this in these last you know, sort of 28 or so minutes.
I think it's so important that the riders don't get giddy just yet. It's still best part of half an hour to play for, so...
So would you think, Dan, now that everyone's out, is going to stay out? Are we done with pit stops, would you guess?
I'd imagine so now, I'd imagine so.
Short of somebody falling off and needing a change. Actually, the countdown is...
13 minutes and 46 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, to go. 30 minutes, half an hour of racing left in what is undoubtedly going to be the worst conditions all day, with the temperature also dropping.
Yeah, the Lambretta Louis was designed by Bertone, who designed the Lamborghini Miura.
Which is my mighty Louis. That's my favourite car. You know, I have to say, in the design-wise, ever since I was a kid watching the Italian Job, I'm sure many of us were inspired by that. Look at that car, is epic. There's somebody in a bin there.
Wheelie bin there, yeah, trying to push a wheelie bin down.
Yeah, that is unusual to see that. That's a new sport.
Wow.
Wheelie bin crushing.
It's probably just as dangerous.
Yeah, both of them, the Lambretta Louis and the Miura, designed by the same person. I am impressed to hear that.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a great looking scooter, quite clearly.
Bertone also designed the Lambretta GP as well, which is another popular model out on the circuit today.
Look at
John the Greek. He's still pressing on. He's staying off that white line though.
Last lap of 15. He is literally their weapon, isn't he?
He's their weapon.
He's Hornet Racing's weapon. WMD. That's 74, making a good pass. I'm amazed how many of these guys are running dark visors, Dan. I would not be running a dark visor, but can't argue with it because the Greek has it. And, you know.
Maybe it's a case of looking cool as well. Oh,
that is not.
That's one of the Irish teams.
Oh. Into the, that looks like a tag of the. Is the scooter still around? Ah, that's it. Is that to Arthur? Oh no, they were in the top 10. Oh, that's so disappointing.
It looks here.
Go on.
Oh, someone's asking why IRT have been black flagged. Who was riding?
Not sure. We don't know, unfortunately.
We've not had any updates on that.
Dan, that to Arthur, where look, Didanan, they were leading their class, the CC class.
If he gets it going, he's still got a chance.
Yeah, but yeah, he has. And then what's the Greek's first name?
I think it's Ionis.
Ionis.
But everyone refers to him as John the Greek.
John the Greek.
I think he's quite happy.
Look at him go around outside. The man is inspired. Somebody should sign him for BSB or something, shouldn't he? He's got the chops.
He's got a bit of flair about him.
Yeah,
he likes a bit of show about him.
Well, I think he's coping with the pressure, isn't he? I mean, you know, all the pressure in the world with the Hornet team. It's an exceptional ride. It's inspired. That's a 16. His last lap's a 16. At this rate, he's going to open out the lead gap. I've got to say, I admire his courage. I wouldn't be taking such big chances. Or maybe he isn't. Maybe he's right. That's the thing you don't know. Maybe he feels he's riding within himself.
Maybe.
He does, certainly looks talented, doesn't he?
Oh, he's a talented rider.
How old is he, Dan?
I'm not sure. I think he's in his 20s.
Is he? So he's a youngster.
Yeah, I think he's over here. Well, he's working for Triumph now. I'm not sure if he's still in like a graduate position. But I know he's working for Triumph down in Hinckley.
Triumph Motorcycles?
Yeah, some sort of engineer. He's a very clever lad. He's big into. He makes a lot of videos for his scooter racing. He's big into his technology, 3D printing, all that sort of stuff.
Got it. Well, he can ride. That's
well.
proper, isn't it? Look at him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's an incredibly well-engineered scooter, but you've got to ride the thing. At the end of the day, he's still only got the same size contact patches as
everyone else. Yeah.
You know, which is impressive. I just don't want to curse him by saying how good he is. You know what I mean? It's the
Squadra course. They're just one lap behind Team Vespa. So
wow.
They're all in the running for a podium
Scotch team. So a lap to go. And what kind of times are you doing? Actually, pretty much bang on to the 100th, isn't he? The same time as DSC, whereas Vespa, whereas DSC is a couple of seconds ahead.
Yeah.
But John the Greek is 5 seconds a lap clear at the front. This is a rain masterclass, isn't it?
He's just lapped on the DSC bike as well, so he's probably going to
put another lap behind him. Unbelievable.
7 laps in front of those boys.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all talented riders at the top of the game.
Yeah, but he's got something extra in these conditions, hasn't he? Look, there's our hardy spectators. You've got to give a shout out to the spectators.
Fair play to the guys stood out there in the rain.
Bingo's pretty hot. Love it. Love it. There we go. Like to hear that. Just keep her in and close the lid, some tape and done. That's a bit hard. It's a bit harsh. All kinds of takes. Look at John the Greek going on the outside on the white line.
He's not hanging about.
Mate, this is a masterclass.
Still 25 minutes, still all to play for.
Did he do the Barry Shea? I think he flicked the bird there, didn't he, as he ran by him, because they had him off the track. But that's what you get when look on the track at the minute, Dan, where he's riding. Look at the rooster tails now coming off the tyres.
He's not hanging about. He's that scooter.
And that's coming up to. You see how he peels off just before. That's the patch there where it looks like glass, where all the rubber's down. He's quite clever, so he peels off just before it.
I think I've said before he's very familiar with these sorts of circuits in Europe because a lot of the scooter racing's on kart circuits there. So
that's all well and good, but if he falls off now, if I was a team manager, I'd send him back to Athens.
Yeah, off you go, mate. Like, send him packing. But
showboating, showboating. But what a display he's putting on. I mean, this is like if you were in the hunt at this point, it'd be hard to cope with him going that quickly. I would say. You know, if this was I mean, he just I don't know what else he races or what else he's planning on racing, but it's clearly looks to me.
It's mainly scooters. As far as I know, he's always raced scooters. He does do the odd track down big bikes, but he's a scooter lad in terms of racing.
He's very, very good.
And he rides a bike every day of the year.
Yeah, of course.
There's pictures of him on his Facebook riding in the snow.
Really?
The
okay,
guy,
so it's proper.
It's his only form of transport as far as I remember.
Awesome. Awesome. He must be an asset to Triumph. I mean, I test ride for Triumph, and they make fantastic motorcycles. And I imagine that he'd be an asset. And watch, he peels in exactly the same point. He's sort of metronomic on the lines.
Consistency there.
14 he's just done.
Yeah, it's 330 laps.
Mate, I got it. If I was the team manager at this point, I'd be like, right, John the Greek, slow down.
Especially with 23 minutes to go or 24 minutes to go.
Slow down. He's like a secret weapon. I might sign him myself. I might set up my own MotoGP team with him. He looks a bit handy, doesn't
he? He is. Hats off to the guy.
Yeah, he's class.
And the team, they've put a real machine together there.
Yeah, the bike looks like a weapon too, doesn't it? It's fantastic in every respect. There's Trevor out on track. One of our hard-working, long-serving marshals here. I see him often on the karting days that we do here. It's just 23 minutes to our circuit team, and again a shout out to all the marshals and to all the crew here at Whilton Mill. It's been a long, long race, very exciting. But thank you so much for your service, to all the club officials who've organised this. To you, Dan, my co-commentator, coming in to help me out. It's been an education working with you. I've learned one day I've become encyclopedic on scooters and scooter racing.
You'll be back here next year.
I'll be back, mate. I'll be back, honestly. Trouble is, looking at him, I think maybe I shouldn't bother. Like, I'm not sure.
There's a place for everyone on the grid.
Well, I'd want to be where he is. But I'm just looking at him reeling off the laps there. I don't think he knows it's raining. That's the issue. He appears to not have realised it. It's done last lap is a 16. I mean, it's so hard to be that consistent, you know, when the conditions are like this. They're changing all the time. Everything about him is like his body language.
Again, he's keeping the bike quite upright as well, which obviously in the rain. Again, the Hornet bike's just another 1:16, so the lap times are very consistent from those boys. We've got an 8-lap lead now as well, so still all to play for. 20 minutes.
So Dan, look at that 16's the last lap out, 7-lap lead with what, 21 minutes or thereabouts to go.
The DSC boys have just put in a 1:19, so the pace, they've upped the pace a little bit there. They're in the 20s and just pulled it back a bit more, but 7 laps behind the leader.
So you would say if it was a dry day, you'd say it was all done and dusted. But we know in these conditions it's not done and dusted at all, is it? Because the reality here is, you know, anything could happen. I'm still looking out the window and it's like sideways rain. It's so cold. You know, the reality here is that it's just a lottery.
Yeah, there's probably some riders out there now asking themselves why they signed up for this. 8 hours in.
Yeah, it seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, it seemed
at the
like
time.
a good idea, but 8 hours in, and it's pretty much been non-stop all day.
Yeah.
They're probably thinking, I just want to go home now.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's our top 10 looks like Hornet Racing from Team DSC 78, Team Vespa, the Swarwick team tapping on that top 3, aren't they? Only a lap away at there, and then Sluke, another lap behind, of course, T-Target Twin, 13 laps, TAS 14. Dukes of Essex, 22 laps behind the leader. D. Danan, 23 laps, and RLB, the B team, solidly in that 10th place, leading their classes. They have done for quite a while now. So right down to the wire, it's got to be said here, and you wouldn't know that they'd been racing, frankly, for 7 hours and 40 minutes, would you?
Some of the riders are still pushing on. I mean, the Dukes of Essex bike that was just in shot, he weren't hanging about then. You could tell the throttle was open, the bike had a bit of lean angle on.
Yeah.
It's still all to play for some of the teams.
With 19-14, but these conditions are shocking. To be honest, you almost wonder if it's going to get red flagged before the end here, because I'm looking at it and these are bad riding conditions now. Keith's in the house here. He's got his clippers with him. He's going to cut our wires off here. He's heard enough of us for one day. He's going to bring us to an end.
He doesn't want us giving any of the teams bad luck out there.
Look at Dan. Look at that rain now. Look at the rooster tails coming off the scooters.
Them tyres are having to work hard. Them white tyres are.
Yeah, and because it's been dry so many times, probably taking the edge, kicked the guts out of the tyres earlier on for some of the teams.
For some of the teams.
Saw one of the ones in the pits there where half the tread has gone on the inside. So that's not going to be awfully nice now. That's not what you want at the end on a worn wet.
No, I mean, when I was out there walking around the paddock an hour or so ago, I did see one of the teams changing the back tyre.
Did you? Okay,
yeah,
I did wonder about that. We saw that earlier, didn't we? Also, visibility. You know, when you're following another scooter closely, in these conditions, you know, it's starting to get, the light levels have come down, the temperatures drop by 1 3/4.
Yeah, the circuit temperature, like you say, is probably down now, so
with just 17 and a half or thereabouts minutes to go, I think we could do a final shout out as well for our sponsors, Dan, because it's been an exceptional day of racing regardless of the weather conditions. So I think we should say a big thank you to AME Auto Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, SL UK, the Scooter Lab, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, and AF Rayspeed. To all of you guys, thank you so much. Again, to all of the marshals and the track officials, the medical crew have looked after the catering crew upstairs. They've been working flat out all day. And indeed, to Keith and to Kat and to Mike and the people who organise it, and to your good self, Dan, for coming in and helping me out on the commentary duties. It's been an absolute ball.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed myself today. I was a bit daunted when Mike spoke to me in the week, but we've had some good conversation. We've had some of the riders in the teams in.
That's been great.
It's been great to meet some people, new people, really.
Yeah, fantastic. And you've definitely, I'm sure, added a massive amount to people's knowledge, especially for people watching the stream, and indeed to people new to scooter racing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, like I say, it's been a good day. We've been some good racing, some good track etiquette, some real camaraderie out there with people helping each other.
And when you think about it, looking at it, we've still got the length of a club race to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still 16 minutes, folks, and 20 seconds as we check out. So we've got Our Greek friend, again, banging in those fast lap times. And he is, funnily enough, he's not the only one because the Germans have found pace now. TD Customs Targa Twin, a 15.5. Where did that come from?
And the Scooter Lab boys are still doing the 118.
Yeah, yeah. But TD Customs Targa Twin, guys, probably giving us a hint there of what could have been if they'd not had the earlier problems. I mean, you said they won the event before, but they've got the pace to have won it probably this time as well if things had cut their way. It just goes to show in endurance racing how everything's got to work out, doesn't it?
They had a bit of bad luck at the start. They had a few offs and stuff. So it's been a real test for those guys. I mean, not only have they travelled probably 500 miles to get here, they're now racing in these conditions, and they probably slept in a van last night. You know what I mean? You're not going to get the best night's sleep in an uninsulated van with an airbed. Probably.
You're not. There's our friend John the Greek. He is like literally rolling those laps off in a metronomic fashion. He's the master of the conditions, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's really on top of the job. I think the done a 13 in these conditions. How's he doing that? And how is he doing it? I've got to ask, how is he doing it without putting the bike and himself at risk?
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, even
talent, obviously.
Even when it was drying up earlier, people weren't getting lap times much quicker than that. And that looks like that's the TD Customs boys at the side of the track.
That's a desperate shame if it is.
Yeah, I do hope they've only stalled it or something minor, but they're wheeling the bike along.
Oh no! Or do you think that's? I mean, that they haven't fallen off. So is that a bike failure at the stage?
I mean,
that's bitterly disappointing. And here goes your man, the Greek, revelling in the conditions.
Still carving through the field.
I've got to be honest, that's brave, right? Because at this stage of the race, like it's one of those novices with a jacket on's only got to low side it, and then you're done, aren't you?
It's always a risk of going around the outside of someone.
And he's just waved an acknowledgement there. And the reality is that's confidence, but also that's a race-winning mentality, because as soon as you start holding back, which a normal mortal might, for fear, then that indecision creeps in. And what John's obviously realised, or Ionis has realised, that actually your maximum concentration is when you're doing quick times. And he's quite clearly into the groove now.
Got some Emma Baker online. Come on, Team Spire Tarmac Terriers 114, 40th place and now 25th. Get in. I'm sure that
big shout out.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll appreciate the support.
That
doesn't look too good for the TD Customs boys.
Disappointing to be within like 13 minutes and 22 seconds of the finish.
Such a shame not to finish.
Remarkable.
Those twins, they're not easy to work on. So if it's anything,
is that right?
Yeah. Obviously, space is
as a premium.
As a premium, when you take those side panels off, it's a bit tight under there.
So you're not easily going to get it going, and they're out on track as well.
Yeah, you've got to get it back to the paddock.
Yeah.
12 minutes left.
It's not on really. Are we going to see them start tumbling, or 16-lap gap? Could the race might end? Looking at it, would the race end? Oh no, it probably won't. Will they be overhauled by the Dukes of Essex, 6 laps behind, and TD Danan 8 laps behind? Sorry, that is TD Danan, isn't it? Was that? No, it isn't. No,
TD,
it's Targa Twin.
Yeah,
got
Targa
it.
Twin,
yeah. Danger. They might still stay in the top 10, but be marginal.
Yeah.
Look at another wheelie from John the Great. I mean, is that showboating? Do we think?
Maybe. I mean, his pace has dropped a little. His last lap was 1:17, but even still, hats off to the guy going around the circuit like that today. I've got a 7/8 lap lead.
I would guess, having not met him, but I'm probably going to in a few minutes. But Dan, he's got to be young and fit, I would think, looking at him, because he seems very, very chipper, very, very flush, even young, this late in the race.
Yeah, he's young and he's like you say, he's full of enthusiasm.
It's not. I'm guessing it's not the first race he's won, right?
No, not by a lot, not by no means.
No, that looks to me to be the pace in scooter racing, both team and rider. That's it right there, isn't it? It's a masterclass, actually.
You've probably got less than 10 laps easily now. He's probably only got 7 or 8 laps left to do. Probably not quite going to see 350 laps on it, guys, but 340 plus laps is an achievement, like we were saying earlier.
Especially in these conditions. Yeah, they've done some mileage. That scooter is absolutely, must be fantastically well prepared. It's in such good shape, really, at this stage of the race. Still turning ridiculously fast lap times for the conditions. So as we get to towards the end of our 2023 Coronation Race here at Whilton Mill for, of course, the British Scooter Endurance Club. The leaderboard now looking less likely to change. So we have the podium Hornet Racing from Team DSC78 and then Team Vespa. And Squadra Corsa now, Dan, looking at it, dropped a lap. So their chance of podium probably, I mean, it's a brilliant effort for Squadra Corsa.
They're going to pull third in the class, which is
it's mighty effort.
Yeah,
for
mighty
a family
effort.
team with
Family
a novice or two on board. Dad's got to be happy with that.
Oh.
You know, if you'd have said to him at the beginning of the weekend, you could end up P4.
Is there going to be a better thing than going racing with your dad?
Yeah.
Let alone coming up.
No,
coming like that.
What an incredible thing to do. And I think in the circumstances, I mean, besting a team of the quality of Sluke Racing, you know, they've got some pretty heavy hitters behind them. They know what they're doing. So that's an awesome performance. And actually, looks like Ionis has paced back a little bit. That was an 18 on his last lap. The people really going quickly at the moment are Dukes of Essex. Popped in a 15.7. Which again you'd say was damn quick in the weather conditions, with 9 minutes now to run in this race. And I imagine, Dan, that the riders were pretty glad to see the checkered flag.
I think that beer
and a towel.
That beer after the race is going to taste awesome.
Yeah, what an incredible job. To all of our hardy spectators out there, guys, thank you so much for supporting the event. Brilliant to have you on board. You've really made it. And also, by the way, the same shout out to those online. So
a few more shouts. Paul Hughes, come on, Dukes of Essex.
Yeah, and
the Squid Kid, come on, 135 last push. And then the Mighty Louis. Team Hornet, I have not seen him using the rear brake at all, and it's wet.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. And actually, when it was quite wet earlier, he was using the front brake hard. I mean, I couldn't believe how much compression that the forks were under.
He's got some confidence.
He does have confidence, and the scooter's obviously pretty well set up. Yeah. The wets must be good as well, and working well. But where he needs to be, he's got a lot of finesse.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they keep focusing on, here we go, so we keep focusing on Christmas. And the way he tips it in there. And do you know what I'm feeling, Dan? I mean, you could say, well, he's riding like this because he's got a lot in reserve, but I'm not sure about that. I think he's like, I don't think he could.
He's probably as tired as all the other riders out there, probably.
But I think he's pretty near the limit a lot of the time, you know. So I don't think it's not like he's out there having a stroll in the park. I think he's working it hard.
He's a racer. Do you know what I mean? He's pushing his ability, I'm sure. As much as he wants to bring the bike home for the team, he doesn't want to be dawdling around either.
No, and I've got to say, I learned myself a long time ago, when I was young and I was racing and doing some winning, that actually it was unsafe. If I had a big lead, it was unsafe to back off. That's when I ran into problems and my concentration would go.
Yeah.
Actually, for a lot of people, when you're driving on the limit, it's way better to keep pushing to maintain the concentration. But if you look at the bits that you really want to avoid, he gets out. I mean, this is what I mean about not leaving much on the table. Look how close he gets to the curb and then to the white lines.
I mean, only just when he went round that other bike on the outside on the start-finish straight, he was on the white line.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
and that's impressive too, about his confidence passing riders. You know, he's like committing to it. But you know the old expression: if you commit to the risk, you minimise the risk.
Yeah.
And I think that he's embracing that.
Come on, RDK. Good day from, I can't even pronounce that. Medora.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done to all, Susan Ward. The support online is really appreciated, guys.
If you can put on a show in these conditions, I would say, Dan, then scooter racing can definitely put on a show.
Team Vespa still pushing on,
Amazing. So Squadra Corsa now Yeah, dropped. I think, where are they?
They're only one lap behind Team
Yeah,
Vespa.
that's true. Yeah. That's a sterling. That's a quite an effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
And team.
I mean, look at the rooster tail coming off the back of that Vespa there.
Yeah, you don't need it. And there's Clown Man's. That's amazing right through to the end. Rain probably eased fractionally. Not a lot though. Looking at it, it's a bit lighter, but it's still sideways. With 5.5 minutes to go now. I guess that's 4 laps between Hornets Racing's magnificent victory in this 2023 Coronation Race.
Not only a testament to the riders, but also the builders. I mean, that bike, all right, it's had its fair share of spills, and they've picked it up every time.
Yeah.
And just got back on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's built strong. Built to crash, isn't it? You'd have to say. He did a 14, by the way, on his last lap, the INS, but he's dropped it a little bit to a 15. But that would give you an idea that rain's probably moderated fractionally. Not that it's going to make a blind bit of difference, but it would be so easy. That's the corner that surprises me, right? He's just very, very good there. But he must be very smooth.
He's out there on his own at the minute. There's no other riders behind him.
Well, 15.2, so he's got 3 seconds faster than anyone on track. And you would always say, in these conditions, that skill becomes a massive margin because there's some pretty tidy drivers out there chasing them and involved. And I'm sure most of the teams would potentially have saved their best man for the last stint to see what's possible. That's what I certainly would do if it was me. And I honestly look at him now, like he's still cutting his way through the traffic. And do you know what? I've got to give a shout to the back markers because their behaviour is exemplary. I mean, it would be so easy to spoil the entire course of the race as a back marker by either coming off or blocking or taking off.
Everyone's got everyone's got their place on the circuit, haven't they? And without everyone in those positions, there would be no racing.
But Ionis is able to, with reasonable confidence. I mean, he does have, he's got the extra dimension, but he's with reasonable confidence able to pick his way through.
Some more shout-outs online. We got Go from Nikos, Alex Joy, Limbalcom, come on Dukes of Essex, and Phone Co, go on Team DSC, sorry.
And look at him go around the outside there, Dan. He's with 3 minutes 35 to go, he hasn't backed it off. I think he's a subscriber to my no, seriously, it's so easy. I know from personal experience that it's easy if you think, right, I'm going to cut the pace back. That's it. You just one stupid move right at the end, it's all over. Within sight. After 8 hours, it's all spoiled.
He's 2 laps away from finish now, I think, and.
But he did a 15.9, so he's still chopping around on the pace there or thereabouts. But you're right about the prep of that scooter. It's exceptional, isn't it?
I
mean, the scooter is clearly a well-balanced weapon.
I think maybe the fuel tank helps as well. The way they put the extra fuel tank in, maybe it just helps with the balance of the bike, keeping the weight over the front, maybe giving a bit more traction to the front wheel. I don't know. As
we said at this point, if you're the rider on the scooter at this point, every single twitch, every little noise, if you feel the clutch is slipping or it doesn't quite pick up,
you're just going to want to nurse it.
It's heart-stopping moments, aren't they? After 8 hours of work.
Just nurse it over the line. After 8 hours, if you weren't to finish, it'd be such a shame.
It'd be a gutter, mate, for all parties concerned, especially after having that level of pace.
Looking at the timing screen, it does look like the TD Customs guys have managed to get the scooter running because...
Awesome.
Which is great. I mean, they've come all that way.
Yeah,
they want to at least finish.
Wow. Check it. So 17. So finally the pace has come back. We got people on 19s. Actually, the Essex crew are really flying at this stage at 15s for the Dukes of Essex boys. That's just incredible, isn't it?
Testament, some great riding. Another shout out online. Good day and good luck to Team Two Sheds from a wet Medora, Western Australia.
Wow, that's cool. People logging in from Australia, we like that.
It's probably still early hours of the morning over there.
Yeah, that's probably a bit commitment. And here he goes. 1 minute and 33 left of this. I have to admit, if I was one of the other riders and Ionis went past me, I'd be thinking, what? How are you doing that? Do you know what I mean? It's just like you look at it and you think, so what? You're joking.
Yeah.
I'm surprised actually no one slid off trying to keep up with him, because there's always that temptation. You think like it's basic, you think laws of physics.
I think this late on in the day it's probably best just let him go.
For sure,
let him go.
for sure. But it's having the wisdom to know to do that, isn't it? Not getting suckered into thinking, oh, if he's going like that, you know, when I was younger,
maybe I can do it.
Exactly that. I would be like.
So we're in the last minute now, 59 seconds.
Look at this, a massive packed crowd outside, braving these conditions. Tough spectators, hard men and women, to welcome home the Hornet Racing star that is Ionis, our Greek friend, coming to England and showing us how to ride in the rain in the UK. A Greek man, knowing more about rain riding than anyone else here on the park.
And look at him,
go.
he's still going for it. Last lap probably, and he's still pushing.
Mate, it's like watching. It's poetry, isn't it? He's like Quattataro, isn't he? He's like a MotoGP star. Look at that back tyre, it's just aging out. You know, he's got all the power on. 22 seconds. It's going to mean he's going to do another lap.
He's going to do another lap. Yeah,
last lap board. It's out.
Keith there with the board.
And he's acknowledged it. Just stay on board. Ionis, keep it together, man. Look at this bit of finesse here. Last lap. There's Keith. Look at him, just standing out there, bedraggled.
Yeah,
bedraggled.
A long day for Keith as well.
Yeah, great organisation though. What an event! Massive success for the scooter club. Really good.
That's it now. The timer's down at 0.
Yeah.
It's 8 hours of scooter racing we've had today.
Are we going to get a wheelie across the line? What do you think's coming, Dan?
I think there's going to be a wheelie or celebration with burnout in the paddock, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Going to have to get. Yeah, I think he'd be signing autographs at the end, or signing contracts for for BSB teams. Oh,
that's a risky move.
It is a risky move. It's brave, isn't it? You've got to say, it lacks nothing for bravery.
I mean, 112, he's pushing on, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's pushing on as well to keep him at bay.
He wants to be in that final finisher's photo.
He wants to be out on his own, probably on the back wheel.
112, I think, wanted to follow him across the line, didn't he, to get coverage for the sponsors. This is epic.
This is it. What
a performance. What a performance. Yes, there was the wheelie.
There was the wheelie. That's
excellent. Unbelievable. What a fantastic race, Dan. So that's Hornet Racing getting the job done, winning the 2023 Coronation Race here at Whilton Mill in this British Scooter Endurance Club.
Yeah, followed by Team DSC 78 and Team Vespa taking third overall.
And a nod to Squad, of course, who kept them honest right to the end.
And they're third in class, which is such a great achievement.
Oh, amazing. And Sloot Racing then from fifth from TAS Race Team, and then TD Customs, the Target Twin guys. Dukes of Essex, they've been fast all day long in terms of lap times. Tuata, Didanan, and then the Rushton Lambretta B Team.
I mean, the B Team finishing top 10.
Yeah.
First scooter race. The guy who built the bike, it's the first scooter he's ever built. It's just a testament to himself.
And let's not forget, just outside of the top 10, in 11th position, RFS Tune. And then in 12th, IDK Endurance Racing. You shout out to them, and they got some fans online. Pickering Gold Stars there. In 13th, the Rushton Lambretta Club with that fantastic cheese board for us. We appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
14th, 15th, Two Sheds Racing, also getting some online mentions there. Dukes of Essex 2 in 16th. DC10, Cert in 17th. Gasworks SRT 18th, and the Valley Scooter Club in 19th. Taz Vespa Racing come home 20th from Team Solid Air. We saw them off the track a few times, 21 and 22nd, Foster's 56. In 23rd, the Real Taft Speed. 24th, SRP Race Tech. 25th, Spire Tarmac Terriers. And then United Colours of Bemberton in 26. 27th, New to Twigard. Foster's 58 and 28. 29th, Team Escargo, classified 30th. Also Hornet Racing and the last of our classifieds. 31, Team Numpties. 32, GPSC, Greater Peterborough Scooter Club. 33, AAORT. 34, GTR Groundhogs Team Racing. 35th, classified CKM. 36, Privateer Racing. And 37th, the Odd Mod Squad. 38, IRT. 39th, GBR. And GR, I should say, and 40th Team Wearside Wonders. And there's that Greek fellow. What a ride. Yeah. What an absolutely terrific job he did.
Yeah, I mean, he just it's beyond, isn't it, really, what he was doing out there in those conditions.
Dan, he's going down to hang with his public, sign a few autographs.
I mean, carving through the field still in those conditions. When he was already 8 laps in front, he could have just easily finished the race.
Team Hornet, look at that. The celebrations, they're going to go on long into the night, Dan, aren't they?
Well deserved. Really. Well deserved. And all the riders that have turned up this weekend and put themselves out there, hats off.
Absolutely.
Takes a lot of courage.
They've all taken part in a major motorsport event. But this boy, he's off the scale, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, he is really... If there was like a world championship or works teams back in the day, he would be on a contention.
He's picked that bike up after it got thrown down the road by Stefan Menk, unfortunately, and he just took it to the end.
Hornet Racing, look at the team are absolutely. They're proud, they're delighted.
Dave Bristow, their team principal.
Yeah,
he works so hard. He puts a lot of effort into the scooter racing.
Look at the boys there. Yeah. On channel. This will be going live in Greece, I'm sure. This will be on the Greek news, won't it? This will be on all the news programmes.
Yeah.
Amazing job, Team Hornet. And Team DSC kept them honest, didn't they? 78. Yeah. And their team Vespa, of course, and then their squad, of course, with Sports crew. You know, everybody can be very proud of their achievements.
Yeah, it was all to play for right up until the end. I mean, if any of those teams had had a mishap in the last half an hour, those results could have been very different. So, hats off to them all.
Dan, I know that we're going to close down the live stream, I guess, in due course. James? So, well, Dan, what an absolute pleasure working with you.
Yeah, definitely, yep, likewise.
Yeah, fantastic job. To all the sponsors, thank you very much, and all the people who've worked on the event. To the British Scooter Endurance Club, thanks for inviting me. It's been Steve Deeks, my pleasure to be here. Dan, I've enjoyed your company. For all of our spectators, teams and riders, brilliant job. And I'm going to, at this point, sign off, as will Dan, and we'll say thank you very much for listening. Live streamers, thanks for getting involved with us. And guys, we'll see you very soon on a future event. Thank you very much indeed.
Yep, I can only reiterate what Steve said. Thanks again, and a last-minute call. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself today, and I wish you all a safe journey home.